Pod Mortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. Original Cinematic has multiple exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, is slated for release in early 2024. Upcoming films, Fetish, Sweetener, and Run, and their documentary, Drag, the Most Targeted Art Form, are anticipated for 2024 releases as well.
Their new award-winning film Group is currently on the festival circuit, and very generously, Original Cinematic will be providing a link for our patrons to screen the film on Zoom. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Travis Hunter, joined as always by my co-hosts, my sister, and my brother-in-law.
Hi, I'm Reneé Hunter Vasquez.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
This week, we're broadcasting live from the McKinley County Fairgrounds, discussing the 2006 supernatural horror film, Final Destination 3. This film was directed by James Wong from a screenplay by Wong and Glenn Morgan, based upon characters created by Jeffrey Reddick. 3 years after the financial success of Final Destination 2, Final Destination 3 not only marked the return of 2/3 of the creative team behind the original film, but it charted a new way forward for the franchise. Though the film follows a completely new cast in a brand new location and relies a bit more on humor than previous entries, it still offers familiar fare for fans of the franchise, with a memorable opening sequence, surprising kills, impressive practical and visual effects, and twists and turns that make the audience feel as if death is lurking around every corner. Despite mixed reviews from critics, Final Destination 3 would become a box office success and cement itself as a favorite among many horror fans. This film was suggested to us by friends of the show, Jordan Nash, Felnez63, Beth Myers, and Xenia. We'd like to thank each and every one of them for their continued support of the show, as well as this suggestion. So, Final Destination 3, what were your first impressions on the film?
I don't ever remember seeing this movie ever. I wanted to say that I think I have, but watching it for the show, I'm 100% sure I don't think I've seen this. I'm gonna get this out of the way now because I do. This wasn't as strong for me. I did enjoy a lot of what this movie did, but for me, it kind of went almost into American Werewolf in Paris territory for me. almost. But there is some good things that happen in the movie. Good visuals, some stuff. Some of the kills are creative and what. But I don't know what it was. The movie just didn't. I don't know if it didn't speak to me or if it didn't. There's turn your brains off movie. Then there's like turn all your senses off movie, and then just kind of like what what's happening. But it's a fun little time. Some of it. Some of the stuff.
A ringing
all the caveats.
endorsement of the film.
At times.
Yeah.
It's just a little strange coming from you because I know that's kind of turn your brain off is your vibe.
Right. But I mean, you want to be behind the wheel. Mm. The car's running, but you're still there. You're watching. It's like, okay, I'm here. But watching the movie and then just like I think for me it's just a lot of the things that happen. Mm-hmm. It's like, oh wow, yeah, that would never happen no matter what happened. There was no in any quantum whatever calculations of anything would that happen, period. So it's just like, you went like it was a choice, you went with it.
I know that I've seen this before. I did not really remember it. I remembered the first one obviously very well. There's a lot of nostalgia for it, and so I think that I feel nostalgic for the franchise as a whole, even though I don't even really remember this one.
Yeah.
Revisiting it, because I remembered nothing. It's not the strongest one. I would even wager to say that the story does not really work for me at all. The characters do not work for me at all.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of contradiction and what people what people believe and accept from scene to scene. So I agree with you there that it is like, I want to like it more than I do. What I will say, though, is the visuals that they're able to achieve. That is, for me, the crowning achievement of the film, because it is lacking for me in almost every other area.
I think that what you're saying does, maybe it is just the story that's constantly like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
And watching it where I'm at now, as far as how much I understand that meddling is a thing, and that, scenes get cut out, but the threads are still there that make things kind of make no sense. I wonder how much of that was in play here, because again, we see a character in one scene and they're very adamantly believing this one thing to the point where they're enraged. And then the next scene you see them, they're like, whatever. It's like, what happened?
Well, they slept on it.
Yeah, I guess.
What was I on about yesterday?
Man, I was on one.
Sorry about that.
It's just moments like that where I'm like, did I skip a scene somewhere? And like that is a big issue for me. And maybe it can be overlooked if the story is stronger, but the story is just not strong enough for me. I feel like even the way that characters handle certain gifts / burdens does not work for me. And it really worked well for me in the first one. And I don't know if that's a testament to Devon Sawa. Because even watching this, I was surprised that it was the original team for the most part.
Yeah.
Because to me, it does not feel that way.
No.
But I will say, watching how they were able to achieve some of the effects, learning how much work went into like them piecing all of it together and putting it together, it is so admirable. It is a huge achievement. And that is the reason to watch Final Destination 3, is to see what they were able to accomplish with a blend of really good CG and practical effects. That is what you come to this movie for. Do not come here looking for a story, looking for characters to love. In my opinion, again, like we say, for me.
Yeah.
Right. No, I understand both. Both similar opinions.
Yeah.
I also was not a constant viewer of this one. Very oddly, I think, because Final Destination was such an important and formative film for us.
Yeah.
Growing up, we watched it all the time, and then when the second one came out, we added it to the rotation quite constantly.
Yeah.
And so it's odd to kind of just fall off. I don't think that I watched this one until I was like in my 20s probably. And so it's just kind of strange to have such nostalgia for a franchise, but not really dive into it or return to it.
Yeah, but even we talked a little bit before we sat down to record, and I only remember a lot of the second one. I remember bits and pieces of the first, but even that I was wanting to intermingle with the second one.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that says how good the first two are going back to back.
Yeah.
Or I mean...
well, I mean, there's so much to remember in these films as well. And I will say, honestly, in this one, there are a few iconic kills that will stick with you.
Right.
Yeah.
Stick with you. You listening right now.
Specifically you. But it's funny. You were like, well, what about this death? What about this death? And we're like, no, that's the second one. But I'm like, damn, the second one was really good.
And I want to talk about that because I feel like the deeper we get into every single franchise, and we talked about this off mic, where we really need to reconfigure what our scores were.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I feel like we gain appreciation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's like, I know this sounds fucked up, but it's like, okay, well, it wasn't this, you know?
And hold on, I will say that's the other thing is the fact that none of us have nostalgia for this film.
Right.
I know that a lot of people do. I know a lot of people consider this to be the best of the franchise.
Okay.
And I respect that because I think that there are such like almost like a tonal shift from the first two.
Very, very much so. That's why I'm like, it is surprising to me that it is Wong again.
Yeah.
And you said the same writer as well, right? Same co-writer.
Yeah, the two of them.
That it's so different in that way. Like you said in your intro, where it relies way more on humor. I think that that's part of the issue for me is that the humor, it's 2006.
Very.
Okay. The humor is very 2006. Which, you know, you can't hold it against it because it was fucking 2006.
Yeah.
But when you're going from that in the next scene to people wrestling with like, I don't, is this going to be forever? It's like, it just doesn't, like, I don't want to say pick a lane, but it just feels tonally confused for me at times.
I feel like there were moments of humor in the first two, like there was that weird moment on the elevator with the guy in the second one. There was the Carter, you dick.
Yeah.
In the first one, I think every scene he said it at least once.
Yeah. That was his tagline.
Yeah. That was the tagline of the film. But this one, they really, really lean into it. And I think that it's an interesting way to take it because if you look at it as a franchise, are we going to do the same thing 3 times? Are we going to make it to win? Look, the thing is, his death is very serious.
Yeah.
It's hard to say. Are we really going to take death seriously again?
But that's the thing, though. It's death, man.
It's death.
I think that I'm all for a little levity, a little black humor,
right?
But I think that maybe the jokes weren't. They did not really do it for me.
But and I think that's the thing is that I wanted to find out. I had hoped that there would be something said by the creators to say, you know what, we wanted to make this one a little campier.
Okay.
We wanted to make it a little more fun. I didn't find anything like that in the interviews I read.
Yeah.
But I feel like that is what they did.
Yeah.
They really made it almost like just Friday night movie. Turn your brain off, have a blast with it.
Yeah.
The first one wrestled with grief in a way that was surprising.
But I think when you're looking at this premise and what this is, that is necessary. It's important to visit that aspect of it. And I feel like you said, camp. Okay, lean into the camp. I feel like it is teetering right on the line where it is like, no, we'll dip a toe in. It's like, no, if this is what you're doing, commit to it. And I probably would have loved it. I love camp. But I feel like you did not commit. I mean, I don't know. And I might be being, maybe I'm being too hard on it. But it's just like, I just expect more from you, I think. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed.
Well, I think the premise of it is something that will always keep you coming back to these movies.
Yeah.
Right. And it's even this one, again, this one is not my favorite in the franchise. I think it's always going to be the first one. But I think that this brings something different to the table that allows for the franchise to continue in an interesting way. A little bit of a different flavor of the same meal. It's like different seasoning.
Yeah.
I can see that for sure.
Yeah, I think for me, and I haven't seen anything past this, I think that you're right with the teetering on that. But for me, too, if you're going to lean, my problem with it is if you're going to lean into the comedy aspect of it, it's very dangerous to make death a entity or a person, like something that's there. Oh, we're going to kick your ass when you'll just, no, that's not the point of the movies, though.
But it's not the point of the movies, but we have a character that basically does that.
No, that's the problem.
I will say, because I know I want to hear about production. I want to hear all of that. I just wanted to add that I feel like your enjoyment of this film is going to be contingent upon what you go into a Final Destination film wanting. And for me, even, I love the like Saw. Even when the story starts to get a little whatever, I want to see those traps. You know what I mean? A lot of the deaths in this are very fucking cool. There's a really iconic one that has a really awesome match cut that I love.
Yes.
The beginning is fucking awesome. Like I said, the practical effects are great. For me, Final Destination is this Rube Goldberg. This does this moves that, and now somebody's head came off. It's a very how did that happen kind of a thing. Some of these are a little bit lazy.
Yeah.
And I feel like,
Yeah.
Death is tired from the first two films. I understand.
Yes.
But even as cool as some of the deaths are, the lead up does not always live up to the standard that I've come to expect from a Final Destination death, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree with that. And maybe too that kind of, you know what I mean, made me like, because again, and I know the second one, like I said, I remember a little more, but that you're like, oh my God, this, you do get that, but it's just like, okay, what's going to happen next?
Yeah.
I think it's kind of lacking in some ways as far as the pieces.
Okay.
But I feel like at least the beginning, the spectacle is there. I think I want more specificity.
That's the thing, is even these deaths can be disguised as a freak accident or as something horrible that happened, but we saw all the pieces that had to fall into place for death to rig this up.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm missing. Not in all of the deaths.
No, because there's one at the end that you're watching it like those domino videos.
Yes.
And you're like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
And that's what you want.
That is exactly what I want.
But you mentioned wanting to hear about the production, and I've got you covered.
Sweet.
I will say there is not a lot, but there is one interesting aspect of what it could have been that it did not become.
Okay.
But I got all of this information from an interview with MovieWeb, an interview with Dread Central, and an interview with IGN from 2006.
Okay.
But as is expected and predicted with horror sequels, the idea for the third film came about after the second film was a financial success.
Naturally.
Not a surprise.
Yeah.
But what is interesting is that the original creators of the first film, James Wong, Glenn Morgan, and Jeffrey Reddick, had next to nothing to do with the second film. Reddick wrote the story for it, but Glenn Morgan and James Wong weren't involved at all.
Huh.
And the reason that they weren't is Wong and Morgan were in the middle of shooting Jet Li's The One.
Oh, shit.
I had no idea they wrote and directed that film.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
That's wild.
But they were asked by the producers if they wanted to be involved, and they did, but they couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, well, we can add you as producers. And they're like, well, we don't want to just take your money and not do anything.
I respect that.
And so they weren't even at all involved. And there were two conflicting stories. One story that I read in MovieWeb and IGN, Wong had said that he was riding up an escalator and he saw the poster for Final Destination 2, and he felt an incredible amount of heartache that he wasn't involved in it.
I bet.
Okay.
And the interview with Dread Central, he says that they went to the premiere. And so I don't know which one. Maybe both are true.
Yeah.
You can
Either
feel
way,
both.
he was sad.
Yes, he was very upset. The man was very upset. But the offer to write and direct the third one presents itself, and so they jump at the chance.
Yeah.
Having not been involved in the second one, having created the franchise, and still being on great terms with the producers, it's like, this is a no-brainer. But they wanted to do something different with the sequelization of it, to not insist on the prior sequels as much. And we see that they do have connections to it, but they're not as direct as you would expect with part 3 of a trilogy. And I think that to some way that is a detriment to the film. In other ways, it's kind of ambitious and makes sense as far as expanding the scope of this idea of death.
Yeah.
But they did change the scenery. They changed the cast. Even a person we definitely expect to see, we do not see them, which is, again.
Yeah.
But the initial plans were for Final Destination 3 to be 3D.
Of course.
And I mean, the name,
Naturally, yeah.
the gimmick it's right there. And it's so funny because even, I mean, you think Saw films, I think they had talked for Saw 3 to be 3D. Whenever Rob Zombie's Halloween got to the third installment, they're like, let's make it 3D.
Of course.
It's like, is it just simply because of the number 3?
It has to be.
So 4, we're going to feel it?
Yeah, I know.
Like, what the hell? I don't understand. It's
like,
just,
dude, I really got stabbed.
have you seen Saw 4? Yes, I did. And I will never forget it. But the thing is James Wong is actually friends with John Landau of Lightstorm, which is James Cameron's production company. And so they were super excited about it because they had done, I guess, a 3D version of Titanic that had been released in theaters kind of around the same time.
Really?
Yeah. And so he had looked at some of the ways that they had done that, and they were getting excited about how to do it. Honestly, if you're going to do a 3D film, the best way to do it, and it's kind of gimmicky for me personally, the best way to do it is to always intend on doing it from the beginning.
Yeah.
Because when you're just like, hey, let's just make this random film 3D, you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
But in like, if you see a version that's not 3D, you're like, that's
that
when
part?
it was going to come out.
Well, because
that
everybody
was right in my face.
everybody freezes and it's like,
Whoa.
Even Amityville 3D was weird. Yeah, that was a little.
Was that the third one?
I don't remember which one it was.
But the problem with it is they found out that the cost per exhibitor of showing the film would be about $15,000.
Oof.
Because they need to add a special screen to allow for the glasses to work.
Damn.
And so this felt like a roadblock. And honestly, Morgan had talked about it with the red and blue glasses. It changes with the hues that you can use in your film. And that was one of the biggest problems I had with Saw 3D, which is actually the 7th one, if I'm not mistaken, is the blood looked fucking like Pepto-Bismol.
Saw 4 plus 3D.
Yeah. They're like, just stop. We have a marketing department for a reason.
Stop trying to make fetch happen.
But because of this, they eventually decided against it.
Yeah.
And so the thing about it is when they go into it, their first thought is how do we possibly top or meet the opening sequences of the first two films?
Right.
And so this was the biggest challenge that they had. I will say, by way of spectacle, it's very good. It's very difficult, though, to top a plane exploding.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and even the log truck. It's iconic.
It is.
Like, I mean, it's hard to... You're right. It's how do you get to that level?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I commend what they did and the choice that they had. I'll explain later as we get into it how the idea for what it was came about.
Okay.
I will say, honestly, the idea of the setting of this place as the beginning of the film is very cool.
Oh, yeah.
To start at this location that we'll reveal later. But they had mentioned that their hope was to imbue it with relatable themes, settings that audiences could see themselves in often and find fear there. And if you think about it, every single place that there's a death in this film is a place that is very easy to go to.
I feel like that, and I have it in my notes later, but I might as well just say it now. I have catastrophic thinking.
Yes.
And I have anxiety. And I'm like, I wonder how much of, if I'm like, but if that hits that, then that, how much of that came from watching Final Destination to, you know what I mean, fuel that fire.
I think we were fine before we saw these.
I never noticed that at all.
Yeah.
It takes everyday moments and that's what I've always loved about the franchise. And this does continue on with that.
Okay.
One thing I will say that they said in an interview, which may or may not come up once or twice, I don't think they really talk about it very often, but one of the very important themes that they really wanted to explore was this idea of a loss of control.
Oh my God. I didn't get that at all from this. They definitely did not mention that.
Now, before we cheat this film's design, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, let's get on the ride. Now, this film somewhat relies on having already seen Final Destination and Final Destination 2. If you haven't, we'd recommend you go watch them or go listen to episodes 27 and 107 of our show as a refresher. So the film begins with the opening credits as we dip down from the darkness of night to the lights of the midway of a carnival. A Ferris wheel glows colorfully as it rotates, and the camera pans across the sizzling hues of a corkscrew ride. A wide shot captures the track of a roller coaster, the edges of metal lit brightly and cut out of the darkness, before we're taken under the beaming red lights of a swing ride, accompanied by the screams of carnival goers, as well as the low hum and ominous strings of the score. So we have to talk about the score, of course.
Mm-hmm.
It was composed by Shirley Walker, who actually did the score for the first two Final Destination films as well.
Okay.
A very prolific composer. Very sadly, this was one of her last scores. later in the year, Glenn Morgan, the co-writer of this film, went on to direct the Black Christmas remake,
Oh.
which features a lot of the cast from this film and the first Final Destination as well.
Huh.
But she scored that, and then she passed away the same year.
Aw.
And so this film, if you look in the credits, I believe it has a dedication to her.
Mm-hmm.
But something very interesting about the composition of this film is that during the process of recording it, they created something called a grossometer. And what it was is it was a kind of a wheel created by the music mixer.
Mm-hmm.
And it was basically to tell you how gross and how gruesome the scene was to kind of inform how the orchestration goes and how the musicians played it.
Okay.
That's great.
Yeah.
So I thought that was really cool. So like we're about like a 60 or
Yeah.
whatever on the grossometer.
It's so interesting learning how many of these films use metrics like that.
Yeah.
This is how scared you are. This is how gross it is. This is how infected you are. Like, that's just so simple, but it's genius.
Yeah.
But we cut to a mechanical fortune teller waving her automated hand over a fan of tarot cards. As the camera pans over them, passing the devil and death, we get the title, Final Destination 3. Firstly, pretty cool with the clues throughout this opening sequence.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because we just saw the devil and death and,
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean. But the opening credits continue over quick flashes of a carousel, rides spinning seemingly out of control, and the fortune teller pointing her robotic finger over the array of cards.
If I could interject for just one second.
Of course.
We watched this on Prime. When they show the carousel, the subtitles said horses neighs being simulated.
Yeah. You didn't need that.
No, it's like, oh, good to know. I thought
I thought they were real horses.
I thought the souls of real horses were trapped.
The wording that is chosen for some of these things in these subtitles made me laugh out loud.
Oh, yeah.
Once again, I always say I've done gig work captioning quite a bit.
Yeah.
Call me and I will get y'all right, because some of the people doing this are very out of pocket and it's distractingly hilarious. Being simulated,
That's-
Yeah.
that's hilarious.
Like, that's not a real horse. But after a few close-up shots of the fortune teller's eyes, a hand-painted sign advertises the Devil's Flight roller coaster, and we see another sign hanging by chains asking, "Do you believe in fortunes?"
Hey, is this where Frankenstein's dad ran away to?
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah. In that deleted screenplay. I will say I love, firstly, of the font that was Final Destination 3, the title.
Yeah.
I love the font of this sign. I don't know what it is. It's just carnival font.
Yeah.
But it's the coolest looking thing in the world.
Yeah.
But a coin clicks into a pinball machine, and we see the pinballs lining up as the camera passes through the wall of the cabinet and inside the machine. So this, to me, it's obviously about to set up something that we see visually that's a little on the nose.
Yeah.
But the cool thing about it is it's almost setting up this idea of things lining up properly, this Rube Goldberg situation.
Yeah.
It's a little tease of it. But as the rides and attractions spin out of control in bright and amazing color, a pinball is set loose from the row, tumbling down a spiral of metal. It clatters against what appears to be nails over a glyph of some kind. It looks like we're summoning Diablos from Final Fantasy VIII, but I love it. But we then get a shot of a sign, an attraction advertising the Electric Sisters, who defy death in twin electric chairs.
Huh.
Yeah.
We also see, and I did not include it in my script, but there is also a sword swallower,
Mm.
and we're getting little clues.
Yeah.
Which is really, really cool.
Mm-hmm.
But the pinball continues its descent as we're treated to shots of various attractions, rolling past holes labeled Luck and Fate as the music grows more frenzied before plummeting down the dark abyss of a hole labeled Death. As I said, a little on the nose.
Yeah.
But each of these rides and attractions, they are little clues, not only for what is used to kind of figure out how to escape death, but the deaths themselves.
Yeah.
It's very cool. And I think through this, the method that we learn later adds a kind of cool element of mystery to the film as far as like doing a bit of detective work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's plenty of fun to be had.
There is
Yeah.
for sure.
But we transition through the darkness of death to find a trio of high school students screaming excitedly as they're dropped from a great height on a free fall ride, appropriately named the High Dive.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll learn more about that later.
Yeah.
I will say I had a terrible experience with a free fall ride when I was a child. I will never forget it. This scene was very hard to watch.
Well, we didn't know we were in line for a free fall ride. That's why it was.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
I got whisked away, but T got put on. And they took off his glasses, and he was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, I was like, why I need those? Why wouldn't I have them? Oh my God.
Those are fun, though.
If you say so. But this trio is Kevin Fisher, played by Ryan Merriman, his girlfriend Carrie Dreyer, played by Gina Holden, and Jason Wise, played by Jesse Moss. Wendy Christensen, Jason's girlfriend, played by Mary Elizabeth Winstead, stands on the crowded grounds beneath the ride, taking a photo of the group with joyous disbelief. So one thing that did carry over from the first two films is the names of these characters are references to iconic people in horror.
Okay.
Some of them I got immediately. Some of them I had to do a little bit of research. But just the ones that we've met so far, we have, firstly, we have Kevin Fisher, who nobody has any connection to at all. I don't know why. I don't know why they did that.
All right.
But we do have Carrie Dreyer, who is a reference to Carl Theodor Dreyer, who directed Vampire in 1932.
Okay.
We also have Jason Wise, who is a reference to Robert Wise, who directed The Haunting in 1963.
Nice.
And last but not least, in this group, we have Wendy Christensen, which is a reference to Benjamin Christensen, who directed Haxan in 1922.
That's cool.
Yeah. So real quick, I did notice a lot of these people from other things.
Yeah.
Mary Elizabeth Winstead. I was like, I know your face. You're Ramona Flowers from Scott Pilgrim.
Yes.
That was in 2010. And then she was also in 10 Cloverfield Lane. And I was like, oh, that's right.
Underrated.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was 2016. She was also, and I forgot, it's not a movie that I've watched a lot, but she was also in Death Proof.
Yes,
Yes.
she was. Don't do to your friends what they did to her.
Dude.
Just throwing that out there.
That was
Shocks me every time.
It's too much. That movie's amazing.
yeah. And then I didn't know this, but she was also in Live Free or Die Hard.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, what?
Is that the one with Timothy Oliphant?
I have no idea.
I can't remember.
All right. One of them's got Timothy Oliphant.
One of them's got Mary Elizabeth Winstead. She was also in Fargo.
Yes.
But and when I'm still a little upset.
I know.
Yeah, well, you can continue.
Yeah.
I've talked about it before.
A lot.
I just love Ewan McGregor. Okay, anyway.
We all love you and McGregor.
Yeah. Moving on.
And Ryan Merriman, I remember him from Taken. He was in Taken in 2002. He was in The Ring 2 in 05.
That's right.
And he was also in Halloween Resurrection.
See, he was Deckard. I remember that.
I was like, what
Oh
the
my
fuck?
God.
They dressed as Pulp Fiction characters for Halloween.
That's fucking hilarious. And Jesse Moss. I remember him from Tucker and Dale versus Evil.
Yes.
And that was 2010.
That's another great one.
Yeah, he also did The Big Year in 2011 and Wolf Cop in 2014.
Wolf Cop sounds insane.
Yeah.
But Jason and Kevin reach over Carrie to fist bump each other, remarking how sick the ride was and that it was worth the wait. As they remove their harnesses and step off, Jason tells Wendy that she missed out, but Wendy's preoccupied by the photo she took. Glancing up at the high dive sign, she looks back at her photograph, revealing the V in dive to be unlit in her photo, appearing to spell out the word die.
I would be like, look at this.
It's like that joke from The Simpsons, though. You remember?
Yes, yeah.
At least say something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At least be like, this is weird, right?
Like, it's probably nothing.
After we did that screening with Original Cinematic and we walked down to the theater with John Ramos, I took a picture of the theater and it looks like there's a shooting star in the background, and I showed it to anyone who would fucking look at it. if the light flickered out and it fucking said die. Okay. We'll keep it to ourselves.
But before she can think about it too much or share with anyone, the group rejoins her, Jason putting his arm around her as the quartet walks through the midway. Kevin, with his arm around Carrie, is still full of adrenaline from the ride, calling it intense, and saying it was wild to feel how it would be to crash and burn.
It's already.
Yeah, what?
This is too much already.
You have a death wish? But Wendy tells him to speak for himself, joking that her and Jason's lives are actually going somewhere. Kevin takes it in stride, but Jason reminds the group that they have to get going to the roller coaster because their pass is for 9:15, and if they miss it, they'll have to stand in line for forever to ride it again. I didn't know roller coasters worked like this.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
But it was first come, first serve, unless you have like the super pass.
thing, yeah.
And you're fuck you, peasants, and then go to the front. I've never had that. I've been the peasant.
Yeah, we're the peasants.
But the group passes a large sign on a chain link fence reading, "Welcome McKinley High, Grad Night 2005. So if you remember from the first film, the high school was Mount Abraham, reference to American president Abraham Lincoln.
Which one?
I think it was number 16.
Oh, okay.
But McKinley High is a reference to President William McKinley,
Okay.
26th president of the United States, who was also assassinated.
Huh.
Did you know 4 presidents have been assassinated in the United States? The history of our country. That's over.
Are you patting an essay right now?
I'm doing my best.
The United States of America.
That's 2 words I don't have to worry about. That's over 11%.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Numbers are frightening.
Yeah.
But Kevin is annoyed at Jason's urgency to get to the roller coaster, asking him what it would kill them to get a deep fried Snickers and a Coke. But Jason says to do that before riding Devil's Flight might actually kill him. But Kevin counters that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
All right.
Calm down.
Oh, yeah. Already I'm like, this is very on the nose.
Yeah.
He's like, it'll kill me. And, like in the sense that like I cheated death, and, like it's coming back.
It'll skip me.
Yeah.
But it'll come back,
I think, it's really ridiculous and very petty of me. One thing that always bothered me about the Final Destination sequels is using the same terminology that was used in the first film. So when they're like, what do you mean I'm next? It's like, come on.
You haven't earned that.
Yeah, you
don't even know what that means.
You never met Alex Browning. But Kevin throws his arm around Jason, tearing him away from Wendy, who stands alone on the midway next to the track for a smaller roller coaster. A line of cars speeds down the track, its velocity sending a gust of wind through Wendy's hair, catching her attention as excited passengers scream with delight and fear. But she suddenly appears uneasy when she gazes off into the distance at a much larger and higher track for Devil's Flight. Its pale white support beams holding up the red-trimmed track, a car of passengers riding fast through a banked turn. But the group, who I thought was in a rush, sits down at a table together.
You're right.
In front of a line of fair food stalls. Wendy sets her camera on the table, which Kevin promptly snatches. She pleads with him that it's not even her camera and that it's been borrowed from the yearbook. But this doesn't stop Kevin from reaching the camera over and taking a photograph under the skirt of Stacy Kobayashi, who has a name but has no credit for some reason, as she walks by. That's a sex crime.
I'm calling the fucking police.
Yeah.
And to just be at a table and your friend or partner does that and you're like,
Yeah.
like that's wild.
Yeah, that.
And everybody's like, wow, dude.
Because that's his girlfriend.
Yeah. Everybody just takes it in stride. They're not like, we have like a devil in our midst.
Yeah, I was appalled.
I think like you said at this point, but right before this happens, then when he snatches the camera and all that, and I was like, oh, so the camera is a part of the group now.
Yeah.
I was like, this
yeah.
is just what it is. And then he does that shit, and I was like, what the fuck is happening?
Like, come on, man. And it only gets worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have someone to meet in a minute.
Oh my God.
But Jason just laughs, and in Wendy's attempt to grab the camera back, Kevin seizes her wrist. She snaps a photograph, blasting his eyes with the flash, which prompts him to let go of her. An irritated Carrie asks Wendy to delete the photo of Stacy that Kevin took, giving him a too playful slap on the shoulder. Wendy then holds up her camera, reminding the group that these photos are for the yearbook, and she needs to turn them in tomorrow to make a deadline. And she says that she doubts if a shot of Stacy Kobayashi's camel toe is going to make it in there. Again, we're cracking jokes about what has just happened.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, Kevin.
He does this all the time.
Yeah.
I hope not.
I hope not as well.
Sincerely.
Kevin jokes that he would buy 2 yearbooks in that case, and Jason can't hold back his laughter.
I just genuinely don't have the words.
Yeah.
And they're just sitting there. Carrie and fucking Wendy are just like,
Yeah.
It's 2006.
yeah.
I don't know what the excuse for this fucking behavior is. There is no excuse.
No.
But when the two bros go to pick up their food when their number is called, Carrie sits alone with Wendy, apologizing for Kevin's behavior and telling her that he can get so out of control. Wendy says that he would make her crazy if he was her boyfriend, admitting that she's such a control freak and wouldn't be able to handle it.
She is?
We will learn. And I love that we were told this. One thing I will say, and I think this is where it bothers me so much, is that it does come up a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fine to talk about it. It's fine to discuss it. Tell me one point in this film where her being a control freak matters at all.
It doesn't.
That's the problem for me.
It doesn't. And again, if we were shown at any point instead of being told and told and told and told and told.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or if maybe the friends complain about it throughout the movie instead of...
And I mean, there are some moments, but they're just telling her, they're more trying to put her at ease.
Yeah, we know you're a control freak.
Yeah.
I think that her character arc, for me, it would make a lot of sense if she surrendered control at the end of the film.
Well,
Okay.
that
And then whatever happens, and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen.
That's a storyline.
No.
That's a character arc.
That is.
That's
Yeah, you
narrative,
can't-
friend, and that's
In
not
fact-
why we're here.
No.
Yeah.
I'm a control freak. Me.
Yeah.
It's like,
And
okay.
I will remain that way. I might even get worse.
Period. Yeah.
But after looking over at Kevin and Jason standing at the counter, Carrie quietly confides in Wendy that she plans to break up with Kevin a couple of weeks after graduation. She admits that she's wanted to for a while, but asks Wendy not to tell anyone. When Kevin and Jason arrive back at the table with the food and drinks, Kevin gets the girls' attention, pointing off at another booth, remarking that would sell some yearbooks. Wendy and Carrie look over at Ashlyn Halperin and Ashley Freund, played by Jan K. Crystal Lowe and Shaylon Simmons, seated with their backs to us and their thong underwear sticking out of the back of their pants, perfectly matching the color of their bright pink and bright blue outfits, respectively.
No, brother, this guy stinks. I don't think that's the point of the fucking yearbook.
No.
That'll sell some yearbooks.
I don't think, firstly, your yearbooks are going to sell, period. Like,
Yeah. No.
Crazy.
people want a memory.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a, like, advertising thing.
No, not at all. But I do want to take this moment to shout out Wendy's hair, the thongs, the velour tracksuits, the insanely low-rise jeans. The early 2000s was such a time. And
It
such a
was.
vibe.
It was.
And it was just a treat to revisit here.
For better or worse, this film's a time capsule.
It is. It is.
I did want to mention their horror connections to these names.
Okay.
One I caught immediately, and I was very proud of myself. Ashley Freund is a reference to Karl Freund, the cinematographer. He shot Dracula, and I believe he directed The Mummy.
Oh, okay.
See, I remembered the name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Ashlyn Halperin, I did not know, is a reference to Victor Halperin, who directed White Zombie in 1932.
Damn.
But reluctantly, Wendy takes the bait, walking over to the booth to take a photo of Ashley and Ashlyn, of their faces, not their thongs.
Thankfully.
The two girls cheer each other on excitedly as they fire water guns into the open mouths of clown head targets, inflating the balloons above their heads. Wendy leans over the counter on the opposite side to snap their photo, but behind them, Frankie Cheeks, played by Sam Easton, whips out his camcorder to videotape Ashley and Ashlyn's backsides, commenting, and I quote, "Check out those booties."
My soul just left my body.
Yeah. Yeah.
I hate everything about this character.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we find out that he shouldn't even be here, I'm sure you're going to touch on it in a second.
Yes.
I hate him. I hate what he represents. I hate that there are and were dudes like this. I hate everything. And then everybody's just like, Frankie. And who the fuck was in charge of naming this character Frankie fucking Cheeks?
Yeah.
Because I just want to have a word.
Well, John Cheeks directed. No, there's nothing.
I would have flipped the table.
Yeah, there's nothing there. Just absurdity is all.
Frankie Cheeks.
Frankie Cheeks.
You could have made any other character with that name differently. You could have, I mean, anything. I don't understand why he's here.
He is, and this is to me the character of Franklin Cheeks. I feel like he is the tone shifter between all of these films.
Yeah.
There would never be a fucking character
No.
Frankie Cheeks in 1 or 2.
And
No.
I hate him so deeply. It's giving, it's almost giving mid-sized sedan.
Oh.
It's like, who did this?
Yeah.
And who checked off on this?
I believe it was
Who allowed this?
Yeah.
James Wong,
Yeah.
Glenn Morgan, New Line Cinema. There's more.
The list is too long.
Now, Mr. Cheeks, I was wondering why he was here, so I was like, okay, I'm curious.
He doesn't get a mister.
So it looks like he was in Butterfly Effect in 04.
Really?
Yeah. He was also in Taken in 02. And then he did Underclassmen in 05.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I was like, because his character here is very weird. It's odd. It's not great. It's like, I don't understand if you're supposed to be here for the comedy or but like, I don't know what's going on.
It's not funny.
Yeah.
I'm surprised to hear the Butterfly Effect because that was a movie that I watched and I don't remember him.
Yeah.
Yeah, me neither. Was he also playing Frankie Cheeks in this?
This is a spinoff.
Yeah. He's just popping up in every early
It was just Frank Cheeks.
Frank
That was,
Cheeks. I
didn't
don't
have a
trust that
nickname
It
guy.
was Frankie C.
Oh my god.
You know, I think this year's the 20th anniversary of the Butterfly Effect.
Really?
Okay.
I
Yeah.
know we have some requests for it. I would like to tackle that one day because I loved it.
Yeah.
Love is strong.
I did love it. I don't know if I still would.
I did have a lot
know
of fun
that I
with
did.
it.
Yeah.
Let's just play Life is Strange instead. But Wendy is distracted, feeling uneasy as she watches the water from the gun fired into the mouth of the clown target, and is only snapped back to reality when the balloon above its head pops. Ashley and Ashlyn celebrate together as an uncredited carny brings them their prize, a large inflatable palm tree. I feel like that might be a little bit of foreshadowing.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
But with their prize in hand, Wendy calls out to the girls to finally get their shot for the yearbook. They smile and pose for Wendy as she snaps the photograph. We cut to the group continuing down the midway, and when Kevin breaks away from the group to dance with some carnival performer in a tuxedo, Wendy tries to take a picture of it. But suddenly, blocking the shot, is Julie Christensen, Wendy's sister, played by Amanda Crew, along with her two friends, Perry and Amber, played by Maggie Ma and Ecstasia Sanders. Wendy reminds Julie that she isn't a senior, and Julie asks her sister what she's going to do about it, mocking her yearbook superlative of cutest couple, which earns the forced laughter of her friends, because it wasn't very funny.
It wasn't. And the whole way that she's acting right here is pretty cringy.
Yeah.
Do you remember on American Dad when Stan was the bully and he was like, that's kind of what this feels like, right?
It does.
But Wendy asks Julie if their mom knows that she's here, and Julie suddenly grows sternly serious, calling Wendy a complete B-word if she tells their mom.
I put this on to rewatch when we were getting ready to record today.
Mm-hmm.
And at this line, I was like, oh, they do have parents.
Yeah.
Because I didn't think that they did.
Mm-mm.
We were talking off mic about how much that came into play in the first film.
Yeah.
The second one was all adults, but we're back to high school students.
Yeah.
Where are any of these kids' parents?
Yeah.
There's one, we said, right, that pops up.
Well, he's just like, my dad's picking me up. And that's it.
Yeah. No lines, no nothing.
No.
But Wendy brandishes the camera, saying that she can have proof of where Julie was, to which Julie suggests that she takes a picture, flipping the double bird. Wendy does take the photo, offering an annoyed and sarcastic smirk afterwards.
I'm sure the yearbook committee will love that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I will say, and I don't know, the casting for me, I feel like they seem like they're the exact same age.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they do.
And so it seems very strange for me for there to be such a need for this divide. You're not a senior.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work.
And there, I don't know what it is, but I don't really get. I would get more maybe again if they were college kids, maybe roommates or friends or whatever. But I'm not getting sibling because maybe you're right. Maybe it is that they just look too similar in age. It's like what? It's like what do you mean, little sister?
Yeah.
I'm wondering how young she is supposed to be playing because later they like throw pigtails on her and stuff, and it's like that's not doing what you think it's doing.
Yeah.
They do seem like the exact same age. Like if she's a senior, I would think that she was a senior as well.
Yeah.
Or even if, I don't know, the age thing is weird and it only gets weirder as we go on to the point where I'm like, do we need for them to be high school kids?
Yeah.
Because
honestly, it's odd because we did high school already in the first film. We did with the adults in the second. Why don't we do college?
Yeah.
And I know that that's a big part in a portion of the plot of the film.
Right.
Is that this is the grad night thing, but you can still have grad night as a college student.
Yeah.
Sure could.
But elsewhere on the Midway, Luis Romero, played by Texas Battle, brings a hammer down at a test your strength game. So the horror connection on this one is very obvious. Luis Romero, George A. Romero.
Right. Texas Battle.
Yeah.
Now that's a damn name.
It is. It's his real name.
Yeah, what a cool name, huh?
Yeah. I was trying to find like trivia on his IMDb or something. I just saw that he was born in Houston.
Yeah.
Which is, of course, your name's Texas. But
Yeah.
I was like, what a cool fucking name.
Yeah. I did see he also did Hard Kill in 2020 with Bruce Willis.
Oh.
And he was in Coach Carter in 05.
Oh.
Huh.
Yeah.
I will say I did see something in the featurette. It was an interview with Texas Battle. And he had said, like, he goes, I'm used to going out for comedic roles, but Lewis is an asshole.
Yes. Yes, he is.
And we learn. But Lewis sends the puck sailing to hit the bell up top, cheering for himself and remarking that it's the third time he's done it. As he sings a celebratory song, he offers a man in the crowd a high five before rescinding it and telling him to get the fuck back.
It's funny that you said that that's what he said because my note is, oh, so he's an asshole.
Yeah.
Precisely.
I did get a thought too, and it happened at this time and then a little bit later, but I had talked with your sister about it the other day. We were talking, and I know we mentioned it. I can't remember if it was you or your sister that did it on another movie, but it made me think about this as well when watching this. Sometimes it feels like adults, when they make movies about younger people, they don't really know how they act, or they don't like this at some points feels like, do you not remember being a kid or
I was going to say, were you ever?
Yeah, I was like, 'cause some of the stuff they do is very cringy, or they say, and it's like, I get it was 06, but it's like some of it is kind of, I don't even want to say extreme, but it is just very like, did you just see that on TV and then it was like, put it in there?
Yeah, it was 06, but I was in high school in 06, and this is not. No.
Yeah.
Well, you flipped me the double bird quite often.
Oh, I did. No, that part was accurate.
But Wendy pushes her way through the crowd to get in position to snap a photo of his next swing. And after psyching himself up and giving a kiss to the sky, he brings the hammer down again, sending the puck sailing up to strike the bell, which is painted to look like the head of a man atop a cutout of his suit. Lewis's shot sends the bell and the man's head flying off into the night sky, and Wendy watches it as it passes in front of a large and menacing statue of the devil himself in front of the Devil's Flight roller coaster. So firstly, I just want to say Lewis's strength resulting in the loss of a head.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. But the devil in front of the Devil's Flight roller coaster perches, his horns pointed, his wings massive, his eyes glowing, and his grin diabolical. I did see in a featurette with the production designer, Mark Freeborn, he had talked about the difficulty of this film being so front-loaded, because we talk about sets later that are a lot easier as the film goes on from a production designer standpoint. This park was the largest and most elaborate thing of them to design first.
Okay.
And since it was the first thing that was shot, 90% of their production design had to be designed and completed before the first frame of the film was shot.
Damn.
And so you look at it, and I know they did shoot at a real park in Vancouver, but they also kind of reconfigured everything to fit more in line with the film.
Okay.
So there's a lot of things that need to be designed, a lot of references to things that come later, things like this. But this devil was something that was built for the film. And on that featurette, he had said that it weighed 2 tons and it required 7.5 tons of support to keep it supported.
What the fuck?
Oddly enough, it's made of styrofoam.
Really?
There's someone hiding in there.
Yeah, no.
The actual devil is hiding in there.
There's multiple people hiding in there. That's a Trojan horse.
Yeah. They did say that it's anatomically correct, which is not something we see in the film.
Yeah. I mean,
They mention it. They say something about balls or something.
Yeah.
Because I have in my notes, are you telling me that they rendered a dick and balls for that devil?
Yeah.
And I guess that they did.
Oh, they did.
I love the prospect of it being anatomically correct because who
needs
yeah,
it?
who's that for?
who is it for? And like who knows what the devil's got packing? Like that's anatomically correct to what? You know what I mean?
It always pissed me off.
That's really funny. It's like in my head.
Whenever we were in middle school and our mascot was a bulldog and they had that giant bronze bulldog statue in the center of the lobby, they sculpted the balls.
Oh no, he had balls, which is like wild to do at that age.
Why?
Don't have
yeah,
balls
you
on
don't
there.
you don't need that.
Don't have balls on
We're
there.
going to laugh at it every morning.
We're going to laugh heartily.
But I did want to mention a couple of Mark Freeborn's other credits of things that we love and enjoy. Firstly, he was the production designer on Trick or Treat
Oh.
and 42 episodes of Breaking Bad.
Hell yeah.
But Wendy gazes up in fear as an animatronic laugh escapes through a speaker, the voice of the devil provided by Tony Todd. The devil warns everyone on the midway, you can run, but you cannot hide. So firstly,
Yeah.
Tony Todd.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah.
I was like, I'd know that voice anywhere. But then it made me like, so is this the extent of him in this?
And there's another appearance later that we'll talk about, more of a voice cameo again.
Yeah.
But they had said from the onset, and I read this in Dread Central, Tony Todd was never intended to appear as Bloodworth in this film.
Really?
Yeah, they had said that they wanted to widen the scope of this story of death,
Yeah.
distancing itself from the location of the first, and so they said it wouldn't make sense for him to appear.
It could though, because he has like this supernatural knowledge of things.
That's the thing.
I think that even if you change locations and you change casts and you change whatever else, he could be the common component that he's always around when these things are happening.
Right.
Because that's kind of what you've set up.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, just make him a different character. We know who the fuck he is.
Yeah.
Have him be in front of the ride talking.
He could
Have
be
him
the
announce-
barker.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
He's there. Oh shit, he's here. Oh my God, this is happening. That's, like you said, that's the connection. Bruce Campbell isn't the same fucking person in every cameo he does. He's still there. We know who he is.
They had said that the idea came about actually in post-production.
Okay.
They needed a voice for this devil, and one of the post-production supervisors was like, why don't we call Tony Todd?
Yeah.
And Tony Todd was eager to do it, of course. And so, I mean, I don't know. It is kind of I understand, but I don't understand.
Yeah.
But the group approaches the long line leading to the ride, and Jason steps in front of Wendy, striking a pose and asking her to take his picture. She lines up the shot, but appears uneasy as the voice of the devil echoes overhead. This is the beginning of the end. After taking the photo, Wendy walks cautiously to join her boyfriend and friends, but she lags behind them, and Jason stops to ask her what's wrong. Wendy struggles to explain it, saying that it's like a feeling of déjà vu, only over something that hasn't happened yet. Kevin calls them over to join him and Carrie, but Jason stays with Wendy to get to the bottom of the strange feeling she has, asking if she's weirded out by the ride. Wendy just smiles nervously, and Jason says that he knows her, and that they say the real fear with these rides comes from the feeling of having no control.
This is the first time I'm hearing about control, but I mean, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. And did you just remember that to use that on your girlfriend later?
Yes.
Is that because that sounds very
Yeah.
like you memorized that?
I will say, and it's kind of funny because I read a lot of interviews with James Wong and Glenn Morgan, and one of the things that they kept bringing up is they were talking about the fear of flights in Final Destination, the first one, and the fear of roller coasters in this one. And they said that they talked to psychologists. The reason that the fear comes about is this idea of having no control. And
They were like, put it in every fucking scene.
yes, that's the reason that you're so afraid of these things is because you have to surrender yourself to them.
I mean, I get that.
But the way that we're using
It's
it,
too.
Yeah, I
it's
was gonna
very
say, I don't-
clunky. It's you're just saying that over and over.
Yeah.
yeah. But Jason adds that everyone imagines weird stuff when they get scared, but it never turns out to be what they imagined. Ever. Wendy accepts this, giving Jason a kiss on the lips. But elsewhere in the line, Frankie crouches with his camcorder, pointing it up at Ashley and Ashlyn, telling them that where they are right now, from his perspective, if they raise their hands and cup them slightly, it'll look like they're holding the devil's balls.
That's when I was like, the devil has balls?
Yeah.
The devil's laughter echoes over the midway as Ashley asks why they would ever want to do that. Frankie asks when they'll ever see a D that big, and Ashlyn stares him down, retorting that she's looking at one right now. But Frankie just laughs, looking them up and down with his camcorder, remarking how hot they are. And the girls ask him why he's even here when he graduated 2 years ago.
The evidence is piling up.
Yeah.
I need him to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I was watching this and I was like, man, what was this, 10 minutes? I was like, man, this dude's cringy as fuck.
It's disgusting. And then I think we find out that his name is Frankie Cheeks later.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, push him onto the tracks. Yeah. This is irredeemable.
But to this, Frankie says that he stuck around to monitor their development. It's like, is his name Frankie or Aubrey?
Hey,
I will say the casting of Sam Easton, he had auditioned for the part, and they told him basically in the room that his hairline was too receded to play a high school student. And he's like, I just thought it was high. I didn't think.
Yeah.
God,
you know?
damn. That's
And
why I could never.
No, dude. And so they had, I guess, because he's a comedian.
Yeah.
And they had come and taped a set of his. And then I guess his manager showed it to producers, and he had people walk by and look, and they were like, how old do you think this guy is? And they were like, well, you could probably play a high school student. And I don't know what it was in the room that was just, it was not there. But after seeing him perform, and I guess seeing the energy that he brought, they're like, well, maybe he could. But then at the same time, they're having him play.
And
he's not.
graduated,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
isn't he wearing a hat?
He is wearing a hat, yes. And I will say that there is something that comes up later where we see him without a hat.
Yeah.
And it appears, to me, on the featurette, it appears like they added some stubble just to try to make him appear. But I wasn't like, that wasn't why you shouldn't be here or whatever.
I simply cannot handle going to an audition, being excited about it, and then being like, bitch, you look too old. Nobody would ever see me again.
It's like, thanks, guys. Really excited to be here. I'm with CAA or whatever.
But you're telling him that, but but a lot of the other cast as well doesn't look like teenagers.
No.
None of them look like teenagers.
They don't.
They all are and look in their 20s.
Yeah.
All of them.
But Wendy, Jason, Kevin, and Carrie find their place in line behind Lewis as the devil bellows that they may never return from Devil's Flight and to try not to scream. His laughter crackles through the speakers as Wendy pushes through the turnstiles, noticing a sign that reads, "No exit after turnstiles. I'll see you soon." Which, if you recall, that's a Bloodworth line.
Oh.
Okay.
He used it a lot.
Very good. But I'm like, you can't legally have no exit. And later we find out that it's a lie anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if I recall, you were whisked away to an exit at the free fall.
I was. There's always an exit.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
That's kidnapping. But as the group moves through the line, thunder rumbles and lightning flashes. They peer up through a grate in the ceiling, spying the roller coaster cars rolling over the track, as well as a pipe belching smoke that does not seem to be properly secured.
Yeah.
There's a sign.
Yeah.
But as the group lines up behind the gates at the station, the cars from the previous ride return, and all the passengers get off safe and sound. The red gates open, and the crowd pours in, taking their seats. Wendy appears nervous at every creak, and when Jason checks on her, Erin Ulmer, a girl standing in line played by Alex Johnson, tries to set Wendy's mind at ease, telling her that a roller coaster is just elemental physics, a conversion of potential energy to kinetic energy. I was like, please don't be like Swink from Stay Alive. Please.
I'm begging.
I can't do this twice. I will say for her horror connection, Erin Ulmer is a reference to Edgar G. Ulmer, who directed the 1934 film The Black Cat.
Okay.
But Ian McKinley, played by Chris Lemke, dressed as edgy and cool as Aaron is, concurs that the odds are like 1 in 250 million of dying on a roller coaster. This doesn't set Wendy's mind at ease.
No.
And Jason just thanks McKinley with a pat on the shoulder. But McKinley adds that you're more likely to die driving to an amusement park than dying at one.
Cool.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now I'm scared on the ride home, too.
Yeah. And you notice he has the same surname as the school, as the dead president,
Yeah.
as the town. This will come into play later. At first, I was like, why would we do that?
Yeah.
I wasn't a part of it.
You always...
I don't know why.
On set, we were really like wondering. You always...
I like to be involved.
Chris Lemke, I did recognize him, but I could not put my finger on it. And the only reason that I recognize him because it's a movie that I've heard of a lot for a long time, but it's sad to say still I've never seen it. He is in Ginger Snaps. And I know a lot of people love the movie and say that it's really good. And I've never, like I said, I never seen it. But I know enough from the poster or like snippets of it that I recognized his face.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I didn't clock it yet. It's a scene where he speaks more later, but it's almost like he's doing a Christian Slater impression.
That's perfect, dude.
The entire film.
Yeah.
And when he's giving a speech later, there's a little bit of walk-in in there.
Yes.
But this is Christian Slater, like in another body.
That is a very fair
Right?
point.
Okay.
I can see that, yeah. But Wendy and Jason pass an array of skeleton statues, some fashioned like demons, some like the Angel of Death and the Grim Reaper, along with a column of skulls stacked one on top of the other. I will say this insert shot of the column of skulls looks like it's entirely CG. It does not feel a part of the same environment, and I don't think we see it again.
Well, it's like, why'd you build the need?
But in line, Frankie still attempts to hit on Ashley and Ashlyn, showing off his metal necklace of a mudflap girl, boasting that he won it at an attraction called the Wacky Ladder. He says that he likes the necklace because it's old school. Frankie Cheeks is old school.
Push him onto the tracks. This is what I was like. I cannot look at this character for another minute.
That's what I'm saying. Is that what you thought people were talking about back then, or like back then? What's going on?
I do not know.
Oh
I'm fine with his death not being related to the film at all. Like not even
a
part of the premonition.
Like, oh no, that was just
Just let it set the tone. Let it be an appetizer.
No, he died, dude. He
Frankie didn't make it to the coaster.
he was dehydrated in line, and he fucking
just collapsed.
died. But Frankie feigns as if his necklace is talking to him. But when he starts to lick the necklace, Ashley and Ashlyn storm off to his confusion. It's like, how many times has this worked, Frankie Cheeks? Like, are you really confused right now? What?
Yeah, no.
I was just licking my necklace.
That was the A game.
Yeah, this works every time. I'm so confused. But at the front of the line, Kevin tells the ride attendant, played by Harris Allen, that it'll be 4 of them. But when given the green light to sit in the front row, Wendy puts a stop to it, telling the group that she can't sit up front because if she sees the tracks, she'll freak.
If we could just hold the fuck on for 1 second.
Yeah.
Right.
Harris Allen.
Mm-hmm.
As an avid, rabid, obsessed viewer of Queer as Folk back in the day, and I do still have the box set, that's Hunter.
That is Hunter.
I cannot move forward without pointing out Hunter because he is in this and then that's it.
How? You're right.
I went, because I thought he was going to be in it and he is not.
No, he maybe has like 2 lines.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yes. I'm sorry, you may continue.
But Kevin seems a bit perturbed, but he offers up Carrie to sit in the back with Wendy. Carrie isn't into it, however, reminding him that soon she'll be off to Berkeley and won't get to do this for a while, so she's sitting up front. Jason makes a very reluctant sacrifice to sit with Wendy in the back, but Wendy urges him to sit up front, telling him that she'll live. Very interesting.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's...
No, fucker, go up to the front. This was astonishing.
I couldn't believe this.
I could not believe my eyes, my ears, my anything. Even if you don't take any of this which I know that a lot of people would not right off the bat be like, are you sensing something bad about to happen?
Mm-hmm.
She's clearly like on the edge of a panic attack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It is giving Tom Sandoval, but we were going to crush shit with bulldozers.
Yeah.
It is, that's your partner. But I really wanted to ride in the front, babe. Like, that is crazy to me.
Yeah.
Ride in the fucking front, and then you can keep going when we get off the fucking ride.
Yeah.
Like, that is so, it's appalling. I could not believe it. And then I'm the person now, you've made me the person that the last person in the friend group was like, well, I'll fucking sit with her. Like,
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
crazy.
And
that's my best friend and my boyfriend, and you've done this to me? Nah.
I'm sorry, dude. There is no reality in which you're not sitting next to your partner on this roller coaster. Especially the feeling that Wendy has.
Yes. And the reasoning is, no, I'm going to be in the front. I'm finna be in the pit. No, I would not. My friend, I would be like, I'll sit with you. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
My friend.
Yeah.
Your partner, dude? Nah.
I think that's what it was for me, was again, yeah, like you said, she is clearly fixing to panic. So, okay, yeah, no, I got you, babe. Let's whatever. But even that, like you said, if not, it's like, okay, well, let the boys be in the front. Me and you are going to go sit in the back.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yes.
let's go chill.
Yes.
That's fine. Let them be loud. And because a minute ago when we were eating the snacks, you're like, I'm going to break up with this dumbass anyway.
Yeah.
Let them chill. Okay, cool.
And I will say, I do think it's fucked up for Kevin to be like, Carrie will sit in the back with you. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
also fucked up. They're saying, fuck
No, I
you.
won't.
I'm
Yeah,
not
no,
doing that.
all of them.
My best friend?
The fuck I will.
Yeah.
I'm not consoling my best friend.
And I know in a moment we tried to redeem.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Jason?
Jason. We try to redeem him in a minute, but for me, it's just too little too late. Like JoJo
Yeah.
said, it's done.
Yeah.
But Kevin decides to settle it in the only logical way possible. A coin toss. The coin is called in the air, and Kevin is the loser, forced to sit in the back with Wendy, but shrugging it off and taking his loss in stride. And it's wild because Jason's like, moving on up.
Yeah,
That's like, dude, are you fucking kidding me?
I'd be like, you know what, Harvey Dent? Don't fucking
Yeah.
worry about it.
Yeah, no
Don't even worry
shit.
about it.
How is
I
he
see-
Harvey Dent and the Joker?
Yeah. I see an exit right on the other side of this.
Yeah.
I'm not even getting on this fucking ride because you wouldn't do the bare fucking minimum of sitting next to me to make me feel comfortable.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
I'm out.
But before they switch places, Jason sidles up to Kevin, quietly asking him to keep an eye on Wendy because she's kind of freaked out. Kevin agrees to, and they all line up at their numbered gates.
She's your problem now.
Yeah.
I get to sit in the front.
He's like, hell yeah, by the way, she's very distraught.
Yeah.
If you could please look after her. That would really mean a lot to me. Anyway, Carrie, let's go. Yeah, front row. Ow!
Yeah.
I'm so angry. No, she's going to break any minute.
Yeah.
I can't.
And I know you said that we try to redeem, some of these, but I think too, thinking about it, this is also what hurts a lot of their decisions and what they do. You try to make up for it later in the movie, but it's like, I don't care about any of these characters. You keep giving them things to do or say that it's like, I care about you less now.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
I just
Yeah.
like, I don't care.
Well, and I mean, it's the way that we're introduced, the behavior. You're right. It's like, I don't care.
Yeah.
I think the only people that I care about, Wendy, she's our protagonist.
Yeah.
I feel
Yeah.
like Mary Elizabeth Winstead has an inherent likability.
Yeah.
I like McKinley and Aaron because they remind me of the people I hung out with in high school.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then everybody else is just like, whatever.
Yeah.
And then even McKinley and Aaron, we don't get enough time with them.
Yeah.
No, not at all.
But Jason and Carrie line up at gate number 1. Ashley and Ashlyn line up at gate number 5. Lewis lines up at gate number 7. And of course, Wendy and Kevin line up at gate number 6. There's also a group of people that we don't know who they are.
They don't matter.
No. They are
They
wearing...
had an appointment, remember?
Oh, that's right. These people are wearing hoodies and they're cloaked for a reason that we will learn later.
Yeah.
I will say I saw in the featurette that the people these people turn out to be did not play these characters on the day of filming. And they had a difficult fucking time trying to make sure that they stayed hidden, their faces, but didn't look like they were trying to hide their faces. But the number stretches in front of Wendy as the cars arrive and previous passengers disembark. Frankie, however, watches from the line, eyeing and spying Ashley and Ashlyn from behind, and as soon as the car is empty, he runs in front of Wendy and Kevin at gate number 6, rushing to sit behind Ashley and Ashlyn.
Why are the attendants letting this happen?
Yeah.
They're like, well, we need people on the ride anyway. It's
No.
There's plenty of seats down there.
Right.
So
He graduated 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Honestly, he has precedence. Listen to your elders. He can sit wherever he wants.
Kevin tries to pull him out of the seat, but Frankie mockingly tells him to find another car. Avoiding the confrontation, Wendy just collects Kevin to go sit in the next row. Frankie brandishes his camera to Ashley and Ashlyn, telling them, "Guess who's back?" as they scoff at him.
This man is a predator.
Yes. Unabashed.
Yes.
But as Wendy and Kevin make their way to their seats, Jason calls out to Wendy from the front, telling her that he'll meet her at the end. Because I'm on this side.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Puts his arm around her friend. You
Yeah.
ready, babe? What the fuck?
You're Wendy for the ride.
And that's another thing I forgot to mention, but Kevin was like, don't get any ideas or whatever. It's like,
What the fuck was that?
It's so stupid, dude. It's so stupid.
but a bunch of children who absolutely should not be on this ride attempt to get on in the back, but are stopped by a launch attendant played by Stuart Cowan. As they're forced off the ride to their exasperation, Kevin and Wendy take their seats at the back of the car. Their shoulder harnesses click on, and when the ride attendant helps Lewis to secure his tighter, the force of it knocks a cable loose underneath the car, and we see red fluid dripping from it. Frankie, meanwhile, still holds his camera, daring Ashley and Ashlyn to flash him their breasts when they go through the first loop. They do not answer him.
This guy is disgusting, and yet somehow flash me those sweet, sweet titties shocked me. I still wasn't expecting that.
I can't believe this.
How the fuck do you expect them to do that on a loop? First of all,
Yeah.
and you're behind. It just none of it makes sense, and it pisses me off.
Dude, so he understands the fucking physics of a roller coaster.
Yeah.
Because he's like, well, if they're ahead of me
He
and
said-
we hit the loop,
yeah.
then it should be fine. that's absurd.
He said on the loop, and so later when they hit the loop, he's like,
huh?
I hate him so much. I hate him so much.
But the ride attendant slams the gates shut, which startles Wendy. But still in her yearbook mode, she attempts to take a picture before takeoff. The ride attendant ruins the photo, however, waving his hand in front of the camera and pointing to a sign that tells the passengers, no loose objects and no cameras. Kevin asks if it's okay for him to just stash it in his pocket, and the attendant allows this after an apology. But Frankie slyly attempts to do the same without getting caught, stashing his camcorder in his jacket. But Kevin then somehow sticks his finger into the stickiest and longest piece of chewing gum in the history of the world and possibly of chewing gum.
That's a cartoon piece of gum.
It is. And I will say, when you see that, you're like, that's weird. But you know that this is just a weird thing so that later someone can be like, oh, I remember the chewing gum.
The gum, yeah. I will say, though, and that's silly as fuck, but leading up to this, everything that is so routine, the cars from the previous ride coming back onto the track, the harnesses lifting, them coming back down, everything that is so routine if you're riding a roller coaster. All part of the thing, the sitting down, the harnesses, the belts, everything.
Yeah.
It's framed in such a sinister way that every aspect of it is scary when it is the most typical thing of riding a roller coaster. I think it's done very well, and I really appreciate it.
I think it's also in the way that they put you in the shoes of your protagonist.
Yeah.
Where you are so alert at everything. And also, as a fan of the Final Destination franchise, you're looking for signs of everything everywhere.
Everything.
Yeah.
But the attendant presses the button to start the ride. And amongst the sounds of cheers, shots of Jason and Carrie, Aaron and McKinley, Lewis, Ashlyn and Ashley, Frankie Cheeks, Wendy and Kevin, as well as the leaking fluid underneath, they're off.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
And was it just me or did the logo on the front of the car kind of look like the Hell's Kitchen logo?
You're not wrong. Gordon Ramsay's like,
I was like, where did you find that to repurpose that shit?
You know, I feel like there was an episode of Hell's Kitchen where they were on a roller coaster. It's like, just buy the cars.
Yeah.
Fuck it. Speaking of branding, on the featurette, they did talk about wanting to use a real roller coaster, and we'll talk a little bit later about all of this.
Mm-hmm.
But they had first wanted to use this roller coaster that's in Las Vegas, but the company that was going to allow them to use it said that they couldn't change the name of anything and had to use their branding. And so they were like, well, the whole point, you know, this is kind of a theme we're doing here.
Right.
Yeah.
And so they didn't go with it and ended up using a roller coaster in Vancouver. But it's just like, and the other thing is they're like, how the fuck can we explain these kids being in Las Vegas?
Yeah, no, that.
No, it ruins everything.
Yeah. But the chains pull the car up the first hill, the group surveying the lights of the midway below them before cutting to below the support beams, where we watch the car climb as the passengers gaze at the track ahead of them. We watch in POV from the front of the car before it rotates around to capture the fear and delight of the passengers. I thought that was a pretty cool camera move.
Yeah.
I did want to talk about something that I learned on the featurette regarding the shooting of this roller coaster.
Mm-hmm.
The director of photography was a guy called Rob McLaughlin, and he actually shot the first Final Destination.
Okay.
But the difficulty they had was figuring out where to mount the camera for this real roller coaster.
Mm-hmm.
And they ran through some tests with this high-density foam to mount the cameras in position, but because of the intensity of the roller coaster, it kept snapping off.
Yeah.
And so they ran into so many difficulties. One thing they did talk about is using remote control systems with a bunch of different mounted cameras.
Okay.
They used mirrors to kind of give this illusion of the cars coming straight towards the camera. Watching them do it, it's like, this is just movie magic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But they also did something very interesting to extend the length of the ride. Because if I'm not mistaken, the real ride was only about like a minute and a half. And so what they did is they wanted to incorporate what you see in a lot of action films, which is to never use the same shot twice.
Okay.
So the more shots you use, the more different it feels.
Yeah.
Another thing that they did, which is very interesting, is they had the cast members wear clothing with the logos and the everything insignia of the school reversed. And so whenever they shot it, they would later reverse the footage so it looked like it was from a different angle.
Okay.
Wow.
Very nice.
Yeah, and so it makes it look like the ride is longer.
Yeah.
Another thing that I saw in that featurette and read in the production notes is that the actors rode this roller coaster 20 to 25 times each night for several nights. So what they did, because they were terrified that, you know, you're doing this a lot.
Yeah.
These actors are going to get sick.
Well, yeah.
And so what they did is they actually doubled the wardrobe just in case any of the actors did get sick. But they also incorporated these bracelets that I did not know existed until I saw this.
Mm-hmm.
But what they do is they apply pressure points to your wrists, almost like acupuncture does.
Oh, okay.
And
Go on.
It's a very specific spot on your wrist that helps with nausea and motion sickness.
Mm-hmm.
People apparently buy them and wear them for road trips if they get motion sickness.
Okay.
And so it's something that they use. They gave it to every member of the cast. Not one person got sick.
Wow.
Huh. That's interesting.
I am a nauseous queen. I'm going to have to check that out.
But meanwhile, as Frankie readies his camera, hoping to capture a glimpse of Ashley and Ashlyn, we see the liquid leaking from the cable beneath the cars at an alarming rate. They should patch him up with some hot resin. But the chain pulls the car and drops them through the first corkscrew, the group cheering as the car picks up speed, and even Wendy seems delighted. But as the roller coaster chugs on, the tracks begin to creak, and Wendy's fear returns. The car climbs to hit the first loop, and as they rotate, turning upside down, Frankie readies his camera, shouting for Ashley and Ashlyn to show him their breasts. They promptly tell him to fuck off, Ashlyn reaching behind to smack the camera out of his hand, and we watch it tumble from the loop, its strap catching the metal of the track and wrapping around it securely.
Now, it kind of put itself on there.
It did.
Well, I'm like, you've killed us all, Frankie.
Yeah.
Your perversion has killed us all. This is why we ask for a little decorum.
a little. Just on roller coaster.
Yeah.
But when the car hits the bottom of the loop, its wheels collide with the camcorder, dislodging the loose and leaking wire, shooting sparks and sending the car careening down the track unbalanced. The harnesses begin to lift on their own as the group starts to scream, accompanied by the sound of the wire whipping through the air and the screech of the metal on metal as the car continues on a path of destruction.
This is just one of Mr. Price's jokes, right? Right, guys?
Dude, there's a moment
Right?
that is so clear. The passengers scream in fear as sparks fly, and the car rides dangerously through another loop. When it hits the bottom, the rickety wheels break off on one side, dislodging the front end and sending the entire front section off the side of the track, killing Jason, Carrie, Ashley, Ashlyn, and Frankie.
I hope you enjoyed your front row seat.
I will say again, this is the part where I'm like, we just killed fucking like 6 people.
Yeah.
Just not even.
Just immediately.
Yeah. But Wendy screams in horror as Lewis pulls himself from his seat on the car, loses his footing, and is left dangling from the side, gripping the car for dear life. As they hit several corkscrew turns, Lewis eventually loses his grip, tumbling through the air, but Kevin rises from his seat to grab a hold of him as he reaches the back of the car. He holds on for as long as he can, but when a chunk of the car dislodges from the track, it collides with Lewis, sending him through the air, his spine cracking bloody against the support beams. The piece of debris shatters, smashing against the support beams, creating a jutting spike, as well as the track ahead of them, causing a portion of it to break. And it does look a lot like House on Haunted Hill.
Yes.
But the car speeds towards it, and as the music grows frenzied, they sail right over it, coasting towards another loop. But as soon as the car reaches the top, it screeches to a halt upside down. The inertia and gravity send Aaron and McKinley tumbling out of their seats, catching themselves on their headrests, their legs dangling above a certain death below.
It would be a wrap on Reneé. I have no upper body strength. It would just be like, I would just be gone.
Well, Bart hung on at Duff Gardens. I thought,
that's Bart, and I love that for him. It's not happening over here.
Yeah.
But Wendy screams for them to hold on, and they do for as long as they can until they eventually let go, dropping to their screaming deaths with a splatter. I will say as well, 2 no-names with hoodies on. We do not know who they are. I do not know these people. They suffer the same fate, but we will find out who they are later.
Mm-hmm.
But the last 2 left in the car, with Wendy's arms acting as an over-the-shoulder harness for Kevin.
See, I'd try to keep you up. But I give, this is tense and I'm watching, but that car just sitting there, I was like, come on.
Yeah. Kevin urges her to rock the car back in the other direction with the momentum of their body weight. They give it a try. It's very funny because Kevin goes, gently. It's like, yeah, dude.
Yeah,
We're not trying to die here.
He's remarkably composed.
I wouldn't use the word gently.
Easy now.
But eventually, the wheels start to roll backwards, picking up speed as they descend from the loop. Kevin attempts to return to his seat, but his efforts are futile when the car sails into the errant spike of the support beam, bisecting him in half, his legs and entrails resting in the seat next to Wendy and splattering her with blood as she screams. The car then reaches the broken section of the track, breaking free from it and plunging in a metallic heap to the ground below. Wendy is let loose from her seat, and she closes her eyes as the track beneath her gets closer and closer, until the camera pulls back from her opened and tear-filled eye, sitting in the back of the car, still at the station, where the ride hasn't started yet.
Fuck off. Get out of here.
Yeah,
that was too long. That was too long for you to come back and be like, psych. I enjoyed all of that, but dude, you took us through all of that to be like, nope.
Well, it's like the plane.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that a little more.
Well, the plane I felt like was more, I don't know, there was something very special about the way that was shot for me. And there's an odd nostalgia that follows me fearfully.
Yeah.
That part, because even rewatching it for the show, I remember it disturbed me. Like, it's hard to watch.
But I will say this idea for a roller coaster being the setting of this opening sequence was an idea presented by a producer at New Line Cinema, Richard Brenner. It actually wasn't the idea of Wong or Morgan.
Okay.
But they had said that because a lot of people in interviews were asking them about real life roller coaster tragedies and if that informed their decision to do it. And they said, we hadn't thought or talked about any of that. It was simply just a matter of this place seeming like a very interesting place to do one of these sequences.
Yeah.
And a place that people go all the time.
Yeah.
They had talked about when you think of a plane, a lot of people think about certain possibilities. When you go on a roller coaster, it's really just to have fun.
Yeah.
And they take so many precautions a lot of the time for things like this to not happen. And so it kind of adds to this feeling of going to have fun, and this is the result of it.
Yeah.
But they did say that this was the most complex of all opening disasters to date when it was made. They also said that they couldn't find the proper coaster exactly that fit all of the specifications in the script. And I know you have a lot on this, Nay.
Yeah.
But they pieced it together from different locations, and they nicknamed it the Franken Coaster.
That's great. I read an article on Animation World Network and watched pieces of the featurette, and just watching how they did kind of Franken this thing together is really amazing. So the roller coaster sequence was done by Meteor Studios, but the Viz effects supervisor for the film was Ariel Velasco Shaw. I just wanted to talk about a couple of his credits before we talk about the roller coaster thing specifically. He did the original Final Destination. He worked on Armageddon, Scary Movie 2, Bones, Freddy vs. Jason, The Conjuring 2, Contact, Aladdin, Beauty and the Beast, and The Nightmare Before Christmas.
Jeez.
And that's just some of them. It's incredible.
Yeah.
But I learned that the real coaster that they used, because a lot of this was done with just the cars against a green screen on decks. But the real coaster that they used was 65 feet high. And so they digitally extended it to make it this coaster, which is supposed to be 290 feet high. That sounded horrifyingly high to me.
Yeah.
And so I was like, how tall is the Texas Giant?
Yeah.
And so the Texas Giant, I looked it up. It's 153 feet tall.
Okay.
I think that's got to be the tallest roller coaster I've ever been on.
And you feel every foot.
You feel every inch. But at Six Flags Great Adventure in New Jersey, the King Dakar is 456 feet high. And I think that it said that it was the tallest coaster in North America.
Okay.
So it's more than double the Texas Giant.
Damn.
Yeah, it was astonishing to me. It's taller than this fake roller coaster. But they pre-visualized it for Wong to look at. They did a very cheaply animated rendering so they could decide on all of those angles and figure out what could be done practically and what would need to be CG. But like I said, they built several decks in front of a green screen. One of the decks had several cars. I think that's the one where the huge group of them just fall off. One had a few cars that could be shaken and moved up and down kind of like hydraulically, I guess. And then one was just a car by itself that could freely spin.
Oh, wow.
And that's the one that Texas Battle's stuntman hangs from when he goes off.
Okay.
And they said that that was the most complicated facet of this opening was his death, because they had to render the real actor. They made 18 digital actors for the shots that they couldn't have a real actor in.
Oh, wow.
And they said that it was all animated by hand. None of this was mocap. None of it.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
But in his death, it needed a piece of everything that they had figured out how to do. So they said that his was the most complicated. But this opening with the coaster had 144 VFX shots, which
Lord.
was a third of the entire film. Was just this opening.
They and the production designer said that this was a very top-loaded film.
Yeah.
As far as work is concerned.
I did see on that featurette too when they're going on the loop when she smacks the camera out of his hand. They're not upside down. The camera is upside down. And so they have the camera on this thing that they spin and they look like they're upside down. And then they had a man in like a green screen outfit standing against the green screen, and he had Frankie Cheeks's camera on a string, and when she knocks it out of his hand, he pulls it away on the string so it looks like it's falling. But they were talking about all the great things that CG can do, but they said sometimes the most effective thing is just having the real actors in the real car on a deck and having a guy on every corner just shaking the shit out of it.
Well,
and I think, like I said at the top, that this film does a really great job of marrying those two things together. Like for Kevin's death, they said that they filmed a plate of him, just the actor, reacting to being hit. And then they did another one of him harnessed and being pulled away with green pants on. So it looks against the green screen like only his torso is pulled away. Then they did another shot of intestines falling as he's being pulled away and the fake legs in the seat with Mary Elizabeth Winstead reacting to it. And just the way that you put all of these things together, the marriage of practical and CG, it's just really incredible. I did see on that featurette, though, that when they're upside down and hanging, they were really upside down, and the actors were very upset.
I can imagine.
Yeah, McKinley in particular was like, this sucks balls. Like he was like, they were bruised, they were sore because obviously they're protected, but they're trying to hold in the seats using their legs, like it looked painful. But in that featurette, it looks like the last thing that Ryan Merriman filmed was his death in this.
Really?
And the last thing that Mary Elizabeth Winstead filmed was her falling and screaming. And so they had her on wires with the wind blowing in her face, and then they lower her back down, and they're like, that's a wrap on Mary.
Wow.
Yeah. I was like, that's really cool.
Yeah.
I do want to say this is, obviously, for me, I just don't think that you can match how iconic the first and second opening sequences were. But what they did here, I think, is just very admirable work.
It's great. It's really, really great.
And I mean, despite the very quick deaths of like 5 people, I think there are a few like little moments of this Rube Goldberg situation.
Right.
Setting up this spine later for Kevin to fall into, setting up the track that kills Wendy.
Yeah.
I do think that it is a little bit lacking for me, but I see why it is so memorable and why so many people point to this as one of their favorite things in the franchise.
Yeah.
And I don't like when I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Like, I did enjoy this, but again, like you said, we lost all those people immediately.
Oh yeah.
And then for them to take it back and be like, psych, I'm like, no, what?
What's funny is it's not just people that we lose immediately, it's the boyfriend and the best friend.
No,
Yeah,
and
that's
it's just
true.
like, well,
You remember on Final Destination the first, whenever that girl gets sucked out of the cabin, we spend a lot of time just on her death, don't know her name, don't know anything about her.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I get it.
I agree with you 100% where it's like, oh, the boyfriend and the best friend, whatever.
Bye.
Yeah. I just saw a car fall. I didn't even know who was in it. But the attendant once again ruins Wendy's photograph for the yearbook, and he once again alerts Kevin to the sign that forbids loose objects and cameras. Kevin once again apologizes and offers to put it in his pocket. After he does, his hand reaches for the spot on the seat where the longest and stickiest bit of chewing gum in the history of the world is residing.
I'd be like, Angela's got fake tickets.
Yeah.
Frankie's got a death camera.
Yeah, dude. Then we'll talk about what she actually says, which is like, really? But Wendy notices the gum fearfully, and just as the attendant goes to push the button to start their ascent, tears stream down Wendy's face, and she screams for them not to. Kevin tries to calm her down, as does Jason from the front of the car, but Wendy is adamant that the car will crash, very specifically stating that the hydraulics will rupture and the track will fail.
So I was like, did she see it like a movie like we did?
Yeah.
She's like, there's red juice coming out.
No, but it's from Lewis's seat. The angle was from Lewis's seat. But I'm like, why did she say, like you said, get that pervert's camera out of here?
Yeah.
Because I would think
Anything.
in my head it was going bad.
Yeah.
With the leak, but it seemed to really take a turn as soon as it hit fucking Frankie Cheeks' camera.
Yeah. I would just be Marge Simpson. Let me out. I would cause such a fucking scene that they'd be like, get her the fuck out of here.
Yeah, you guys go ahead. I'm going to set this one.
Yeah, enjoy your front row seat.
Yeah.
It's
beloved. Betty till I'm deady, I guess.
It makes me think of Alex in the first one where he was like, screaming, making a scene, and they're like, "You're gonna be removed." He's like,
Yes!
Yeah, that's what I wanted. I don't want to die here."
Yeah.
But Colquitt, played by Patrick Gallagher, who seems to be in charge here, arrives on the scene and tells the attendants to just let Wendy and Kevin off the ride, but the majority of the shoulder harnesses in the car release instead. Colquitt asks Wendy what happened, and she tries to explain that she saw it all in her head, but Kevin belittles her, telling Colquitt that Wendy was just a little upset earlier. It's very messed up, but even more messed up is Lewis, who tells him to calm down this B word.
Yeah.
Have a seat, Lewis, and I'll see your ragdoll ass later. I won't, actually. I won't see you later.
Lewis then mocks her, saying that she's just trying to get some attention. Jason, Wendy's boyfriend, if you recall, says nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Get this bitch out of here. Jason's like, well, I did make it to the front. We had an appointment.
We are trying to ride this, right?
Right, babe, I'll meet you at the bottom.
Honey.
But Kevin jumps to Wendy's defense, calling Lewis a real piece of shit and telling him, fuck you. Lewis responds hilariously with, fuck moi?
Yeah.
I'm like, was this a callback to France?
Yeah.
Maybe.
To Paris?
I hope. It's got to be something. But a pushing match begins. Lewis's arm swinging and reaching back to accidentally slap Erin in the face, which gets her and McKinley off the ride and involved in the scuffle.
I cannot think of a universe where me as myself would choose to stay on that ride.
No.
Yeah.
If I would have gotten off of a plane to fucking Paris because of the commotions on Flight 180, this coaster can kiss the fattest part of my ass.
Oh, no, yeah. No shit.
I don't need this.
Dude, I've never even heard of Devil's Flight.
I don't know her.
Yeah, just seeing that, I'd be like, oh, maybe
It's like
not.
you're tempting fate at this
Yeah.
point. And this could be a random person just screaming and causing a scene. I don't care. You've planted this in there's no way. No roller coaster. It can override the anxiety that would come with this.
Yeah.
No, superstitious or not.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, something else I thought of when you're talking about that is kind of the theme of a carnival where it's really try your luck.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
And these people are.
And her warning is too specific.
Yeah.
It's not something bad's going to happen. It's the hydraulics.
I think, and that's the
Yeah.
thing with
It's too
whenever they
specific.
asked Alex, he was like, the fucking plane's going to explode.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah.
She wasn't like, the hydraulics are not up to code.
Yeah.
On rail 75 or whatever.
Alex is like, the south engine or whatever the fuck, I don't know the parts of it.
But
The west engine.
There's a gremlin on the wing.
Yes,
would
he's William Shatner.
That would make it more alarming.
Yes.
You're naming specific shit that's going to fail. What did you do to this coaster?
That.
Or what did... No.
You know what I would
What
say?
do you know
Yeah.
about?
Honestly, why don't we just look at it? If I'm saying the hydraulics are leaking right now.
Yeah.
They're
Take a
like, we
look.
were supposed
Yeah.
to leave at 9:15. We're already very behind schedule.
We have another appointment at 9:30, so we got to get these
How
punks
long
out
is
of
that
here.
ride?
Yeah.
It's
Not
good.
long.
No, this one's going to be
Yeah.
a little longer than most, I'd say. But Jason calls out to the attendant, asking to be let out. And for some reason, Colquitt, in the process of breaking up the fight, screams, "No one else gets off this ride."
That made me laugh out loud.
Yeah, what?
Why?
Yeah.
Did he get possessed by death for a second?
It's Tony Todd's.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously. Like, we're losing a lot of kids already, all right?
What sense does that make? They're
no
like, look,
idea.
we're going to go out of business
Yeah.
if these kids get off the
If every kid that has a superstition gets let off this ride, we can't.
It just makes zero sense.
Yeah.
Like, literally no sense.
But Ashlyn and Ashley step off the ride too. Ashley admonishing their behavior is so high school, and Ashlyn offering, "Let's out," because I guess she's too cool to say get.
Yeah.
But of course, Frankie follows them off too, because he's been following them everywhere. But the fight is broken up, and Jason pleads to be let off the ride to check on Wendy. But his pleads are drowned out by the passengers on the ride breaking into a little blitzkrieg bop. Hey ho, let's go. The attendants follow their orders because I guess they're in charge now.
Yeah.
It's mob mentality.
Yeah, I guess we got to do what they say. But they start the rides against Jason's protests.
Again, for me, this is too little too late for Jason. You never should have been up there to begin with. Whatever. It's sad for Wendy, whatever. But it did make me laugh because he's like, let me out. And the attendant had like no expression.
Yeah.
It was like full NPC, just turning the lever. It was just very funny to
He's
me.
like, I just hear the Ramones. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all I'm hearing.
Waiting for his cues.
Yeah. But Wendy watches as the ride begins, rushing over to the control panel, screaming for the attendants to stop the ride because the tracks are broken. But she's quickly scooped up or possibly tackled by Colquitt.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
It looked like he
I was
tackled
like, oh my God. Is that necessary?
No.
Where's their parents?
I don't know. But Colquitt takes her outside along with an uncredited security guard who drags Kevin with him. As they head outside, Colquitt tries to calm Wendy, telling her that she'll settle down once she's home and asking for her mother's phone number. But before Wendy can even answer, the group stops dead in their tracks when they hear screaming coming from up above. They watch as the broken track leads to destruction and tragedy, the car immediately careening off the side of the ride, just as Wendy imagined and predicted.
I'm sorry. The fact that as soon as she gets out there, like it happened immediately.
It was very fast.
On the, when we, in the vision, this was what did I say? 290 feet tall?
Yes.
There should have been, I think, more time ramping up.
Yeah.
But just as soon as she steps out for that car to come flying, it really tickled me. Like it was just so fast.
No, that is something too that I noticed, and that was my note, was in your vision, it took dude's cheeks, his camera.
You're right.
Yeah, and he's not on the ride.
Yeah,
He's not on the ride.
And 5 minutes before anything happened. This happened in 30 seconds.
And another thing, I think about how they do it on the first Final Destination.
Yeah.
Where there's much more build up. They have a conversation. And what's very important to me, we see it from a different angle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to see this coaster from their perspective. I don't want to see it from the same fucking shot that we saw earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it throws me off even more because of what you just said. They hit the loop.
Yeah.
The camera fell. Like none of that.
No.
So Death was just like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
This is going off.
Yeah.
Either it's the hydraulics or it's Frankie Cheeks.
Yeah. Well, one or the other.
Yeah. But as Colquitt and the other guard rush back toward the ride, Wendy stands there sobbing, realizing that her fear has come true and her boyfriend and her best friend, among many others, are now dead. We fade to black. But when we fade back in, Wendy stands in front of a window on a staircase at McKinley High School as rain pours outside. Under cold blue hues, as the storm rages, Wendy walks alone down the stairs into her locker in the hallway on the first floor. She opens it to gather her things, catching her reflection in the mirror on the inside of the door, as well as a photograph of Jason, which she promptly retrieves before closing the locker. She turns to walk away, but stops immediately as her glassy eyes stare at a mural in the hallway. Surrounded by candles, letters, wreaths, and photographs, and gold letters around the photos, it reads, "To lost classmates and friends." And as Wendy approaches it, she focuses on the photos of Carrie and Jason. The camera presses in on Jason's smiling face, and Wendy tries to steel herself to keep from crying. You can cry, it's fine.
Yeah. And I'm like, how much time has passed?
It's not been...
Yeah.
No, right? Because that was like an end of the year thing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
But suddenly, the flames of the candles on the table in front of the mural seem to react to a foul wind blowing through the hall, bending to one direction until only one of them is snuffed out completely. And I will say it is a little creepier that it was only just the one candle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Wendy rounds the corner, throwing everything from her locker into a garbage can. That is not what I expected.
Including the picture.
Yeah. Yeah.
That shocked me.
What happened?
She's like, fuck this.
But at a far entrance at the other end of the hall, Kevin notices her and calls out, but Wendy rushes off on her own, forcing Kevin to chase after her. He finds her outside in the rain, and she lowly mutters that she's just here to pick up her diploma, and to Kevin's surprise, she tells him that she won't be going to graduation. Kevin stops Wendy, telling her that she's not the only one in a fucked up place, and that he thought it might be good for her to be somewhere where other people feel the same way. Wendy asks sarcastically, "At graduation?" before scowling that she's had enough funerals, and she walks by him. But Kevin stops her again, asking her to just do it for Jason and Carrie. But Wendy rejects this notion, remarking that if you die, you're just dead and they don't even know. She asks if they're really up there in heaven with Lincoln and Gandhi, would they even care about their high school graduation? Wendy states that she's alive and she doesn't even care. And as soon as she pulls out of the parking lot, she's leaving McKinley for good. She asks without Jason what's here for her. But Kevin tells her that he's here, and he reveals that he made a promise to Jason that he would take care of her. You're taking this a little far.
What?
He's like, for life? Got
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Check.
Right, I've always loved you.
Wait, what? And I will say, I'm sorry, but we've been introduced to not only Wendy's sister, but thoughts of her mother. And
Yeah.
she's like, there's nothing for me here.
I hate everyone but Jason.
I've always hated it here. But Wendy rightfully reminds him that Jason just meant on the ride for 3 minutes, assuring him that he wasn't making a promise for a lifetime.
Here's the thing. If that's the last thing that my friend ever said to me, I would take that to mean, oh, we're in this. Like, I'm going to look over you because he's gone now.
Mm-hmm.
That is not the character that we were introduced to when he's taking fucking upskirt shots and he's, well, I mean, I'll flip you for it, but I want to fucking tobacco. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
It's just, I don't, and I know that obviously the stakes are different, you know, whatever. But it is so weird to introduce us to such a fucking gross and unlikable character. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, he's, you know?
Yeah.
It's just weird. I don't like him.
To pretend that none of this happened.
Yes.
Yeah.
But Wendy puts it bluntly. If it wasn't for him and Jason being friends, or her and Carrie being friends, the two of them never would have hung out. They don't even like each other.
And Carrie didn't like you either. She's going to fucking dump you after graduation.
I was so afraid of this.
I thought she was going to.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that would be the reason for them to have that conversation.
I mean,
Because it doesn't come back into play. I mean, I guess that she was planning for a future that didn't happen. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought she was going to be like, and fucking Carrie hated your ass too.
I think it was supposed to maybe give a little more sympathy to Kevin as a character, but it doesn't work.
No.
It doesn't, because you were acting a fucking fool in front of your girlfriend, being disrespectful to her, being disrespectful to women. The fact that your girlfriend's like, yeah, I'm breaking up with them soon. I don't feel bad for you. She should.
No, she has a million reasons why.
Well, not only that, if you're saying like we're not even friends, we were never friends if it wasn't for whatever. Well, we seen how shitty your boyfriend was. We seen how your friend didn't give a shit about you either.
No.
Mm-hmm.
This dude sat with you because he lost a fucking coin flip or whatever. Like, again, I'm supposed to care that they're dead.
Yeah.
Like that these characters are gone. I don't.
Yeah.
I feel like that kind of did the reverse for me, and I'm like, do those deaths matter now? Did what we just watched, like, it's like...
You're supposed to care.
Yeah. I mean,
And are they the only ones that die that we mention again?
Yeah, how many people were on this ride?
yeah.
There wasn't just 2 people on the
No.
coaster.
I don't think so. But the rain soaks them both as Kevin accepts this and Wendy walks away. We find McKinley and Aaron seated in the common area outside under an awning, McKinley glancing at his yearbook, lamenting the fact that his last name is the same as the name of their high school.
I'm sure that doesn't matter.
Nah,
Yeah.
it's fine. Amber walks past him and over to Julie and Perry, boasting about who she got to sign her yearbook. We don't see who, but Julie notices her sister walking alone through the rain. McKinley and Aaron see her too, as do Ashlyn and Ashley, who whispers to her best friend that she thinks they should invite Wendy somewhere. The two girls do approach Wendy, holding their yearbooks over their heads as they share their plan to go to the tanning salon before graduation tonight. And they tell Wendy that they're so totally cool if Wendy wants to come with. Aaron and McKinley just laugh as Ashlyn concurs. Totally. This has to be a Halloween reference.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Ashlyn gives Wendy her number, writing it down in case she wants to talk. She says that she already has Wendy's number, which I don't know how, but okay.
Yeah, they don't elaborate.
No.
Yeah.
As the girls walk away, bragging within earshot that was so nice of them, Wendy just crumples up the piece of notebook paper and puts it in her pocket.
Here's the thing for me. And I know that we were talking shit about every single person on that ride earlier.
Yes, we were.
Admittedly, the pat on the back was pretty cringy.
Yeah.
They came over to her. They tried to offer her friendship to join in what, their plans so that she wouldn't be alone. Her own sister didn't even do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And McKinley and Aaron can laugh at them for whatever, going to tan or whatever the fuck they were laughing at, saying totally. They didn't extend a hand.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin did, whatever. I feel like they, at least as self-absorbed as they are, realized, look at her.
Yeah.
She needs a fucking friend. So it's like, yeah, we can make fun of them and yeah, they're self-absorbed and oh my God, they're tanning and whatever. But it's like, they tried, you know what I mean? And it does make me give a fuck about them a little bit more because what have they really done? They haven't done anything. Maybe they're a little superficial. They're fucking high school girls. Like, who gives a shit?
They're plastics.
They're plastics.
Yeah, it's fine.
I believe this is a reference to
A Mean Girls reference.
Girls.
Just watch the goddamn movie.
I'll get to it.
But yeah, they're harassed by a fucking grown adult who won't leave them alone. Like, I understand that they're supposed to be like easy targets, and this was like the heyday of, ew, Paris Hilton, I want to watch her die in House of Wax or whatever.
And this feels like stand-ins.
It does.
Yeah.
The velour suit. Like, I get that they're easy targets to make fun of, but this, I was like, that was very kind of them. And yeah, the pat on the back, I'm rolling my eyes, whatever. But it's like no one else.
Yeah.
Her own sister sat there and watched her walk through the rain all depressed and fucking sat on her ass.
She's like, damn.
Yeah, sis, you look like shit.
Is that my fucking bracelet?
I'm just saying, I would like to make it known that, give them a little credit.
Something. But in the parking lot, Kevin rushes after Wendy again, awkwardly announcing, "You're not alone," which is honestly a hilarious way to enter a room that only one other person is in.
Yeah.
And I'm going to start using it.
Yeah.
It's true.
But after breezing past Wendy's annoyance as she opens her car door, Kevin explains that she isn't alone because it's happened before. He says that he went online looking for an explanation for everything, but Wendy just sits down inside of her car and closes the door.
Did he go online in the last 5 minutes? Because he didn't talk about this one.
No, I feel like you should have led with that.
Yeah.
But he's like, oh, wow, she ditched me in the rain. I guess I'll go to the library.
Wendy, wait!
The first thing I looked up, it was the 2000 supernatural horror film Final Destination.
That part, because it's going through it, I'm like, you have the DVD.
Yeah.
There's no
you
way.
were watching this.
Like,
you read the back.
And on the director's commentary, they said... But Kevin knocks on her window, just asking for her to listen to him. And when she reluctantly rolls it down, Kevin continues that he found a story about a high school French class from New York. 6 years ago, they went on a trip to Paris, and when they were boarding, a kid had a vision that the plane was going to explode, just like she did.
First of all, put some respect
on
Alex Browning's name.
Some kid, I don't know.
It's not a kid. You can remember the destination, the type of class, the flight number. Remember his name.
Yeah. Kevin elaborates that the kid freaked out and 7 people got off of the plane, just like them. Wendy looks up at him silently as he leans into her window, telling her that on takeoff, Flight 180 blew up. And over the next several months, everyone who got off the plane started dying in weird accidents, and they died in the order that they would have if they stayed on the plane, unless someone intervened, and then it skipped them. Hold on. I will explain away 25% of it, but then the other 75 is pure conjecture.
Yeah.
That I do not know where the fuck you got this unless you watch the movie.
Yeah.
What did you Google to get this information?
Because if you remember the beginning of Final Destination 2, the main character is asleep in bed and we see something on her television.
Mm-hmm.
What it is this author who has put together a conspiracy theory about death basically not giving up if you cheat it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so that part can be there because he could have just looked up and found that interview.
Right.
But him saying that they died in the same order that they would have died?
And that it being skipped. And
Yeah. And they're like, and then he died like a falling brick because Devin Sawa didn't want It's like, you're too specific. Did you listen to Pod Mortem? What is that? And one thing that I must say that I know is got to be a pet peeve for Reneé specifically, this is a research scene that was conducted off screen.
that we didn't fucking get.
Yeah.
And it feels like I probably would have just allowed it if we had gotten the research scene. We might have had a kiki about really that came up on Google.
Yeah.
Whatever. But the fact that you, like you said, it's off screen and this is information that I feel like you need to earn.
Yeah.
Like stumbling upon it in the sense of, oh, it happened in this order. I feel like it's a very like clear line in the other two. This one, it's not really. And then you're still like given all this information on a platter to, I don't know, make the movie go faster.
I don't know.
Like, I don't know. It's odd.
Well, what was the order was what their seating arrangement in the plane on the first one?
It was the way that the plane would have like exploded and
Yeah, because they
Right,
followed
'cause-
the wiring.
Yeah.
And then the second one was the accident, what happened after.
Yeah.
Oddly, the second one was also, I believe it was in reverse.
But there was
Okay.
still an
But
order.
yeah.
There was. And that's the other thing as well, is that nobody this big event happened.
Yeah.
There was a premonition. Nobody has died yet. This is a conversation that waits until a few deaths happen, like you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because then it's like, holy shit. It's just like, and then you have, it's just like this moment. And even in the original, it wasn't until Todd
Yeah.
that they
Okay.
went and talked to Bloodworth.
Yeah, yeah.
And Bloodworth, and that's another thing that's lacking here.
Yeah.
Because then we don't need to say, did he fucking Google this?
Yeah.
Did he buy the DVD on fucking
Yeah.
Yeah.
eBay?
Because it's what on eBay. Because it's what it feels like. And I do want to point out and make sure that we all understand that Kevin is the one bringing this information.
Yes.
That
Yeah.
Kevin is the one passionate about this information. Kevin is the one that believes this information.
He does.
He believes they're stuck in a movie called Final Destination.
Yeah. It's like, have you heard Into the Void by Nine Inch Nails? But to his theories, Wendy just seethes. Fuck you, Kevin. Before driving away through the rain against his protests.
But why?
I don't know. Really?
Like, he's like, again, I know we just gave a whole thing about him getting this information super fast by the time it took her to crumble the paper and then get to the car.
Yes, yeah.
But he, even if it sounds far-fetched, he's offering you some kind of explanation.
Yeah.
Even if it sounds crazy, your premonition wasn't?
That
See, and that's, I
you
think,
experienced something.
that's the thing that's bothering me the most. We talked off mic and Nate was talking about the way that Alex handled everything, the way he started piecing everything together. It is very clear to do this when you are the one who had the premonition.
Yeah.
For her to have this premonition and then just to be like, well, I'm going to college, so
Fuck you, you creep.
Yeah.
it's weird. There's nothing for me here.
What? What is happening?
But Ashley and Ashlyn arrive at the tanning salon, drinking the last bit of their giant orange slushes. When they see that no one is at the front desk, they ring the bell sitting there. Yuri, played by Alexander Kalusian, stands outside on the telephone, but opens the back door to tell them silently that he'll be with them in a second. The girls are very annoyed at having to wait, Ashlyn remarking that it happens every single time they come here. But Ashley, walking around as if she owns the place, suggests that they go for 20 minutes in the Muller, snagging a couple of eye protectors from a jar of alcohol, clearly marked, danger, extremely flammable.
Yeah.
This is important.
That's going to come into play.
Yeah.
But again, and as we move into, you know, this room, which to a lot of people is an everyday activity, it recontextualizes all of these things to make them frightening.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is literally like living in my brain for an hour and a half, and everybody gets to do it now.
You all see how it is.
You just see all the things that could go wrong. And that's just, for me, what this franchise, and like you said, John Paul, I don't know if I've seen past this one, but thus far, that is the thing that it really excels at for me, is taking everyday things and being like, oh, but this could also kill you in this specific way, you know?
And every time you guys come, you hadn't checked the like Google reviews or Yelp or whatever the fuck it is.
They seem to know what they're getting into.
But she says that that's exactly what they did for all the funerals, and they turned out amazing. Ashlyn, however, thinks that since that was just a couple of weeks ago and they're still pretty bronzed, they should really just go for a tune-up. But Ashley just shares that she wants them to look their best for all those kids who died that night and will never get a graduation. Ashlyn agrees and apologizes, a fist bump sealing their deal.
I will say, I do think that Wendy was right about their dead friends not caring about if she went to graduation or not. Their dead friends care about how tan Ashlyn and Ashley are.
That's all.
That is the priority here. So yes.
They're just floating above it.
This is for all of them.
But in her bedroom at home, Wendy continues packing her things for university until Julie walks in through their adjoining bathroom, rushing to Wendy's luggage and rifling through it to find a silver bracelet. She seizes it, telling Wendy that this is her good guy, good luck bracelet that their grandmother left her in the will. I don't know what that. I thought it was like, is this a Child's Play?
Yeah. It's like, wow.
Chucky bracelet.
Yeah. Apparently, and I looked it up because I was like, you got to help me out with this.
Yeah.
It's a good guy, good luck bracelet. I guess luck with the guys.
Oh.
But it's weird for her grandmother to be like, here you go.
You need help.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucked.
My thing was her boyfriend just died.
Yeah.
And you're like, this is my fucking bracelet. I was like, okay, so we're not cutting our sister any slack at all. Okay,
No.
got it.
Business as usual.
Well, though, but on the other foot, my boyfriend just died. I'm going to need this.
Why did she?
That's true.
Why did she have it?
Because, and it's very clearly stated later in the film, she goes, it's the bracelet our grandmother gave to Julie.
Yeah. What the fuck?
It's not.
It's not.
I have no clue.
Before Julie can storm off with her bracelet, Wendy stops her, tearfully and reluctantly asking her for help. She admits that she has such guilt over Jason's death, saying that she should have never let him go on that ride.
She did everything that she could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, aside from like assaulting the attendant.
Yeah.
And she was being dragged away.
Yeah.
What more? She got tackled, for fuck's sake.
Honestly, Colquitt should be a little
Yeah.
upset.
Mm-hmm.
But she reminds her sister in the audience that she's usually such a control freak.
She is?
But she didn't do enough to stop it. She says that she would give anything to have a second chance, but she can't. And she doesn't want to someday feel that way about Julie.
Well, you did get a second chance, girly pop. You mean a third chance?
Yeah. How many premonitions do you want?
Yeah, no shit. Right, I don't like that one. Let's do another one.
Yeah.
Do over.
Wendy laments that she can't talk to their parents and that Julie is all she has left. I will say this gives this misunderstanding that their parents have passed away.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I thought. Like I said earlier, I'd completely forgotten that she was like, I'm going to tell mom or whatever. And later they say something about their dad's car. I was like, oh, you do have parents because they're in the house. You never see them. You never hear them.
You know what? And that's funny you say that because I thought the same thing. And then I was like, oh, so wait, but you can't, because I was like, are you in a dorm room? And then I was like, no, you can't be at college yet. I was like, where are you?
Yeah. And apparently they are just like downstairs.
Yeah.
I just feel like your daughter's going through a lot. Like for you to not make an appearance in this at all is wild.
And no funeral appearance.
No. Even, I mean, Nancy's mom was drunk all the time, but even
she was there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. She showed up.
Yeah.
But Wendy asks if when she finds a place, Julie could come stay with her for a while. Julie softens, telling her sister that she knows that she will. As she drops the bracelet onto Wendy's desk, Julie tells her to keep it for now and that she'll get it back when she comes to visit. But this comes with strings attached, as Julie immediately asks if she can use Wendy's school camera for graduation tonight. Wendy allows it, as long as Julie brings it back to school on Monday. But when she picks it up, she realizes that the battery is low and offers to charge it while Julie goes to get ready. After Julie leaves, Wendy plugs in the camera, and as the screen turns on, the first photograph that pops up is one of Jason, striking a pose in front of the devil statue before they got on the ride. The music grows eerie as the camera presses in.
Well, now he gets to do that for real.
What, meet the devil?
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right.
Here's my thing. We were talking about it earlier when she runs into her at the thing. I almost feel like it would make more sense if they were twins.
Yeah.
Okay.
If Julie was also a senior. Because she's going to graduation.
Mm-hmm.
She was at senior night. Like, it is very odd. She was out there with the yearbooks with all the other seniors that were at. It's, I don't know. It's like a nitpicky thing, but I just don't understand what the relevance was of making her
Younger?
her kid sister or whatever. It's like weird. I don't know.
Maybe you could even play off the twin. You know what I mean? That's why she has premonitions.
Could be.
You know, I just...
Everybody knows twins are magical.
Yeah.
We've heard.
Yeah.
But back at the tanning salon, Yuri steps inside from the rain, finishing his phone call and picking up a crushed Coke can that was keeping the door open. An irritated Ashley tells Yuri that they're in a hurry, and Yuri apologizes, explaining that the cell phone reception is shit inside and assuming that the tanning beds mess with the signal. Ashlyn asks why he doesn't just use the phone at the front desk, but Yuri tells her that whoever he's calling talks to him for forever, and the boss would just give him shit for it. Almost on cue, his cell phone rings again, and Yuri faces a decision. But Ashley makes it easy for him, telling him to just go outside and answer the call, and that they can handle themselves. On his way out, Yuri tells the girls that no drinks are allowed in the tanning rooms, and watches Ashley place them into the trash, giving them a thumbs up, before turning his back and heading toward the back door, Ashley only actually throwing one cup away and keeping her own.
It did make me laugh that she still threw her friend's drink away.
Yeah. I was like, God damn, that's rough.
Yeah.
You can't pretend twice? I was drinking that.
Yeah, no, that's right. Sacrifices must be made.
I guess. And I'm sorry, the bottom of the slushie, you gotta just throw that. That's not worth.
That's not worth keep. It's not. It's not worth putting a fight up for.
No.
Mm-mm.
But she sips it defiantly as she looks another patron up and down as she leaves. Ashlyn, on the other hand, snags a sheet of paper and a pen and begins to write, explaining to Ashley when asked that no one is walking in there and seeing her naked. Yuri, however, lacking a Coke can, snags a bottle of suntan lotion to block the door instead, and we watch as the door pulls closer to the frame on top of the tube.
It begins.
Mm-hmm. But Wendy, in her bedroom, still eyes the photograph on her digital camera. The music grows sharp and ominous as she eyes a bobblehead of Joey Ramone on her bookshelf. Blitzkrieg Bop.
Oh, yeah. I was like, even Joey Ramone is trembling with fear.
A wind of unknown origin blows through her room, rustling her laundry, random objects, and a school newspaper. I feel like this is a sly nod to the scene where Alex was de-stressing with pornography in the first film.
De-stressing? Oh, that's really funny.
He was going through it.
De-stressing with pornography is such like a I don't know.
Is it just a me way to say it?
Yeah. Go on, though. I'm sorry.
That's fine. But back at the salon, Ashley and Ashlyn head into their room. Ashley immediately heading for the control panel and programming the beds for a 15-minute session. So it's a compromise. She said 20.
Yeah, but what was the counter offer? Because I still feel like 15 is pretty close to 20.
I mean, you're not getting everything you want. But the bright blue bulbs of the beds beam to life, and the fans at the end of the beds begin to spin. Yuri, however, still stands outside, too preoccupied by his argument to notice that the door is moving closer and closer to the frame, popping open the lid of the suntan lotion and squirting out its contents bit by bit.
Now you got a lawsuit on your hands.
Yeah.
But in her bedroom, Wendy transfers all the photographs from the camera to her computer to get a better view of them, And when she selects the photo of Jason, she sees that in the background of the shot, the roller coaster appears to be going right through his skull. She remarks, "Oh my God," in stunned realization. But back in the tanning salon, Ashlyn scolds Ashley for bringing a drink in the room when they were told not to, saying that if she spills it, they'll have to clean it up. Again.
So this is habitual.
Yeah.
This is not just Yuri being like, no, I don't allow drinks. Like, you had the privilege and you fucked
That.
Yeah.
That was my thought. Oh, man, we're trying to pull for you earlier, and then now it's like,
I really feel like you only brought it in there to be a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
To be completely honest.
Ashley just drinks it mockingly before placing the cup on a shelf at the far end of the room, telling Ashlyn that there's nothing to spill, even though there's clearly some drink at the bottom to spill.
yeah.
There's always something to spill. If there's a drop in there, it can be spilled.
Ashlyn asks why it has to be so cold in the room, heading over to the thermostat and raising the temperature a few degrees to 73 Fahrenheit. But we see under the table where Ashley's drink rests is the power source for the tanning beds. It currently sits at 230 VACs or VACs. I do not know.
Yeah.
But there is a warning level that reads the device should never exceed 250 VACs or VACs.
I'm sure it won't.
No.
Also, I just got to say her setting the thermostat to an odd number was wild to me.
That's not comfortable to me.
It's not to me
Yeah.
either. And I was like, maybe that's a me thing, but I was like, 73?
Yeah. 72. This is why you're dying, I think.
You really brought it on yourself.
Yeah. It's like letting the microwave ding. You don't do it. But Wendy, still sitting at her computer desk, notices the light from the lamp next to her begin to flicker. Ashlyn, however, laments that she forgot her iPod, which prompts Ashley to look up at a shelf just above their tanning beds. And again, 2006, iPods.
Yeah.
I will say another thing that I did learn from the featurette is they were talking about using these photographs, which we will use a lot in this film. And the reason for it is because cameras were becoming way more readily available to people attached to their phones at this time.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
And so they were talking about how this is something that is accessible and relatable to just about everyone now.
Yeah.
Another reference as well, and I'll stop. But The Omen, foreshadowing death through photographs.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
that's true.
Yeah.
But Ashley rifles through CDs that sit there on the shelf, admonishing the selection, and not realizing that her resting on the shelf is loosening the screws, keeping it up.
I'm like, I don't think this place is up to code.
No.
Yeah.
Yuri, get off the goddamn phone.
I think that was already broken.
You have other calls to make.
But she finally settles on a compilation titled Have a Nice Decade. But as the girls lie topless in their tanning beds, putting on their eye protection and closing their lids, Yuri still is on the phone outside, too busy to see that the lotion has squirted its last squirt. Calm down, everyone. Calm down. And the door is slammed shut.
They are topless, as you
Yes.
said. And I have to say, when you're younger, when you're in high school, you don't realize how weird it is that these are supposed to be high school girls in
Right.
this tanning bed. Titties out.
Yeah.
It feels like Never Been Kissed when she's like, she's 17, Rob. Again, something else that did not age well that I loved back in the day. But yeah, it's weird how many movies at this time did that. It's just like, again, like you said earlier, college.
Yeah.
All the more reason.
And I get it. The tan is stuff that people do all the time, you know, going to tan and all that. But it did feel weird that they just got undressed and then jumped in there, and then it's like, yeah.
Well, because the shots were not shots for modesty. They were shots to see titties. And
Right.
it's like, I know that these actresses are, I believe, in their 20s.
Yes.
But it's like, in the context of the film, they're teenagers. And it's, you can be like, oh, well, people graduated 18. Okay, dude. But like, it's still, it's weird.
And it's weird because there's a line later.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
No,
you're
yeah.
right. So I just have to point it out because it's like, ew.
It is. I will say I did see on the featurette for these actresses that were in their 20s, they performed this scene on a closed set with blackout curtains.
Good.
A skeleton crew of just the camera operators.
Yeah.
And what Wong had said is that it was kind of an attempt to subvert the nudity, to really try to express an idea of vulnerability.
I can see that. I could see that if this scene were a little more serious.
No, of course. I don't.
Yeah.
I see him saying that. I don't see it in the film.
No. Yeah. And I get the sentiment. I think that it does hold weight because T, you talk a lot about being nobody catching you with your pants off because you can't fight or run in your underwear or something.
I don't I don't like a combination of being afraid and having exposed thighs. That's not
very weird.
That's not good.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for all the
just
times I
the
made you
thighs.
clarify that.
Look, your femoral artery is wide open. If
That's
you're
true.
telling me, you answer me this, and I know it really doesn't make that much of a difference. But if that urban legend comes true, you have to get up in the middle of the night to use the restroom. You go into the bathroom, you open up the toilet, and there's an alligator in there. Wouldn't you rather have pants on?
I'm not going to be thinking about it.
I know.
I'm wetting whatever the fuck is
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm wearing these pants. This thin fabric.
Now I've shit my pants, and that's a little bit worse. But I do get that the point of the vulnerability in nudity. But this is not. It doesn't feel like a vulnerable situation. Like they're vibing, they're fucking singing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you know.
I agree with that, but it almost feels like I'm fucking Home Alone when dude gets shocked and he turns into a skeleton for a second. It's not, you know what I mean? It's very playful. It's not at all serious. Like I think if it was just a little more taking itself serious, then it would have been like, oh my God, you did get in there thinking you were just gonna tan.
Yeah, Psycho.
Yes.
That's vulnerability in being nude.
Yes. This feels like it feels like a comedy horror.
It absolutely does. And this is the moment, this set of deaths in particular, where I'm like, is this camp?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are you being campy on purpose?
Yeah.
And then as the film goes on, it's like, oh no, you're not? Question mark.
Yeah.
But the girls, with their headphones on, listen to the CD they've selected. The first track on it, rather apropos, Love Roller Coaster by Ohio Players.
I'm not gonna lie, 10 out of 10 song choice. I thought that this was so funny.
It's very good.
Thought that it was great. Are both of their headphones hooked up to the stereo?
That confused me because only one of them forgot their iPod.
Yes.
And she was like, sucks for you, basically.
Yeah, and I was like, why does Ashlyn have headphones at all?
She's like, I also have Love Roller Coaster. I'm like,
We'll sync it up, press play. And then I was like, oh, well, she has her headphones. Obviously, she has her iPad. But then she's also singing Love Roller.
Yes.
I was confused as to the logistics of how they're listening to this.
and I will say I was very surprised because the girls do sing along to every single word at the start, throughout it all, the backup singers, everything. And they were admonishing seeing a Britney Spears CD.
Yeah.
I was like, this is odd.
Yeah, I was like, first of all, we're not going to disparage Britney Spears in this house. But yeah, they knew every single word. A high schooler in 2006.
Yeah, it was just very surprising. One thing I will say is I feel like this is clearly one of the, and it comes up later, another song that becomes part of it. The John Denver moment.
Absolutely.
Of this film. One thing I will say is I remember on Urban Legend, I believe it was Love Roller Coaster that we talked about, because there was that urban legend that on the track you hear a woman screaming who was being murdered.
Oh.
And so I don't know if, I mean, this is kind of like a double where you have the song, obviously, Roller Coaster of what happened, but then you have this grim thing lurking underneath, this death that definitely didn't happen, but is the urban legend. And it kind of is this scene. It seems fun and unassuming, but there is something dark lurking underneath.
Okay.
But the girls are too distracted to notice Ashley's cup of slush sweating significantly, creating a puddle that drips off the edge and into the power supply, shorting it out in a puff of electrical smoke. Wendy, however, continues cycling through photographs until she finds the one that she took of Ashlyn and Ashley, and the colors are warped to show the girls bathed in orange light in a lens flare.
So it's an evil camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, shout out to Wendy's Bump It, because that did make me laugh a little bit.
Not the fucking bump.
But under the blue glow of the tanning beds, the girls continue to dance jovially to the music, and unbeknownst to them, the temperature on the thermostat and the VAC meter are slowly rising. 75 degrees, 250 VACs, which, if you recall, was the maximum.
Yeah.
The lights burn brighter in the tanning beds as the numbers continue to climb, and only after a while do Ashley and Ashlyn start to feel a bit of discomfort. But back in Wendy's bedroom, Julie is fully dressed and standing in the doorway, asking her sister if the camera is charged. I was really surprised to see the split diopter shot.
Yes!
Where we got both of them in focus, background and foreground.
Yeah.
I don't know, is it a nod to Brian De Palma? Is it?
I don't know.
But it was surprising.
Yeah.
It was very shocking to me because we don't get anything like this again for the rest of the film.
No, it was just like, you want to fucking try it?
And it's not even like a dramatic showdown moment like in Old Boy or something. Like it's just like you're like, hey, is the camera charged? It was just very odd.
But Wendy lies to her sister that the battery is completely dead and that she won't be able to take it with her. As Julie stands in the doorway disappointed, Wendy asks for privacy and Julie bails. But back in the tanning salon, the temperature has reached 78 degrees and the meter reads 305 VACs. The vent switches on, jostling an unbalanced coat rack at the corner of the room where the girls have hung their clothes. Ashlyn calls out to Ashley, complaining about the temperature, admitting that she set it too high. But in her bedroom, Wendy snaps into action, finding the crumpled paper with Ashley's phone number on it and dialing it as fast as she can. Ashley's phone rings in her bag on the rack, which somehow causes enough force for the rack to fall over, knocking over a decorative tree in the corner of the room to hit the shelf above Ashley's tanning bed. The tree.
I was just about to say that. But the ace, that must have been some good ass ace.
The shelf settles on top of Ashley's bed, but when she goes to open the lid, it slides over and into the edge of both beds, sealing them shut and unable to be opened. Ashlyn tries to push her tanning bed open, but burns her fingers on the bright bulbs.
That shelf was a paid actor.
Oh, yeah.
It really went above and beyond.
Let me fit myself in there.
Yeah. It's like, at what angle?
Yeah. What the fuck?
Death, you're ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what... I get it, but it did. That shelf did. Let me position myself. And action. It was like, dude, what?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Wendy, however, steps away from her computer and after being tricked momentarily by the start of Ashley's voicemail, leaves a message for the girls, asking Ashley to call her as soon as they're done at the salon, and thanking them for the invite. She adds, "Sorry I was too late."
It's so cryptic.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Why did we all think voicemails like that were funny back then?
I don't know. They're
It's like, hello, you stupid motherfucker, it's not really me.
Why? Oh no, you tricked me by saying hello like you do when you answer a telephone? Yeah, good trick. But her lamp suddenly explodes on her desk, and she turns around to face it, catching a glimpse of the photo of Ashley and Ashlyn on her computer. Meanwhile, the girls are frenzied in their tanning beds, punching the lids from the inside and screaming frantically as the temperature rises and the VACs climb to 350. Ashlyn reaches her singed arms through the edges of the bed, clawing for safety, as Ashley screams under the beaming lights of her tanning bed. The glass above her suddenly cracks, shards bursting sharply in her direction. Yuri finally hears the girls screaming, but realizes that the back door is closed. He rushes to the front, only to find the sign that Ashlyn wrote taped to the door. "Back in 30 minutes with a heart." Ashley and Ashlyn scream wildly in pain as the glass of their beds shatter, their bodies sinking into the sharpness as their skin burns away to reveal the shining layers underneath. The tanning lights burst and catch fire from their alcohol-soaked eye protection.
They were warned.
They were. And the girls reach their burning arms out of the bed in a futile attempt to escape. We get an overhead shot of the beds engulfed in flames, but in an amazing match cut, we find an overhead shot of two bespeckled caskets placed over pristine plots, a minister played by R. David Stevens presiding over the funeral of Ashley and Ashlyn.
That match cut
Yeah.
is brilliant.
Yeah.
It is so darkly funny.
Mm-hmm.
It just checked all the boxes for me. I thought it was so good.
Agreed.
And those tans are killer, huh?
All right.
Very good. I did want to talk very briefly about what I read in that article about this scene.
Mm-hmm.
It was done by Soho Effects, and it was 35 shots. There was so much CG in this that you would not guess.
Yeah.
They used CG skin, fire, smoke, glass. When she sinks down into the bed, the body, the bikini, the glass, and the bulbs are all CG.
That's amazing.
Get out of here.
The exploding glass and the resulting cuts, all CG.
Would never guess.
Never.
No.
It is so well done. And I don't know if it's how quickly everything moves, if it's just really meticulous and clean work. I don't know, but I was extremely shocked to learn that.
Yeah.
I did see them filming this on the featurette. There were some stunt performers with real fire on their arms.
Wow.
They were protected with a layer of gel.
Okay.
And they burned just regularly. And the second they felt any warmth, they just said, hot, and they were put out immediately. But I think this is how they captured the fire to turn it into CG to put onto the girls.
That's
okay.
wild. They did, again, it's immaculate. It's such a fucking good job.
Yeah.
But the minister eulogizes the girls as the camera twists around and toward the gathered attendants seated in chairs. The minister says that we may feel that our lives are not our own, that death controls and frames our lives. He asks if births are nothing but deaths begun. He laments the recent deaths and tragedies the community has suffered as of late, but he offers that in these events, or in the swift passing of the elderly in the night, we are all equal in death's eyes. This is the worst fucking thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
I don't know what this man is going through.
No.
But this is not the comfort that you think it is.
No.
Where a birth is a countdown to death?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
That's the what that's thanks. Thank you.
It's really funny because I literally wrote in my notes, I said, is he going through stuff?
It's like maybe you should have gotten somebody to fill in.
Yeah.
It's too much.
I had to rewind it. I was like, did he?
Surely
Yes.
you didn't say that.
Yes, he did. But through the crowd of people, the camera finds McKinley, Aaron, Lewis, and Kevin. McKinley has the right idea, asking out loud how the minister can say something like that.
I'm wondering the same thing.
Yeah.
He's promptly shushed, but McKinley continues that Charles Manson made it to 70, and at the time of this film, Osama bin Laden was still alive. Aaron attempts to usher him away, but he adds that pimps and vice presidents are still walking around, despite all the atrocities they've committed. This is 2006, so I can imagine which vice president we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he says Ashley and Ashlyn never did anything to anybody, and that they didn't even get the chance to make it to 18. He asks where the equality is in that, but is quickly ushered away by Kevin and Lewis, passing Julie, Amber, Perry, and the dishonorable Frankie Cheeks.
Who the fuck let Frankie Cheeks in here?
Yeah.
Great question.
Firstly. Secondly, as we were saying, the girls were not 18 yet. And this is when I noticed the Christian Slater-esque performance
Yes.
from this actor. I do have to say, though, and he'd be upset to know that Manson made it to 83. I do have to say that I understand and support McKinley's staunch claim that death is not an equalizer. We are not all racing to the finish line, so to speak. And I'm glad that he holds this opinion. And I look forward to him holding this opinion through the rest of the film.
He was very staunch.
Very adamant. He had to be pulled away from the funeral.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm glad that he holds these ideals and that they're forever.
Although being escorted out of a funeral might get you to reconsider.
No.
Yeah.
No, he was staunch.
But the minister asks if anyone would like to make a final remembrance and allows people to gather in a procession at the gravesite, while Frankie laments that this was all his fault. Julie asks how it could be his fault, and he, his words, says that he's only seen women as nothing but fun bags. But if he had seen their, whatever, humanity, they wouldn't have felt the pressure to look so good to impress him. He says, to impress Franklin Cheeks.
I'm going to burn this whole place down. Somebody call the police.
Mm-hmm.
Whose nephew is this? Why are you here?
Why are you here? Where are their parents?
Yeah.
Somebody should be whooping his ass.
I mean, but he says that this influenced them to go on diets, deodorize, stretch, tan.
Yes, they did all of that for you,
Franklin Cheeks.
Mr. Cheeks.
An annoyed Julie tells Frankie not to be so down, but rather be proud of his ability to make everything about him. She turns to face him, and Frankie can't help but lean in for a kiss. He receives a slap and has the nerve to again look confused about it.
And again, not to beat a dead fucking horse, this man graduated 2 years ago. This is Wendy, who is a teenager, a senior in high school's kid sister.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there.
But as Aaron and McKinley drive away in their van, Lewis stands with Kevin, astutely telling him that these things really suck, man.
Yeah.
But he adds that they're fucking boring, too. And he tells Kevin that if he ever has to come to his funeral, to bring him a PSP so he'll have something to do. Bring you a PSP?
Yeah.
You're dead!
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Bury me with your PSP.
Yeah. You guys forgot what it was to be teens.
Yes. It made no sense.
No.
He should bring one for himself.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm pretty sure that we learn later that Lewis doesn't ever think he's going to die. So why is he talking about it?
I do not know. But Lewis storms off, and as soon as he does, Kevin's phone rings. He answers it, and we hear Wendy's light and somber voice tell him that she's with Jason. Kevin looks over to a plot in the cemetery where Wendy crouches, closing her cell phone.
What a cryptic way to say that I'm at Jason's grave.
Yeah.
The camera hovers above Jason's grave marker as Kevin approaches Wendy, asking what she's doing in the nosebleeds and boasting that he could have gotten her a seat in the second row. But Wendy just says that she didn't want to upset anyone by being there.
Suddenly I see.
Yeah.
Although I get that, but I will say at the memoriam in Final Destination 1, Alex went up to talk to his teacher and she was like, "You scared the hell out of me."
Yeah, but that
was stormed off.
That was different.
Was it?
Yes.
You might upset some people.
I don't think so. I think that you're really into yourself. I don't think that I don't think that anybody else besides Kevin somehow has put together that this could be connected.
Nobody's talking about the premonition. You're right.
Nobody's talking about it. Even when they offered for her to hang out with it, nobody is acting like that ever happened. That she saved anyone's lives by getting them off that roller coaster. Nobody's talking about that. So no, I don't think that anyone would be like, "Oh, that's the girl." I don't think so.
I didn't think about that, but you're right.
Yeah.
It doesn't get brought up again.
Alex, his premonition and getting those people off that plane, whether on purpose or, getting escorted off like Carter and fucking
Billy Hitchcock.
I'm like Sean William Scott. Cool Mac. Country Mac.
Yeah.
That was very important. And that was a reason that kind of like brought them together later on, because most of them were not friends. They didn't know each other, whatever. It's such a byproduct of she had the premonition because she's the one that we're following. Mm-hmm. I feel like later, it's like, it almost is incumbent upon pictures rather than her premonition, rather than her literally seeing all of it happen.
And I will
say, relies more on the photos that she took.
Something that pisses me off is that not all the photos were taken by her.
No.
And yet we're still getting premonitions from them. So fucking other people have superpowers.
Yeah, Max Caulfield. Reel it in.
Or is it just the camera?
Life
is strange.
So I said it's an evil fucking camera.
But Wendy adds that she wondered if she could feel Jason's spirit or presence by being here. But now that she's here, she remarks that if there's any place that makes you feel like there's no life after death, it's a cemetery. Kevin admits that he hasn't felt Carrie's spirit either, despite him trying to. I was like, you better not say anything, Wendy.
Well, yeah, because she hated you.
Yeah. She would never visit you. She's
with me right now.
Yeah.
And she's talking shit about you.
But no sign of Jason, oddly. Tearfully, Wendy shares what Jason told her before she got on the ride. That fear was from a sense of having no control. And she tells Kevin that she's felt that fear since he told her this. She wondered if that's what caused her hallucination, revealing that this fear is more than just being scared. It's like a presence, a living thing that's always with her. The camera dips beneath them in a low angle as Kevin foolishly asks, "You think it's Jason?" I just said he is not here.
Yeah.
And I said, it's like, dude, go back. Where were you? Wendy obviously doesn't, telling him that this presence makes her feel the opposite of what Jason made her feel. She says it's cold and terrifying. and we watch as the tall trees around them begin to sway in an unnatural breeze, the leaves covering the grounds whipping around them before settling as if nothing happened.
It was just Bigfoot. He's just trying to get through, dude.
Leave him alone.
He's like, oh, you guys are filming here?
Yeah. My bad. Yeah.
I keep getting caught by cameras.
We can see his wristwatch.
Yeah. Oh, damn it. But this is when Wendy brings out her research. 2 research scenes conducted off screen. I'm sorry, Nay.
Boo! I hate this for me.
But from her bag, Wendy retrieves a stack of photographs, the first of former President Abraham Lincoln, the final photo taken of him, and she draws Kevin's attention to a line cutting through the top of the frame. She explains that the photographic plate was broken, causing that line that can't be removed, exactly where he was shot. I will say I did look at the photo, the last photo of President Lincoln, and that line is there.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, continue.
Yeah.
Because I feel like we take it to a place that we don't need to.
Yeah.
Too soon place, I would say.
Yeah.
In 2006.
Yeah.
But she then shows Kevin a photo of the World Trade Center, showing a shadow of an airplane hovering over the windows of the South Tower. This is not real. So even worse.
Why did you do this?
I could not find any evidence of this photo being listed in anything.
Yeah.
And
So-
it's heavily featured.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the maybe once of the like 6 times we see this photo.
Mm-hmm.
But Kevin asks what this has to do with them. But then Wendy shows him a news story of a traffic accident. Logs lie in the middle of the road and heaps of metal, smoke, and smoldering flames. Wendy shares that this occurred 1 year to the day of the Flight 180 disaster. She then directs his attention to the road sign, which reads, "Construction, next 180 feet." Kevin immediately takes the blame for Wendy's conspiracy theories, having introduced her to the Flight 180 disaster, but he tells her that she can't believe every weird thing out there because she's desperate for an answer.
What?
Do not understand that at all.
So you can watch the first movie, but I can watch the second movie and use it as evidence.
I see how it is.
I was so fucking annoyed because once again, you're the one that brought this to the table.
Yeah.
I didn't believe you.
Yeah.
Now that I have evidence to support your claim, you don't believe me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the one who tried to convince her, dude.
He's like, all right, I thought about it a little more. I fucked up.
Right, I sounded silly.
It was honestly bullshit. And you're now talking bullshit.
But Wendy then reveals the photos that she took the night of the tragedy. One of Jason, with the track of Devil's Flight riding right through his skull, and the photo showing Ashley and Ashlyn imbued with orange and red light from a lens flare. Kevin looks them over, asking if these are the only ones, but Wendy pulls out an entire stack of the photos that she took that night. Kevin is a bit overwhelmed to see them, but Wendy accidentally drops them all onto Jason's grave, and when she goes to pick them up, she takes a bit of an awkward tumble.
A bit of an awkward tumble is a way to describe it. It's like, what the fuck happened?
I don't know.
I feel like you could have just had her get on the ground to pick the photos up.
Yeah.
Well, we need a reason to eat, apparently. Because Jason asks if she's all right, and Wendy admits that she's feeling a little woozy. Kevin asks her the last time she ate something, but she doesn't remember. He then offers to take her somewhere, and we press in twice on the doctored 9/11 photograph.
Yes.
For some reason. I feel like Lincoln would have been...
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, especially what we're about to fucking see.
Yeah.
Lincoln would have been perfect.
Yeah.
Very strange. But as Kevin and Wendy drive into town, we see a sign advertising the tricentennial ceremony for the town of McKinley to take place at the McKinley County Fairgrounds. As Kevin drives his truck, he tries to piece it all together. The kids on Flight 180 died in accidents in the order they would have died if they had stayed on the plane. He says that if this is that, then Frankie was behind Ashlyn and Ashley. I thought, and we don't, but this, look, there was a big moment in the first film where they're like, you switch seats with me and all this stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
I felt like that was going to be more of a thing to where there's this big, what the fuck moment, we switch seats, we're next, or
because
whatever.
he
Yeah.
took their seat.
He
Oh,
did.
yeah.
That seat wasn't meant for him.
Okay.
So I thought that maybe it would be switched around a little bit, but that switching means nothing.
Well, but Death seen the coin flip.
He did.
So it was
That he
like,
did.
all right. He won fair and square.
He did. He's like, all right.
Yeah,
He
won.
also saw Frankie Cheeks and is like, no,
No,
that
yeah.
motherfucker's-
No.
That guy's got to go.
He's next.
Yeah. that
he
guy.
can jump the line.
And how quickly it's back to, oh, I believe you again. Or
Yep.
we're
You're
cool.
right.
Yeah.
You're right.
He saw one doctored photograph and he's like, oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm on board.
You mushed my face in the graveyard. What
Yeah.
the fuck?
He did.
But Wendy remembers that when she looked at Ashley and Ashlyn's photo, she felt her instinct kick in and even tried to call to warn them. Kevin asks what Frankie's picture looks like, and she finds it. But before they can look at it properly, Kevin drifts into the opposite lane, almost running over a tow truck driver played by Lou Bolo.
You fucking idiot.
Yep.
Yeah.
What are we talking about right now? And you're fully like, what? Not even like glancing at the road.
He's just like scraping sparks against
Let me see that picture again.
As he swerves back into the proper lane, he shouts his apology to the man, which goes unheard and unaccepted. But reaching a dip in the road, Wendy suggests that they eat at a nearby fast food restaurant, but says that they should go through the drive-thru so that nobody hears what they're talking about. Kevin remarks sarcastically that it's nice that things haven't made her any less of a control freak.
I'm going to flip this goddamn table.
There's
Yeah.
nothing.
I can't
Yeah.
hear it one more time. And what she said was not even controlling.
No.
Not at all.
I don't. We just need privacy because crazy shit's going on.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it.
Just that simple.
Yeah.
He's like, oh my God.
See what Jason was talking about.
Yeah.
A woman with an opinion. What a control freak. Am I right?
But the camera finds Kevin's truck pulling into the drive-thru, and they finally get a proper look at Frankie's photo. So I will say they said that the drive-thru was the hardest location for them to secure
Oh, really?
because of what they needed for everything to work.
Mm-hmm.
They needed that hill, they needed a building on the corner like this, and they found it, and James Wong was disbelieving until they redesigned it.
Yeah.
And it was completely white. It appeared abandoned.
Yeah.
And they created this facade that very clearly looks like a functioning fast food
Yeah, it
restaurant.
does.
It looks really good. And it was this, we'll talk a little bit more about what this sequence was based off of, because it's honestly a fear that I have had many times. But they had said that the red and yellow color for the restaurant was because, if you think about it, almost every single fast food restaurant has red and yellow in their color scheme.
They're the hunger colors.
Yeah.
They're supposed to invoke hunger. Yeah.
It's creepy they're getting in your head like that.
Mhm. Oh, everything does.
Yeah.
But in the photo, Frankie climbs the wacky ladder attraction, and they ponder the details of the photo and what it could mean. Could he fall from a ladder? Could the ropes symbolize something to hang him from? Wendy wonders if it could be something in the prizes, and we see a large truck drive down the street as an SUV pulls up behind them. If I'm not mistaken, I recently rewatched Final Destination 2. I think that this brand of beer is the same brand of a truck that is seen during that crash scene.
Oh, that's
Okay,
cool.
yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
But Kevin looks at the prizes in the photo, sarcastically asking if Frankie's going to be crushed by a giant SpongeBob. He then remembers that SpongeBob lives under the water, and Wendy says it's really sad that he knows that.
Everyone knows that.
Yeah.
I feel like that kid on The
Yeah.
Wedding Singer. Everyone's been saying that. Everybody knows that. I don't even watch. I don't and didn't watch SpongeBob.
No,
Yeah.
me neither.
We all know that he lives in a pineapple under the sea.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, where the fuck is a sponge supposed to live?
That's what I was going to say. He's a sponge.
What do you want from him?
Yeah.
Scientifically speaking.
Yeah, seriously. Do you want him to die?
Now, the squirrel that lives under there in an astronaut suit,
Which-
that's...
That
Someone just really wanted a squirrel down here, I think.
that defies logic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But SpongeBob,
Yeah.
come on.
But she remembers that Frankie won that Mudflap Girl chain on this game, so she wonders if it could have something to do with an 18-wheeler. As they continue their hypothesizing, they don't notice that the car in front of them is pulled forward. But the husband and wife in the SUV behind them, played by Tony Morelli and Nesta Chapman, notice, the husband honking his horn impatiently.
Too bad he wasn't on the roller coaster, right?
Kevin and Wendy pull up to the window, and the screen reads, "This display helps ensure quality control of your order and prompt service. The words 'control of your' begin to give way to static, which Wendy notices before the word control disappears completely.
I can't take any more of this.
Yeah.
She's just lost control.
Yeah.
My control. I can't.
But just then, the large truck that passed them earlier slowly begins to back up next to them, blocking in Kevin's truck. The radio starts to go haywire as Kevin screams at the truck driver and Wendy bashes the back of the vehicle.
It made me laugh because when the truck starts backing up, Kevin literally says, "This guy's way too close to my truck."
Yeah.
And he is, dude. He is.
And this dude isn't looking behind him while he's backing up.
Oh, not at all.
Like,
Not
that's
even a
crazy.
No, not at all. I will say this is what inspired this. It's going to be a kill. We'll see a kill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what it is apparently when James Wong was growing up, where he lived, there was a string of robberies that happened in drive-through lines. You can't go forward. You can't back up. You can't do anything but give them your money.
God damn.
And so this inspires this feeling of being trapped, of having no control. You can't do anything. You're just stuck here.
Yeah.
It's like, do you want a couple fries?
Yeah. Dude, I can part with one of these sandwiches. I don't really.
I remember when I was a kid, Mom told me this story of a woman working a drive-through window, and when she was handing the food, the person in the car cut off her finger to take her wedding ring.
Oh, wild.
And I was like, thanks for that. Appreciate it.
I've always been afraid of being robbed at a urinal.
You've mentioned that before.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because your thighs. No, I hope your thighs are. His pants are around his.
Those, a lot of people do that. I don't know why.
That's why. It's like a toddler.
Yeah.
But suddenly, through the static of switching stations, Turn Around, Look at Me by the Bee Gees begins to play. I will say I think the number of the station stops not at 180 like I expected.
Mm-hmm.
I did see some people saying I think it stops at, it's something weird like 142 or something like that. And people online were like, well, if you take one, that's the one.
Stop.
And then 4 times 2 is 8.
That's
So it
too
is
much work.
180. I'm like,
Yeah,
That's
no,
too much work.
I didn't fucking come here to do math.
yeah, no shit.
Cut someone's head off.
And is Death trying to warn them or trying to what?
See,
what
and
is
that's the
this?
thing. Why are you playing around with it?
Yeah, I don't understand.
I mean, but then again, wait a minute. Hold on. They are doing the skipped thing.
Please explain.
We'll see in a moment.
Okay.
They just don't draw any attention to it, I don't think.
Yeah, because I didn't interpret it that way at all.
Yeah.
No, and I barely do.
You're trying to help.
I'm doing my best. But just as the song starts to play, the tow truck driver loses control of his vehicle at the top of the hill, and it's sent without a driver down toward the drive-through lane. The truck next to Wendy's window backs up even closer, crunching the side mirror and trapping them in the lane. They try to open their doors to no avail, honking at the driver in front of them, who just gives them the finger.
It was like a crisp finger, too.
Yeah,
it made me laugh.
The SUV behind them reverses out of the way just in time, as Kevin gets the bright idea to kick out the windshield. As the tow truck barrels through the drive-through lane, Kevin and Wendy are able to leap to safety just in time, but the collision of the tow truck smashes Kevin's truck into the car in front of him. His engine sent flying out from under the damaged hood, the fan of it whirring and chopping through the skull of the driver and the convertible in front of them. It all happened so quickly, but on the ground, in the midst of metal, debris, blood, and gore, Kevin finds a necklace of a mud flap girl covered in blood.
No great loss.
No.
Frankie Cheeks was trying to get a little head, not lose a little head.
Oh, right.
Yeah, well.
A little decorum.
Yeah.
A little
But he
decorum.
got what he deserved.
He
Yes.
did.
Is it safe to say that his cheeks got clapped?
All right.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is. Good job.
No,
yeah, it
yeah.
is.
Let's not.
I think it was great.
Right?
I'm not proud of either. But Kevin reaches for the necklace, and when he and Wendy look up, they see Frankie Cheeks, the driver of the convertible, his head a gnarled mess, trapped in the fan, blood spatter coating the inside of his car. His head lurches forward suddenly, giving Wendy and Kevin a view of his empty skull, which may or may not have been like this before the accident.
Definitely. Was.
Yeah.
I will say the reason I was thinking maybe this idea of skipping is the fact that he had to save her. They saved themselves, and then Frankie dies. But I mean, it doesn't really work. I was just clearing my notes out. I was done.
You abandoned it just as quickly as you discovered.
Yeah, forget it.
But it's wrong.
Don't think about it.
I did see how they were able to achieve this. It was once again a mix. But they shot a clean plate for 5 seconds of just the cars.
Mm-hmm.
Then they shot one of the engine jutting out of the second car. Then they shot one of Frankie Cheeks jerking forward in his convertible. Then they brought out a prosthetic head that they made in his, like, honestly, very, very good likeness. Like, it looked just like him.
Yeah.
And they filled it with gelatin and blood and put a squib in the back. And so when the engine juts out, the squib goes off and the back of the head explodes.
Oh, wow.
And so when it's like, whirring against his head or whatever, obviously it was the prosthetic head. But the way that they were able to combine everything together and as fast as it goes, it looks really good.
Yeah, it really does. But sometime later, uncredited coroners take Frankie's body away as Wendy and Kevin sit in the back of an ambulance. They're approached by Officer Clark, played by Nels Linnerson, who asks if they need a ride. Officer Polanski, played by Jacob Rupp, joins them, as Wendy says that they can just walk to her house and she'll give Kevin a ride home from there. I will say Officer Clark, Bob Clark, Black Christmas.
Oh, okay.
Officer Polanski, Roman Polanski,
Of
Rosemary's
course.
Baby.
Yeah.
Of course. Fuck you, Roman. You are a piece of shit.
Yes. I don't care how well spoken he is.
Nope.
Sorry, that was a personal issue, but let's move on.
The officers leave as Kevin tells them that they'll be okay. Wendy asks, will they? She relives Frankie's death, wondering if Kevin can feel how horrible and vicious it was. But Kevin puts his hand on her leg to calm her.
Okay.
He's like the soul of Frankie Cheeks.
Yeah.
And now
It's in me.
Now his
the
pants are
necklace on.
chafing. Please don't put the necklace on.
He tries to make sense of it. Frankie was behind Ashlyn and Ashley on the ride, but there's no ladder or rope at the scene of his accident. Nothing in the picture that pointed to this, so maybe they were wrong about the photos. But Wendy just gets up to walk away, regretting that she didn't just leave town, telling Kevin that it's better not knowing. But Kevin disagrees, replying that it's never better to stay ignorant. He tells her that willful ignorance is surrendering control.
Control. Okay. We all heard him say that it's better to not be ignorant, right?
Of course.
Okay. Just remember that.
Yeah, for about like 2 minutes later.
Yeah.
And I will say again, this whole thing about control, I feel like what she is doing here is listening to him to take more control.
Yeah.
Yes.
If the whole point of this thing is to say, sometimes you can't be in control, maybe losing that control is the answer to something.
Yeah.
That fulfills a character arc.
Yeah.
What's that?
I don't know. But an exhausted Wendy asks if he just read that somewhere in English class. As they walk away together, Kevin says that he's not a total idiot like Wendy thinks he is. It's like, that's sad.
You sure about that?
I will say, and this is nitpicky, it's a pet peeve of mine, but she asks him if he read that in Mrs. Brooks's English class.
Uh-huh.
If we both know that Mrs. Brooks taught English, you don't need to say all that.
I wonder if that's a shout out to one of their teachers.
Yeah.
It's just, you could have said Miss Brooks' class.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know.
Her English 1301 class.
Yeah.
That we were both in and sat in the background. It's like, okay, we were both there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we cut to Wendy's bedroom where she looks at the photos with Kevin on her computer. In one shot, we can see the back of the roller coaster car, Lewis sitting behind Frank, then McKinley and Aaron. Kevin spots a couple of people behind them, but can't recognize them because of the ride attendant who ruined the photo with his blurred and waving hand. But Kevin suggests that they just ask Lewis, McKinley, and Aaron if they remember who those people were. They look through more photographs, one of McKinley holding a gun from an attraction, pointing it absent-mindedly at Aaron as they shy away from the photo, with Aaron giving the finger. There's also a banner above them that says skill. The S is in shadow, so it says kill.
If I'm looking at this photo, don't you think that he's going to kill her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're just like, well, nothing there. Let's move on.
Yeah. This one could not be clearer.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even if you're wrong, I mean, the evidence speaks for itself.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But Wendy stops cycling through the photos when she sees a picture of Carrie smiling and holding 2 stuffed animals. Kevin appears wistful and somber as Wendy laments that this kind of thing is going to happen to them for the rest of their lives. Kevin agrees, but he shares that he had planned to ask Carrie to marry him right after graduation. Wendy's eyes look around nervously, but they continue going through the photos.
Were you?
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm glad she never says it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess that speaks to her character.
Mm-hmm. But they eventually find the upskirt shot that Kevin took of Stacy. Kevin is embarrassed by his perversion, but in the background of the shot, Frankie stands there, just below a whirring fan that hangs in the corner of the booth.
He did die cool as fuck. And Kevin should be fucking embarrassed.
He should, of course.
Yeah.
My thing, though, is that this whole thing is tied to Wendy's premonition. Why is it that a photo that Kevin took is part of the
It
thing?
shouldn't.
Yeah.
It shouldn't.
Kevin should have fucking stolen the picture and taken that photo of him with the goddamn wacky ladder. Scratching my beard. Wendy puts it together, though, complete with flashbacks to Frankie's death, which, all right. I feel like, things like this, it's not like, maybe it is just a pet peeve of like kind of insulting your audience a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, because it just
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just saw that. But upon discovering this, the pair finds a photo of Lewis bringing the hammer down at the strongman attraction. They comb through every detail of the photograph until Wendy notices that from this angle, it doesn't appear that the weight is going up, but that it's coming down on Lewis's head. Kevin notices a mascot for the attraction, relating it to the same mascot for the state university, where Lewis is currently training. Wendy says that they have to show Lewis these pictures, and it suddenly hits Kevin, and he asks, "Are there pictures of them on that camera?" Wendy says that there are, but this freaks Kevin out, who refuses to look at them.
But didn't you say 5 minutes ago that you should know and ignorance is not the way?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. They try to explain that away with one line.
Yeah.
Wendy reminds him what he said about willful ignorance, and Kevin admits his hypocrisy, saying that if he looked at the photo, he'll just obsess over it, so he refuses once again.
Okay.
Unless they have to,
Yeah.
which you have to.
You
Yeah.
do have to. Like that, I don't know.
I get what he's saying, but I feel like wouldn't it be different? I guess playing into like you're saying, T, if it was her, the one that didn't want to look at the pictures, and him being like, well, when the time comes, you're going to have to let go of control and let it just play out, and we'll figure it out then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, it's just weird that he's the one that's like, no.
Or even if she deleted the pictures at some point and says, we don't need to know.
Yeah.
Because maybe being in control is to look at,
Right.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like that's just so weird.
It is.
It is.
But in response to him saying, unless they have to, Wendy amends this to, until they have to. Kevin leaves Wendy's bedroom, but stops in the hall, asking if she knows what it is, if it's anything painful or embarrassing. And then finally he just asks, there's like nothing up his ass or anything, right?
Go home. Go home.
You don't remember when the harness was in your ass? That's when I took the picture.
And I took a photo.
Yeah. So obviously.
But Wendy just closes the door, telling him that she'll see him tomorrow. This is fucking funny because she was supposed to drive him home, if you recall.
Oh, shit.
She was. And she doesn't even walk him to the door.
No.
That's why.
Her parents were like, who the fuck are you?
Oh, yeah? What the fuck?
We just live down here.
We lived.
You're just standing there in like suspended animation. Their arms
The
outstretched.
T-pose?
Yeah. But the next day, Wendy and Kevin are halfway through explaining their theory to Lewis, who rises from a bench press in a crowded weight room, telling the pair that they're on crack. Kevin tries to explain further, walking Lewis through the order of death's design. Got to admit, that's very hard for me to say. But the order goes, Ashley and Ashlyn, then Frankie Cheeks, then Lewis. Lewis stands up, batting the photos away as Kevin continues that McKinley and Aaron are next. Then two people who are in front of him and Wendy, who he doesn't know, and he asks Lewis if he remembers who they were. Lewis doesn't remember, and he doesn't care either, calling the whole thing bullshit. I'm sorry, in the span of what, a couple days you got 3 deaths already?
Yeah.
Of people that were supposed to die on the roller coaster that did not?
And you were at the funeral, and you were kind of helping McKinley get himself together. I don't know, this is just so weird, and it's kind of funny to me that they met him mid-train instead of, like, meeting him somewhere. Like, he's in the middle of training, and they're like, no, Lewis, listen. Lewis.
Yeah.
They're like, no. It's just like, I don't. This whole thing is bizarre to me.
As Kevin doesn't give up his attempt of persuading Lewis, Wendy surveys the room, filled with possible instruments of death that have facsimiles in Lewis's photograph. 2 crossed swords for the mascot of the Sultans, along with the phrase, "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger." A large rickety bear statue wearing the jersey of their rival, the Bruins. But Lewis is still unmoved as Kevin reminds them that 3 people have already died. He tells Lewis that if he thinks this is a simple coincidence, then he's in serious denial. But Lewis returns to the weight bench, lifting the bar and asking what about the 2 of them, saying that they both lost people in a very fucked up way. He says that maybe to feel less guilty, they're seeing signs and patterns. But he doesn't blame them, though he says it's wrong. He tells them that's denial.
What?
I don't know. He wants to lift. Let him lift. Let the man lift.
Look, we all want the games. I get it. But they're trying to warn you, dude.
Yeah.
I also feel like there is no appreciation or even acknowledgement for the fact that she got you off of that roller coaster.
Yeah.
And it's just, I feel like because he was like, shut that bitch up or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And him being escorted off saved his life.
Yeah.
And so the fact that the same person is coming back and being like, look, I think that you're in danger again. And he's like, shut up, science bitch. Like, that is very bizarre.
Yeah.
It's willful ignorance.
He's doing the Carter.
Yeah.
Okay.
But just then, an offensive lineman played by Keith Dallas slams the weights down on his machine, but it causes the swords on the wall to rattle. Wendy points them out to Kevin on the photo, which was really kind of funny. She's like, these are the same swords.
We're in the right place.
Yeah. We're correct.
Right, look, see?
Yeah. Keep going at it. Keep working. Keep working. I'll just stand here looking at these photos.
Literally.
But Kevin asks about Wendy's premonition, which Lewis belittles as a hunch, claiming that he gets them before every down in football. He says that's why he's here. Kevin sells the gravity of Wendy's vision, though, reminding Lewis that he's alive because of her. But Lewis vehemently disagrees, claiming that he's alive because of himself. Just then, a lineman played by Colby Johansson takes a sloppy sip from a water fountain, spilling water on the floor next to an outlet, where another teammate plugs in a boombox, which plays Killing Time by Head PE. Remember Head PE?
Yes, dude.
I completely forgot about that.
Wow. Yeah, I
bit.
did too. I just got to say, a lot of this can just be chalked up to like safety hazards.
Yeah, honestly. Where's the coach?
Literally.
Yeah.
But Lewis just returns to the weights, proclaiming that his life is going exactly as he saw it, listing his records and accolades, which Kevin counters and depreciates, proving Lewis wrong in every one of his declarations. He moves over to the machine underneath the swords, bringing them down forcefully, listing his plans to go in the second round of the draft to Oakland. He'll play for 15 seasons with 4 Super Bowl rings. He declares in third person, Lewis ain't afraid of no death. Fuck death. I will say his realistic goals of going in the second round and not the first.
Yeah.
His realistic goals for playing 15 years and only winning the Super Bowl 4 times. That's real. I believe him.
We're manifesting.
That's too much.
My thing is, I feel like a lot of athletes are incredibly superstitious.
Yeah, man.
And so his attitude, and also I gotta say, fuck death is really on the nose for me.
Oh, yeah.
Bordering on entirely too much.
But the room grows wild as Lewis bigs himself up, Wendy watching as everyone shouts and screams as they lift their weights. It's a very uncomfortable scene. Lewis shouts that death is afraid of him. Death fears him. He says that he just wins all the time. All he does is win, he says.
Win, 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 no matter what.
And he screams, "Fuck death," as a weightlifter knocks a claw off of the bear statue, which hits the eye of another weightlifter who drops his weights, the clatter of it dislodging the sword above Lewis's machine, slicing the cables connecting the weights. When nothing happens, Lewis boasts to Kevin, reminding him that he just wins. That's all he knows how to do.
Yeah. Let's go. Yeah.
Is he fucking Charlie Sheen?
Let's get tiger blood.
Yeah. We're about to see some tiger blood. But when he brings the weights down, disconnected from the cables, they slam shut with his head between them, crushing it and sending blood spraying all over Kevin and Wendy as they scream. So I did see an interview with the assistant art director, Catherine Urcha. She said that they needed to have weight equipment, obviously, that would have one design flaw that could lead to something like this.
Yeah.
She said, unfortunately, there's nothing on the market like that.
Thank God. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
But they designed a piece of equipment that would allow for this to happen, and it was really just one screw that you release that screw, and it leads to this tragedy.
Yeah.
And interestingly, they said that the blood and guts that spray Wendy and Kevin are just bananas and strawberries. But we cut to the first responders arriving at the training room, Wendy and Kevin exiting somberly in Sultan swag. As they reach Wendy's car, Wendy asks regretfully if she did anything to make this happen, to bring this on everybody. She asks why her? With all the people out there wanting to have a premonition or see a ghost, she doesn't. She just wants it to stop.
I was very thrown off by this because I didn't realize until we see his bag in a moment that their bloody clothes are in the bag and they're literally leaving from this happening right now.
You see just down the thing.
Yeah.
Because they're just in like Sultan's merch. And I was like, did they just go work out? What the fuck? And then I was like, oh, this just happened.
Mm-hmm.
You just saw Frankie Cheeks get, sawed the fuck up in the fan. You just saw Lewis get his head fucking smashed, covered in his blood. You step outside and you're like, but why me though? Like, it's like we're already desensitized.
Yeah.
To these people dying right in front of you.
I was laughing because there is a very jovial soccer practice going on.
No, yeah, what the fuck
Right
was
there.
that?
I'm like, did we not call anyone?
Yeah, who's going to explain that shit that happened in there?
Yeah. This is the university, like, that they're practicing at.
Yeah.
And so now this is like a whole thing.
Like, center holds
Take it
it.
off.
Yeah. It's the wind from King of the Hill.
A kid just died in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Kevin tells her that he doesn't know why, but she didn't do anything. He says that he wishes he could come up with a guess to make her feel okay, but he can't. He tells her there's nothing he can do, but Wendy hands him her keys, asking if he can drive. Kevin smirks, taking them from her, but as they get into the car, he asks curiously about the picture of him. His head's not, like, through the windshield or anything, right?
Does he think she's trying to kill him?
I know.
Yeah.
Just keeping it all secret. He asked if he gets crushed by the steering wheel or impaled by a gear shift, but Wendy just doesn't answer. It's like, can you give him anything?
Yeah.
But I was like, did she look at their pictures? Because there's never confirmation that she does or she doesn't.
Oh, yeah.
And then he's asking and she's just like, well, let's get in the car. Like,
The way that she acts later, I don't think she did.
yeah. I don't know why you just wouldn't say, I haven't looked either.
Yeah,
Yeah.
instead you're like, well, wouldn't you like to know?
Now get behind the wheel. It's like, what?
But we then cut to the warehouse of a hardware store, where McKinley loads a nail gun quite dramatically. He then gets a call on the radio from Aaron, asking if he's cut the plywood orders yet. They call each other Zip and Pip, and it's very adorable.
Mm-hmm.
It is cute. That's the thing is I wish we would have gotten more time with them.
Yeah.
I think that these are two characters that I could have liked, and I don't really care.
Yeah, and I their demeanor and their back and forth, it's like, why aren't you the main characters?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like nobody gets any time except for Wendy and Kevin, and I don't give a shit about Kevin.
No. Kevin's, he's gone. He's lost our trust or whatever.
I think if it has to be a little more than that, because if I spend time with them and then we still turn out the way things are going to turn out, I'm just going to be mad.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
In regards to the plywood orders, Zip tells Pip that that's a negative, saying that Osama bin Supervisor wants him to get rid of some pigeons in the warehouse first that keep setting off the alarms.
That's 2.
They're really leaning into
Yeah.
That's 2. That's 3, really.
this. Yeah.
I'm like, what are we
is
doing
this?
here?
Yeah.
But he readies his nail gun and rides a forklift up to the top of the shelves, firing madly and hitting one of the pigeons as 2 others fly away. It drops to the ground and McKinley lets out a satisfied chuckle.
What happened to the quality shit you were talking about earlier?
Yeah. Hold on.
Well, that one bird saved the other bird. I will say I did see on that featurette, Limke apparently spent 6 days learning how to drive a forklift.
Okay.
And we see later on he's actually maneuvering through aisles and everything.
Yeah.
The difficulty, he had said that he did this, of course, because as it turns out, they're filming in a real hardware store.
Oh, shit.
That's cool.
Yeah.
It was a local Canadian hardware chain, and the only condition was that they couldn't show the name anywhere in the film.
Okay.
And they had to start when the store closed is when they could film, and then they had to do everything that they could possibly do before 6 a.m. and no matter where they were, they had to close down and clean up and get it ready for the store to open.
Yeah.
And so
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah.
I just think it's funny that they were like, none of our stuff can be visible at all. And Vegas was like, you can't change shit.
Yeah. But Erin calls in again to McKinley, telling him that after she's finished restocking the shit that customers can't seem to put back on the shelves themselves, they can blow out of here. I will say that is, I'm a little torn on this, having worked retail in my life.
Yeah.
It's a massive pet peeve to have to find shit and put it back. But also, when you've got a lot of time to kill on the clock, it's actually a pretty cool thing to take the time to do it.
It's cool when the store is still open. When it's closed,
Yeah.
it's like, why the fuck can't you pick up after yourself?
Yeah.
Fair
Because now
point.
I'm stuck here.
Yeah.
I think what pissed me off the most is leaving frozen shit in the regular aisles.
People don't give a fuck.
Well, a choice had to be made.
A choice was
You made the choice to piss me off.
made to ruin the product.
Yeah.
Throw it away.
But as Erin returns a pot to the outdoor garden section, Wendy and Kevin arrive on the scene, knocking on the exterior gate and scaring the shit out of Erin. They didn't need to approach like that.
Not at all.
No.
But Erin does tell them that they scared her, and Kevin tells her to wait until she hears what they have to tell her. She lets them inside and calls McKinley on the radio to join them. As Erin looks at the photograph of her and McKinley from the amusement park that Wendy and Kevin brought, she wheels a cart through the lighting fixture aisle, sarcastically asking from the details of the picture if she's going to OD on nail polish and is McKinley going to be embarrassed to death.
He's pointing a gun at her head.
I didn't even realize she was wearing nail polish until she pointed it out. The gun I caught the first time.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Why are we all ignoring that?
Yeah.
Kevin reminds her of what happened to the others based on the clues from the photographs, and just as he does, all the lights in the aisle begin to flicker. The music grows tense, but we see that it's just McKinley fucking around with the controls. Erin laughs, but nobody else does. Wendy just says that they need to know who was sitting behind them on the roller coaster, and Erin jokes that it was some guy voted most likely to be manager of a Red Lobster, and McKinley offers a funnier line. It was some guy, black cloak, couldn't see his face, but the ride attendant did take his sickle before the ride started, if that's helpful in any way.
That was funny.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Like Red Lobster.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
It was a lobster? I don't think they let lobsters manage Red Lobster. Don't at me.
I do think
Don't
that.
at me on that.
And while we were working on this, I saw that all those Red Lobsters closed in like Buffalo and New York or something. I
Oh,
can't remember.
yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, did we do that?
I don't know. I think death didn't skip them. But Wendy doesn't care if they make a joke out of it, however, reminding them that it's their lives, and she asks facetiously if they should just give in to it. An exasperated McKinley tells her that there's no it, and as they continue their closing duties around the store, Erin asks if they're saying that death is like a person. Kevin says that they're saying that death is like a force, and this only gives McKinley more ammunition, claiming that if it's a force, then it has no goals or awareness. But Kevin disagrees, telling them that in past cases, if the next in line to die is saved, it skips that person, which is why they're here. Outside of watching the first film, they have no proof of this.
Not at all. Well, remember he Googled it.
It was readily available.
He read the Wikipedia of the first film.
But Wendy stops in the aisle, noticing that an eerie wind is rustling nearby wind chimes. She also looks over at a nearby fan, which is off. I was like, all right.
Yeah.
I guess they're like, it's not
It didn't
the fan. It's the death wind. But as McKinley takes the forklift to the top shelf to replace an item, Wendy notices that the decorative banners hanging above the aisles are very similar to the skill/kill banner from the photograph. She alerts Kevin, who shouts up to McKinley, startling him and causing him to drive the forklift into a set of shelves, which knocks a bag of bird feed onto the floor below. It's very funny because Kevin says something like, "McKinley, the box!"
Yeah. I don't...
That's never even what Wendy said.
Yeah.
It was the banner. McKinley is annoyed at Kevin's instruction, but Wendy snaps back that they're not going to apologize for trying to save his life.
I would just leave.
I mean,
Nicole, I'm Lady from Bride of Frankenstein. I tried to warn you. What happens to you, that's on y'all. You don't know who sat behind you, we got to go.
I mean, at what point, if they don't want to listen to you, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And then there's a lot of dangerous shit in a hardware store.
Yeah.
I don't want to be here for very long.
Yeah.
But she reminds him that he hasn't seen or been through what they have yet. McKinley just scoffs, but they continue on, Aaron asking who between them is next in this theory they have. And Kevin explains that they know it works with the order of seating on the roller coaster, but not how it works with people who sat together. Wendy shares that they don't know if Ashley or Ashlyn died first, and Aaron just says that death is complicated. McKinley disagrees, remarking that people die. In fact, 150,000 people die every day. He says they're biological entities, and death is simply the end of biological function.
So now death is the great equalizer.
Mm-hmm.
He thought about it after he got thrown out.
No.
So maybe that crazy priest was right. Maybe that priest going through all that shit was telling the truth.
See, for me here, any kind of whatever that I did want to give them a chance.
Mm-hmm.
At this whole little interaction we have with them, I'm like, you guys got to die next now or something. It's like, I don't really care about you guys.
It's just, you can very easily solve it by having somebody else stand up at the funeral.
Yes.
Done.
Yeah.
And now it's not anything contradictory because McKinley never held those views.
Yeah.
It's just so frustrating.
But as Wendy stares intently at the photo, McKinley accidentally knocks a few nails off of a high shelf, and Kevin decries McKinley's use of the word simple, telling him that it's anything but. And if Wendy hadn't gotten off that ride, they'd all be dead right now. But McKinley then knocks another box off of the shelf onto the other side, and Aaron scoops up the errant nails with a magnet. McKinley asks how come when a guy dies of a heart attack, no one extrapolates it as, oh, he was eating French toast when Princess Diana died in Paris while he was watching her funeral, and now he's dead. McKinley says they don't do that because it would sound crazy, which is exactly how they sound. Aaron puts the magnet back onto the shelf, but pushes it too far, attracting a long chain that begins to unroll to the sound of ominous music. I think we could hear that.
Yeah.
It's a chain.
That.
Aaron, having finished her closing duties, tells McKinley to finish cutting the lumber orders so they can leave. McKinley doesn't realize, though, but the chain lets loose a hook, which latches onto the keychain in the ignition of an empty forklift, attached to a card that reads, Unit 081, do not remove, and we see it upside down as Unit 180.
We didn't need to see it.
Yeah.
They're like,
Yeah.
As McKinley continues on his forklift, the Phantom forklift is shifted into gear by falling boxes and containers of caulk. Calm down.
You said it.
Calm down.
I looked up and John Paul's face looked exactly how mine felt.
Dude, this is a hardware store.
It's hard.
All right.
You knew what was going to happen when you said that.
I'm just trying to be accurate. It lurches forward, knocking over gallons of blue cleaning fluid. But the group heads to the back for McKinley to fulfill the orders, and as he starts the saw, he loses his footing, almost tripping into the blade, but he catches himself, and Wendy gives a look like, this guy. But the phantom forklift continues on, rolling over the containers, spilling liquid all over the floor of the aisle. But in the back, Aaron retrieves the dead pigeon, but the phantom forklift collides with a wall of tools, stabbing into it, a heavy hammer sailing down to hit the gear shift and the hydraulic control knob, lifting pierced shelving upward. I will say that they had said on the featurette it took 20 takes for this hammer to get it right.
Holy shit.
The hammer isn't sentient. They're like, we can
fire this dude.
Hold on.
We can get another hammer.
He's probably got an agent.
He was a personality hire. He really doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
It's a cameo. It's very important that this hammer is here.
Right, he did Home Improvement back in the day.
Respect must be paid.
Yeah.
But McKinley saws through a few orders before breaking away to measure the next piece of plywood. He discusses the possibility that Kevin and Wendy are right, that death has a conscious plan and it's been set into motion. He correlates this to Newton's third law of motion, which he assumes death follows as well. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction, so McKinley posits that if death has taken action, then so can they. And he says that that action might have an opposite reaction that warps death's intent. I will say, isn't that exactly what Kevin said earlier? Just in different words?
Yeah.
You fuck with it and it skips people.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, Isaac Newton once said.
Yeah. Then Kevin's like, no.
Don't take credit for my ideas just because you say it fancier. And it's even funnier because he is just restating Kevin's idea, but Kevin's like, you're being a fucker, but go on.
Yeah.
It's like, that's your idea.
Yeah. You just said that, dude.
Yeah. But McKinley asks what would happen if the last in line would make the utilitarian choice and kill themselves. Wendy glares at him, offended, as he states that would ruin any plan that death has put into motion, and even better, it would save 5 skipped lives. He asks if there are any takers, but when no one answers, he says he didn't think there would be. But suddenly, the wicked wind whips through the collected sawdust on the floor, and Wendy looks at the photo one last time, eyeing McKinley's gun from the attraction, pointed directly at Aaron's face, along with the word kill written above them. With the shape of the banner, Wendy assumes that the wooden stakes on a high shelf might be the method of murder, and she warns McKinley of them, just as the lifted shelf from the phantom forklift tips them over. Kevin tackles McKinley to safety as large wooden planks and plywood flats fall from a great height on top of the men, both protecting them and covering them. But one flat knocks a stake loose, sending it flying across the room. As Aaron cowers to miss being struck by it, she trips, hitting her head against McKinley's nail gun, which rests on a shelf. It fires nails through the back of her skull and through her face and her defensive hand that she holds in front of it. She sighs a pained exhale as she bleeds and dies instantly. A distraught McKinley screams from under the pile of wood.
So they had a cast of her face and her hand made, and they had the nails embedded inside of the head. So they have 5 nails in the head, and then they had a switch, and whenever you flick the switch, the corresponding number of the nail pops out of her head.
Oh, okay.
So it looks like it's being shot through the back of her head, but it's just coming from inside the head.
That's really
pretty
cool.
And
Yeah.
I watched them do it, and then I rewatched the scene, and it moves so quickly between the prosthetic head, her doing it, the nails. It all moves so fast that it is really seamless. It looks really, really good. Even knowing how it's done, it's like, damn.
No, that's amazing.
I wouldn't even like know how to try to do that.
No.
Like that looks really, really good.
Yeah.
I think now would be a good time to call out the editor, Chris Willingham.
Yes.
I feel like the Final Destination movies don't get the credit they deserve as far as editing is concerned.
Yeah.
It looks like, according to his filmography, really only edited this one out of them. But it's very interesting that he also worked on The X-Files and The Lone Gunman, which we know James Wong and Glenn Morgan and I think Jeffrey Reddick all got their start on.
Oh.
Okay.
But the next morning, Wendy and Kevin are released from questioning at the police station by officers Clark and Polanski. As they descend the staircase outside, Kevin assures Wendy that he didn't say anything. He says they were just trying to scare him into saying something, but they had nothing to keep him in there. He asks Wendy what she told the police, and she admits everything because she didn't do anything.
I was like, they didn't do anything. I don't know why. Kevin's like, you know, you're not shit out of me. It's just,
Yeah.
you didn't do anything.
No.
You didn't do anything.
They tried to sweat me, but you know.
Yeah.
And there were witnesses everywhere. McKinley was there at the damn hardware store.
Uh-huh.
There was a gym full of people with Lewis. You weren't even there for Ashley and Ashlyn.
No,
Yeah.
and you clearly see, if you just watch it, Lewis did all of that, dude.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Death was like, thanks, dude.
And that who are you trying to protect? Death? Like, when you're like, I'm not saying shit.
Like, you remember the weird thing in the first film where Death, like, he put the water out to kill Todd and then he receded it?
Yeah.
I'll never forget.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't want anyone asking any question. What do you care? Even if they think that it was a murder, you're not going to get arrested.
Yeah.
It's like, no.
No, we
You
don't.
cover your tracks.
We leave them
That's
guessing.
rule one.
Are you framing Alex? That's weird. That's a vendetta.
I was going to literally say it's a vendetta. Alex took all those souls or whatever from him.
I guess.
We were talking off mic how odd it was that all of the police business happens off screen.
Yeah, like you remember Alex was interrogated.
Yes, of course.
There were a few scenes.
But it made sense. Like Alex, the whole situation with the police, it made sense.
Yeah.
I don't understand why I don't understand why they're being questioned for this, or I just don't get this at all.
No, I mean, the only thing I can think of is that they are suspiciously at the scene of these crimes.
Yeah, but we haven't seen them interact with the cops at any other place. They were talking to the ambulance, and then that was it.
Yeah,
That's true. Yeah, I guess they were at Frankie Cheeks too, but that wasn't them.
Yeah.
It wasn't them, but they have been at, I think, 3
Yeah.
murder scenes.
Mhm.
Well, are you counting the roller coaster?
Ooh.
But I mean, I feel like it at that hardware store too. There's no way that you have 2 teenagers closing your entire store and you don't have any cameras.
That's true.
Yeah.
You have evidence of a freak accident.
Yes.
yeah.
And the way she is on top of that gun,
Mm-hmm.
the trajectory isn't even like somebody was standing over her or anything. It was a horrible accident.
Yeah.
If you don't believe that death is coming to pick them up one by one.
But Wendy says that she told the police about the photos, the conspiracy theory, Flight 180, why they were there to see McKinley and Aaron. But of course, they didn't believe her. But Kevin looks at his phone, realizing that they were questioned for 10 hours.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's crazy.
About, I mean, I understand about what, but how? What do you have?
Yeah.
You know, now that the way that this scene ends where he goes to
Yeah,
is appalling learning that.
Yeah.
that is true.
That's fucking nuts.
But Wendy says for all that they know, whoever was sitting behind Aaron is already dead, and they're next. As they continue walking together, Wendy realizes that McKinley almost died before Aaron, but they intervened, so it skipped him. Maybe this is how you learn that.
Yeah.
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 Even if it's a little bit late, even Alex learned it late. I think he learned it when Billy Hitchcock died.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's, you know.
Yeah.
But she says this is how they regain control, repeating what Kevin already determined and shared with the group. If someone intervenes, the person who is next in line gets skipped. But Kevin stops her, saying that if they're going by the way that everyone sat on the roller coaster, then he's next, and then Wendy. Again, we haven't determined.
Yeah. You don't know that. You don't know that at all.
But she assures him that they can beat this, telling him that they're so close and can't give up now. They are not close to...
I'm like, what are you gauging that on?
Death is close.
Yeah.
But Kevin realizes that his uncredited father is here to pick him up. And Wendy is surprised that he doesn't want to stick together.
Yeah.
Okay, here. Your son was just interrogated for 10 hours by the police who can't legally interrogate your son without an adult present. And you're like, I'll pick you up when you're done.
Yeah.
What? And where are her parents? This is why I was sure that she did not have parents.
Yeah. He's like, I hope the police fed you because I ate your dinner. But Kevin tells her to go back home and look at the pictures again to see if she can find any more clues. He says that he'll ask anyone he sees if they know anyone else who got off the coaster. I will say, we don't, from what it appears right now, he's going home with his father driving him home. And so for him to say that, it's like, who are you going to talk to?
Yeah.
But then we learn.
Yes. Later, it's like, when the fuck did this happen?
Yeah.
Could we have talked about it once?
Yeah. Hint.
Yeah.
Anything.
But when Wendy doesn't agree immediately, Kevin asks if there's something else that he should know before he leaves. Wendy admits that she'll be freaking out every second that they are apart, wondering if he's okay. This, to me, feels like the start of a love arc that goes nowhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kevin asks why, considering that they don't even like each other.
No. He took a photo up a girl's skirt.
He did. Everyone,
just like a couple days ago.
Yeah, some people may have forgotten because of all these deaths, but
Yeah, you might be spooked, but you're still disgusted.
Yeah, Pepperidge Farm remembers.
You're going to go back to normal.
Wendy just scoffs a laugh, and he gives her a hug. Before parting company, Kevin tells her that it's okay and reminds her that he has his cell phone on him. But just as Wendy gets into her car in the parking lot, we see that a van is parked in a space just behind her, and sat in the driver's seat with his eyes furiously focused on Wendy is McKinley. We'll get to it later, but he literally has no right to be pissed off about anything.
Yeah.
I feel like this could have been a really cool character, and the motivations are just so confused from one moment to the next. I understand the intense grief.
Yeah.
I understand displaced blame, but I don't know. Something it just doesn't work for me.
I think the entire intention that they went there was to save both of them.
Yes.
If there was that point, like I think JP had said, if they were like, you know what, fuck it, and left, and then Aaron dies,
true,
then he could be like, and it's wrong, but he's like, why didn't you?
Yeah.
Sure.
I think it all just comes back to him, what he told her about sacrificing.
Yeah.
But it's like, I don't know. I don't know.
Right. But sometime later, after what we can assume was quite a bit of research that we didn't get to see.
Again.
Yeah. Wendy sits at her computer in her bedroom, asleep on her desk. Julie walks into the room, telling her sister that she and her friends will be meeting some guys at the Tricentennial, and she could really use her good luck bracelet. It's funny. It's not a good guy good luck bracelet anymore.
No,
yeah.
I was like, remember that really sentimental moment that we had? Yoink!
Yeah.
But upon finding Wendy crashed out, Julie just snatches up the bracelet as quietly as she can. After Julie leaves, a car honks just outside of the Christensen house. It slowly stirs Wendy from her slumber, and when she raises her head from her desk, she looks up at her computer screen, finding the photo that was ruined by the blurry hand of the ride attendant. But this time, Wendy notices something. Clicking her mouse to zoom in, she can just make out a very important detail in the photograph. On the wrist of one of the passengers that was sitting in front of her is Julie's good luck charm bracelet.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like this would be so much more effective if we didn't already know that she was at the senior night thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
She just stumbles upon this and it's like, oh, this... Because honestly, I didn't even realize that it was a mystery that we were trying to figure out who was sitting there.
Yeah.
Literally, I did not. I didn't get it until it's like, oh, and it's like, oh, okay.
Well, but they were asking around everybody.
I know, but it didn't even click for me.
Yeah. See, for me, I thought that picture was just a ruined picture that they got and it meant nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know they were talking about that picture.
Yeah. Yeah, even going through the plot, it's like, oh, okay. But I watching it did not click for me that it's like, who are these people? Because it's just like, yeah, I don't fucking know. And then they move on and then nails are getting shot through somebody's head. It's just like it doesn't feel like it's that big of a deal. And if maybe it was played up a little bit more and we didn't know that Julie was there, it would be, oh my God, it's the bracelet.
Yeah.
It just would have been so much more effective if we didn't already, like, already know that she was there that night.
I think that is the key to it, is not getting the double bird picture like you're saying.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. Because then, I mean, right whenever we see it in the premonition, it seems like two inconsequential people that just fall.
Yeah.
Because even watching it before I even knew that it was them, I was like, oh, it's just, a couple people we don't even know.
Mm-hmm.
You know what you could have even done to get the double bird picture is as she's scrolling through it, it's a picture of her sister pissed off because she couldn't come. And she's flipping the camera off.
Before she left or something?
Yeah. So then you also get the picture of her.
Mm-hmm.
You also get the fact that she's not supposed to be there.
Yeah.
And we don't see her there to ruin this moment.
Mm-hmm.
Get me in the room.
You're right. They're even cycling through the photos a little bit as they're going through the thing.
Yeah.
And she could just explain it away.
It's like my sister was pissed.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all you have to do. It's,
Done.
like, it's senior night. She can't, she'll get over it.
She's a junior.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's also a senior.
Yeah.
She's a super senior. But that's all. You can still get her picture. You can still establish all of that and set precedent for this big moment of, oh shit, she wanted to go and she snuck on that ride.
Mm-hmm.
She did. You're right.
Yeah.
That's much better.
Did she also have an appointment at 9:15? I don't think he had an appointment.
That's funny. And never do they rock up to the place and they're like, no, can you show me proof of your...
Yeah.
I don't even see them give tickets. They're just like, 4, please.
Yeah. Oh, no shit.
You know?
I have a reservation under Jason. It's like, no,
This is a roller coaster, right? It's not the Dorsia. But Wendy reaches for a sticky note. Not sure what that was going to do. But luckily, she's distracted from that by the sound of the front door closing. She rushes from her seat over to the window where she sees Julie getting into the back seat of her friend's car. Wendy snatches up her cell phone, dialing her sister's number, but only getting the answering machine. She leaves a message for her, very urgently ordering her to call her on her cell phone right away. She then immediately phones Kevin, and when he picks up, she asks if he remembers Julie being on the roller coaster. He says that he doesn't, and we see him walking amongst a crowd of people at the McKinley Fairgrounds, wearing a blue button-up shirt, an orange jacket, and a lanyard. Wendy reveals that the person sitting behind McKinley and Aaron was wearing the exact same charm bracelet that their grandmother gave to Julie. She assumes Amber and Perry were also with Julie, too, so she guesses that they're next. As she frantically gathers her things, she tells Kevin that Julie and her friends went to the tricentennial event, and we see that the back of Kevin's jacket bears bold white letters reading, "Security."
When the fuck did this happen?
Yeah, what the fuck? You went to work after this shit?
You said the plan.
Yeah.
And you never said, and I also have to work tonight.
Yeah.
No, never.
At a pretty dangerous event.
No, yeah. You know that you don't know what's going to happen to yourself.
Yeah.
But you know it's something, and you go to this?
Mm-hmm.
And after all of this just happened with Aaron and McKinley, I'd be like, we should probably look at my picture.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean?
And something else to consider is that Wendy said, we don't know who was sitting in front of us. They might already be dead.
Yeah.
Which means that wherever you go, you told Wendy you're next.
Yes.
Yeah.
You said, it's me. It's fine.
Yeah.
Which again, he has no proof of that.
No. But Kevin offers to start looking for Julie, and Wendy assures him that she's on her way. As she goes to shut off her lamp, Kevin stops her, reminding her that after Julie and her friends, they're next. He says that if anything happens to them before Wendy arrives at the fairgrounds, now would be a good time for them to look at their picture from the night of the tragedy.
I'm sorry, really quick before you move forward. The way that he so casually says, after Julie and her friends, like, that's my fucking sister.
Yeah. He's like, but we got to worry about us now.
She's as good as dead.
Yeah.
Us, though.
She chose to sneak out.
Let's look at those pictures.
With a very heavy sigh, Wendy returns to her computer. She cycles through the photographs, finding hers, which initially seems to bear zero clues. Just a photo of Wendy standing next to a blurry-faced Jason, looking like he's pulling a Dr. Vaniket.
I literally have in my notes, I think she's going to get got by Dr. Vaniket. That's her clue.
Yeah.
That's 2 Houses on a Hill, right?
Yeah.
She notes that even the background is black, and so there's nothing there to even pull from. But Frankie was proof that it could be a different photo. It doesn't have to be this photo.
Yeah. She's like, no, it's this one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I got my good side in this one. This is it.
But Wendy's attention is drawn to her T-shirt, which reads McKinley High Grad Night, and she feels like it's a clue. She says McKinley because it's the school.
Yeah.
And Kevin's like, Ian? Is it Ian in the photo? It's like, no, dude. No. And it's really funny because that's kind of what it means.
It is.
Yeah.
And we learn. But I mean, anyway. Kevin's photo, however, is the photo that Wendy took when she hit the flash so he would let the camera go. Kevin appears overexposed, his eyes clenched shut and his face recoiling from the brightness. Wendy shares the details of his photo with him, and he looks around for a moment, setting his sights on a banner advertising the fireworks display for the evening, with a dramatic musical flourish in the score, as he asks if he looks like a firework went off in his face. The phone call ends abruptly as Kevin nervously eyes the crew preparing the fireworks display.
Again, though, you know this. Why would you volunteer for this or go even out? Even if your dad's like, look, you were in a big trouble, you need to go to work and you whatever, you know, he did pick him up after being interrogated.
For 10 hours.
Still, I would like, oh yeah.
No, go to work.
Yeah.
Can I sleep?
Yeah, drop me off. I'm going to take off back home. Like, I'll sit outside in the back in the shed or something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to get killed out here.
Absolutely not. It's like we fully believe in this, but also like it'll probably be fun.
Yeah.
Like what?
But we cut to Wendy speeding down the road on her way to the fairgrounds. She switches on the radio, and it seems to tune all on its own, settling on Turn Around, Look at Me by the Lettermen. The singer croons, There is someone walking behind you, which prompts Wendy to look in her rearview mirror, where she sees headlights beaming through the dusk at her. As the song continues, Wendy increases her speed, fearfully watching her potential pursuer. But suddenly, a black wolf bounds out of the woods, stopping in the middle of the road and forcing Wendy to swerve out of the way, but she just keeps driving.
I gotta say, when death is literally breathing over your shoulder, I don't think that speeding while exclusively staring into your rearview mirror is probably the best idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I will admit, I've never been on the road and been like, oh my God, his headlights.
Yeah.
That's part of being on the road.
Yeah, no.
But also, can she not see anything? Because she knows the vehicle.
Yeah,
she
it's
has
true.
seen the vehicle multiple times.
Oh, yeah, the van.
That is true.
Yes.
What's this wolf about?
Yeah.
He's like, go home, go home. He's right behind you, go. I don't know.
But at the fairgrounds, under the dim lights of vintage storefronts, a man dressed in revolutionary clothing, played by Jim Shield, assumes the role of Paul Revere, riding his horse through town, repeatedly shouting, "The British are coming. The British are coming." I don't know why this is here. I will tell you.
Yeah.
Because this town of McKinley, it's not real, but the town of McKinley, Pennsylvania, which is where this film is set, founded in 1705. Paul Revere's ride was in 1775 in fucking Massachusetts.
No, he came through here.
Okay. It was a long ride.
It was a long ride. He wanted to tell everyone.
It took him 70 years.
Oregon Trail.
Yes.
Yeah.
He did have dysentery,
Yes.
but he made it through.
But the crowd cheers despite the historical inaccuracies. As Kevin surveys vendors, grill masters, and blacksmiths all at work. One blacksmith pounds a horseshoe, which we focus in on. We'll say it's a bit of a hint.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And also, aren't horseshoes like luck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I guess not in this case, though.
No, not at all. But Kevin surveys the advancement of marching Revolutionary War reenactors, one of them hitching their horse with a rope and a bell, while a Ben Franklin reenactor, played by Graham Andrews, flies a white kite, making a real show of it with a large gold key on the string, hoping aloud with the crowd for some lightning. Kevin, for some reason, seethes. Fuck you, Ben Franklin.
That made me laugh.
Yeah.
Really.
What the
He's
fuck?
like, we don't need to bring lightning into this.
It was the first and last, I think.
Ben Franklin.
But he's not doing it?
No.
He's doing his job.
That was hilarious.
That was really good. But Wendy arrives at the fairgrounds, parking her car in the lot and heading towards the event. Meanwhile, a few teenagers with sparklers run afoul of Kevin, who is worried that they'll accidentally set off the fireworks. He chases them away, and when they drop their sparklers, he stamps them out with his boot.
He should be over there telling her to park right because she took 2 spots.
Did she really?
Oh, yeah.
What
I
an
was
asshole.
Go back. Fix it. Fix it.
But as Wendy approaches the large white tents of the fairground event, a voice comes over the loudspeaker, alerting the townsfolk that to celebrate McKinley's tricentennial, the fireworks extravaganza will begin shortly. Fanfare plays over the speakers as Kevin notices Julie, Perry, and Amber standing next to a booth. But Kevin ushers the crowd away toward the viewing site, and we see officers Clark and Polanski arrive at the town square. A few reenactors clear out toward the viewing site as well, one of them leaving a tall torch directly in front of a cannon. Probably fine.
Don't think another thought about it,
Yeah.
honestly.
As Kevin pursues Julie and her friends, the officers pursue him too, while Wendy searches through the crowd. The torch, of course, topples over, knocking loose a cannonball from the top of a stack, which rolls under a tent and knocks over a wooden block under the trailer hitch of a truck, which is holding fireworks in its bed. It bobs unevenly. But Julie, Amber, and Perry meet up with a trio of teens. Peyton, played by Andrew Francis, Marcus, played by Dustin Milligan, and Cahill, played by Corey Monteith.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Very small role.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin catches up to them, however, and tells Julie that for her own safety, she and her friends have to come with him. When she appears hesitant, Kevin grabs Julie's arm, promising her to tell her all about it once they get away from here.
What?
She was hesitant at first, and then it seemed like she was going to go with him, and then he fucking grabbed her.
Yeah.
And she's like, get off me or whatever. I was like, dude, why did you do that?
It's not the best. I don't
No.
know, dude.
Yeah. And if he is working security at this event, why would, if something wasn't wrong, why wouldn't he come and, you know him?
Yeah.
You know him,
You know
and he's
him.
wearing a fucking security
Yeah.
jacket. You're absolutely right.
And you all experience the same tragedy.
Yeah.
But it kind of feels like nobody else did.
Yeah. It's weird. Julie pulls away from him, walking through the group of guys, and when Kevin tries to do the same, Peyton tries to stop him, but he gets knocked down for his efforts. Clark and Polanski notice this, as does Wendy, and they all head towards the direction of the altercation. But Julie disappears into the crowd gathered at the viewing site just as the fireworks are lit. Bright bursts of color appear vibrant in the sky, blurred behind Wendy as she searches for her sister. I will say this is a real fireworks display that they did.
Oh, nice.
Don't want to say I knew it, but it looks great.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
With all the CG they did in the film, it was interesting that they decided to do this practical.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Wong said that it was a reference to Hitchcock's To Catch a Thief, just for...
Oh.
Okay.
But the hitched horse from earlier, however, appears spooked by the loud noise, and a couple of assholes, the M80 boys, played by Michael Stewart and Victor Ayala, live up to their credit, lighting up some M80s and throwing them at the hooves of the horse to scare him even more.
Somebody needs to arrest those boys right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, was that Beavis and Butthead? What the
Literally.
fuck was that?
But as soon as Wendy spots Julie through the crowd and calls out to her, the M80s go off, startling the horse enough to dislodge his hitch, running wildly through the fairgrounds, dragging rope and a sharp piece of wood behind it. I did want to make mention, the horse is white, like the pale horse of death.
That's exactly what I was
okay.
thinking.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, I heard Johnny Cash's voice.
Honestly, if we hadn't covered Dawn of the Dead so recently, I'd be like, oh, whatever. Just,
a white horse.
Yeah, move on. But it knocks over townsfolk in its quest to get the fuck out of here. But elsewhere, Kevin finally catches up to Julie again, calling after her and telling her that she's in danger, and he's trying to explain it to her. Julie offers to explain this to him, flipping him the double bird.
She loves it.
Yeah.
That's all she's got. All I know how to do is the double bird.
Some people win. Some people flip the double bird. It's a melting pot.
But upon seeing this from a distance, Wendy remembers the picture she took of her sister from the night of the tragedy, where she gave her the double bird in front of a carousel of horses. She cries for Julie to look out as the horse barrels towards them. Kevin knocks Julie out of the way, but is knocked down by the galloping giant. And as it passes, the rope cinches around Julie's throat, taking her with it.
It's almost like this is an educated horse.
Yeah.
Ah, very good.
Rob Zombie, but he's working for death. That's my point.
It's an unpopular opinion, but that's Rob Zombie's best album.
It's a great album.
I will die on that hill. She's dragged as she chokes. Officers Clark and Polanski attempting to stop the horse, and they do momentarily until another bursting firework sets it off again.
It made me laugh because this is happening very quickly, but the fact that this horse is running wild among the people, he has somehow found a way to drag this girl through the fucking tricentennial. Mm-hmm. There are still people in the crowd like, ooh, at the
They're bright, they're colorful.
Yeah.
I'm not watching a horse. I've seen horses before. I will say I did see on that featurette, the actress who plays Julie did her own stunts for this.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
What a badass.
Yeah. I think they had it kind of, it looked as if it were connected to the horse, but it wasn't actually. It was dragged by stunt controlled whatever.
Right.
Stunt workers, I think they're called. It was dragged by stunt workers. She was dragged by stunt workers. We're falling apart, guys. We just got a little bit left.
We're almost done.
But as the horse continues to run, dragging Julie behind it, Kevin snags a cutlass from the waist of a reenactor, and just before Julie is dragged right into a series of spikes at the edge of some kind of farm equipment. I've never worked on a farm.
Yeah, I don't know what that was, but it looked sharp.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured it was to, like, I guess, till the ground or something, but
Maybe.
I have no idea. I'm not that old. I don't know.
It looked scary.
Yes.
Yeah.
But Kevin is able to cut the rope, saving her life. Wendy embraces her sobbing sister on the ground, and Amber and Perry rush to the side of their friend. As men finally subdue the horse, Wendy pleads with Julie to know who was sitting next to her on the roller coaster, because whoever she was, she's next. Amber and Perry look at each other, but before Julie can answer, one loud burst of fireworks startles the horse again, and its rope seizes around a flagpole as it rears up, somehow dislodging the pole with enough force to snap it and send it flying like a spear right into the gut of Perry, spraying the girls with blood. They scream as Perry's body slumps over, the pole passing through her ruined stomach.
I think that Perry was sitting next to her on the ride.
I think it was a safe yes. Yeah. I have to admit, I did laugh a little bit at this scene because Perry was like, "I'm sorry, Lorraine." And then it's still one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
It shouldn't be, but it is.
I will say, I know we're laughing because of The Conjuring too. But the thing about this is that, again, I don't know Perry.
Not at all.
Yeah.
You know?
We like y'all said, we figured out that she was sitting there. That's it.
I mean, I guess that's all we need.
Yeah.
But at this moment, Wendy realizes that she and Kevin are next. And upon remembering his photograph, she rushes for him. But he's preoccupied trying to corral the spooked horse.
Why? Why are you
there were
doing
plenty
this?
of other people who seem to have it under control. But he foolishly steps right behind it, and it kicks the shit out of him, sending him right through a table of kebabs, one of which punctures a propane tank line, which starts a fire. This all happens so fast.
It is hilarious. And I will say he takes that horse kick like a fucking champ.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to snort. I'm sorry. I think the thing for me is just again, you see something like this. This has to be comedy horror. That has to be the intention. You don't do that. You just don't do that. And the sound effect of the horse kick.
Yeah.
Like it's hilarious. It's literally hilarious.
I'm watching this and it does happen fast. To me, I'm like, you're not trying very hard, Dust. That's not that the horse kicked the shit out of him and he still got up and he's like, "Ooh, that kind of
Yeah.
damn propane tank blew up," and he's just like, "Whoa, what the hell?"
Yeah, it's like you're a little toasty, but you'll be fine.
Yeah, it blows up, but before it can engulf and kill him, Wendy pulls him away to safety. I don't know where she came from that fast.
What the fuck?
She's Batman. But as he catches his breath in the grass, he chokes that Wendy saved his life. As Julie and Wendy help him recover, Wendy notices a disgruntled McKinley making his way through the crowd toward them. Memories of photographic clues flash through Wendy's mind as she tells Kevin that they have to get out of here because Ian McKinley causes her death. Kevin suggests that they rush for the first aid tent where he presumes they'll find security. The fireworks burst above them as McKinley stalks them. Kevin shouts for him to get out of here, but McKinley just sarcastically replies that he's here to celebrate the tricentennial. Wendy says that he followed her here, and he just attributes this to her paranoia. But he says that he saw what happened, and she's next, the end of it all. He admits that he'd be paranoid too. But as she drags Kevin and Julie towards the tent, Wendy reminds McKinley that he didn't even believe her before, to which McKinley retorts that seeing is believing. But when Wendy tells McKinley that he has to stay away from her, he thinks it a bit extreme at first, but he then realizes why, asking, "Do I cause your death? Just like you caused Aaron's?"
Okay. No.
Yeah.
That's not what happened.
Very simple answer to this question.
Yeah, and I gotta say, yawn at the alt kid becoming the villain. I was just really disappointed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's too cool for this.
Yeah.
Then that's what I was saying earlier. Even if we spend enough time with them, if this is the outcome,
It's like, fuck it.
yeah, then I don't need him to be. I don't need to be him on screen more. That's just gonna make it. That's gonna make it more weirder, and then you're gonna be even more mad because the whole time we built up this dude as, oh, he's cool, he's this and that,
Yeah.
and then later it's like, what?
Mm-hmm.
Why the turn?
It's
Nobody
like you're
even
not
cared.
you're not thinking clearly.
Yeah.
The fireworks still bursting overhead, McKinley asks if she had a vision, if he was in a picture, and he pleads with her to tell him how to start it off to get it over with. Wendy tells him that he can save her if he stays away, then it'll all be over. But McKinley doesn't care, because it already skipped him. He says for him, it is over, and he's not dying. But just then, the wobbly truck finally tips over, aiming the remaining fireworks at the group. As soon as they're set off, Wendy, Julie, and Kevin drop to the ground, but they sail right past McKinley, missing him and colliding with a nearby forklift, sending sparks in every direction. McKinley boasts that he isn't going to die. It's Wendy. She's dead. But before he can continue, the hinge of the forklift gives way, and it crashes down right on top of McKinley, cutting him in half, spewing his guts across the cleanly cut grass. Shock and relief wash over Wendy as McKinley's body twitches and we dip to white. We got to talk about the reshoots of this film because they initially showed it to a test audience.
Mm-hmm.
And this is probably the first time and only time that I will ever agree with a test audience.
Okay.
The original ending of this film, the crane falls on McKinley, crushes him completely, no gore involved whatsoever. The trio stands up,
Shut the fuck up.
walks away, and the credits roll.
Shut up.
That's it. That's it.
I had read that the audiences found it dull, especially compared to the epicness of the beginning.
Well, yeah.
But I could not find what it was.
This is featured on the featurette. They show that part and they show the credits rolling right after. He's just dead.
Yeah.
Underneath it, as if he's been like this big bad the whole time.
Yeah.
He's death.
Yeah.
But the wild thing is that their reshoots ended, the reshoots that we're about to see with this new ending, and they ended on January 30th, and the film opened on February 10th.
God damn.
And part of the reshoots that were added was adding this gore to that scene first.
Okay.
The ending that you're about to get to, I read that they had to bring another effects team in.
Really?
We're gonna see it in a minute, or you're gonna paint the picture in a minute. But they developed a miniature for it. They had to do 45 CG shots, and they were like, "You have 6 weeks."
God.
And so hearing when they finished it and when it opened, I get the deadline. There was like, there's no wiggle room here.
Mm-hmm. The funny thing is that we do see in accompanying the first shot of the next scene, there is on-screen text that reads 5 months later. That is exactly true.
That's hilarious.
It was 5 months later when they did these reshoots.
That's great. And I was like, what a weird, because we've talked a lot. It's always 6 months later, 6 months later, and 5. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
I did see that Digital Dimension did the bit with McKinley and the lift. They said it was one of the most challenging ones that they put together. They did a plate with the lift falling, and then another one with the actor falling with green on his legs so it could be taken out. Then they rendered a CG object being crushed by something that matched the same size and weight of the lift so that they could marry the two together and have it be practical and CG.
Okay.
And they said they did it so many times and just let Wong pick the one that he liked best. And I read on the thing that they said that the goal was to not stop on any of these projects that they did until Wong said, wow.
Well, I mean, honestly, the look of that, I think there's something very interesting to me in horror films about uneven gore.
Yeah.
The way that he's chopped, if he's like, that's probably why Kevin being chopped exactly in half wasn't
It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I've seen this before.
Yeah. And they did say it was very important. The way that he landed on the grass was a big, not issue, but it was important for them to get that just right of the top half of him landing.
Okay.
But 5 months later, the camera rests on the track of a subway train before we see it speeding down the track towards us, and we're taken on board. A subway performer, played by Matt Ellis, strums his guitar, singing a tune. But the camera passes through the aisle to find Wendy with her friends Laura and Sean, played by Agam Darshi and Dylan Basile, respectively. Wendy asks Laura about a curry place they could go to tonight, asking if they could get off for it at Booth, but Laura corrects her that they'll have to get off at the stop for Oswald.
Oh, are you fucking kidding me? I didn't even think about it until I heard you say it. That's pretty good.
Right?
That's good.
But as Wendy consults the subway map, Sean laments the lack of a proper Thanksgiving dinner for the holiday, but Laura tells him that it isn't going to kill him.
Can we stop saying stuff like that, please?
But the subway performer approaches Wendy through the aisle, singing a cover of Turn Around, Look at Me. The lights begin to flicker as recognition sparks in Wendy's eyes, and through the window, the faces of passers-by appear in a blur, exactly like Jason's face did in her photograph. But the train stops, and passengers get on, while the subway performer departs, and as Wendy takes a seat, we see that the train number is 081.
I don't know if that's good.
Probably not.
I don't think so.
I feel like that you see it so slightly, and then they show it twice very, very bluntly in a mirror.
It's like, okay.
Yeah.
But the subway descends into the darkness of a tunnel, and Wendy sees signs and advertisements plastered on the train walls. The fast food restaurant where Frankie died, the hardware store where Aaron met her end, the tanning salon where Death greeted Ashley and Ashlyn so warmly. And then an ad for an accounting service with the motto, "There's no escaping death and taxes." It's like, all right.
Come on, man.
You had me.
Come on.
I don't remember them dying in an accounting service. I know the saying, but
just a sign that says die.
Yeah. There's also evil laughter overheard, and the subtitles were like in her head in parentheses because it's like, who's laughing? Nobody's laughing. But a voice on the intercom of the train, provided by Tony Todd, announces, "This is Booth Street. Next stop is Oswald. End of the line. The next stop is the end of the line." Wendy rises from her seat fearfully, which Laura and Sean take notice of, reminding her that it's the next stop that they get off on. Wendy suggests instead that they get off on Booth and walk, despite Laura reminding her of the weather being too cold. The train screeches to a stop at Booth Street, where a crowd of sports fans headed to the Bruins game crowd the platform. One of them tosses a candy bar into the trash, but misses it, and it immediately becomes a meal for a hungry rat.
Good for Remy.
Yeah. It's an
I
origin
love
story.
that for him. Yes. I hope nothing happens to him.
Is eating dangerously close to something? We'll talk in a second. But when the doors open, Wendy and her friends approach the door, but the fans just barrel their way in, making it impossible for Wendy to exit. When she finally gets her window, Wendy is stopped in her tracks when she sees a very familiar face entering the train car. It's Julie. They embrace each other, surprised, and sit down to talk. Apparently, Wendy wasn't expecting her until tonight, but Julie shares that their dad's car died out of nowhere, and instead of waiting around, she caught an early train.
Shocked to hear of a dad.
Uh-huh.
But also, oh my God, Julie, I'm so glad to see you. We were just gonna walk down to fucking Oswald or whatever.
Yeah.
Get the fuck off the train.
Wendy shares that she thinks she had a sense that Julie was coming early, admitting that she was feeling like she did that night.
And she was right that night.
Yeah.
Julie soothes her sister, telling her that everything is fine. She says the two of them and Kevin went over thousands of scenarios. McKinley was going to cause her death. Wendy intervened, and it skipped them. She says that until something happens to her and then to Kevin, who she also recently ran into apparently and seems completely fine, Wendy has nothing to worry about. We watch as the track switches, the rat still enjoying its sweet meal, while inside the train, Wendy introduces Julie to her roommates. But just as she approaches them, she notices someone sitting alone in the corner seat. There, with his headphones on, sits Kevin.
The legislative branch and the executive branch are not supposed to be in the same branch.
No shit.
I'm like, the three of us together, we're fucked. It's done.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, dude. Death is lazy. He's like, dude, just, get them all on a train. Like,
yeah. For me, it's him sitting there like an NPC waiting for somebody to press X. Because he's literally just, you don't look around when you're sitting somewhere. You're by yourself.
I think he was
Apparently not.
I think he was riding 8 Mile.
Yeah. Oh, what he was doing.
If I'm not mistaken. Wendy and Julie approach him, and he seems excited to see them, standing up to greet them and sharing that he was just on his way to the game and promises that he was going to look her up afterwards. Noticing Wendy's demeanor, he asks her what's wrong. But just then, we see the rat's noshing is getting a little too close to a frayed and live wire. The poor rat explodes into sparks, causing an electrical short and switching the tracks once again.
I was astonished.
Yeah, come on.
The fucking rat.
It's down to a rat exploding?
I can't.
Did the rat cheat death earlier too?
Oh, yeah. What?
He had a really promising career in front of him. Anyone can cook.
As soon as the train hits the switched tracks, its wheels misalign, scraping their way down the new track unevenly, descending the train into darkness and dislodging in a derailment. The train forks around the tracks, sending passengers to the floor as the front end barrels through the broken section of the car that our group is in. Julie stands fearful and alone at the end of the train car, Kevin screaming for her to stay down. But before she can return to the floor, a large piece of metal debris crashes through one of the doors, colliding with Julie and vaporizing her, I guess.
Yeah.
Kevin is then thrown against a window, the force cracking the glass. Held down by the gravity of the tilting car, Kevin's face breaks through the glass, and he falls out of the car, crushed and mutilated between the concrete walls and the speeding train. It finally screeches to a spark-filled stop, overturned on its side, scratching its way through debris, a mechanical mess, a barrage of bloody bodies, misshapen metal, and burning flames. Through the wreckage, Wendy lies bleeding on the tracks, somehow surviving the derailment. She lifts herself from the ground, minding her broken leg and surveying the tragedy before her. But before she can move, the beaming lights of an oncoming train find her in the darkness, and just as the blinding light overtakes her, we travel through her eye, a tear rolling down her cheek and returning to just moments ago when she recognized Kevin sitting alone on the train.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say very quickly before you take us home, I read that when they were originally writing this, they wanted for AJ and Burke to be on this train.
Oh, man, from 2?
From 2.
Mm-hmm.
But it had to be both of them, and one actor was available and the other one wasn't.
Man.
Because the whole point was closing this circuit kind of.
Yeah.
And they're like, if it's just one, that defeats the whole purpose. So they didn't say which one wasn't available, but one wasn't available, and so they couldn't do it. I would have been thrilled.
Yeah.
I will say, if you like that idea, wait a couple of movies.
Oh.
Because something very interesting happens.
Okay.
And I don't want to give it away.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Kevin tells her again that he was going to look her up after the game. And he asks her what's wrong. And she tells him, the train. Kevin understands immediately, and they rush to pull the emergency brake, which doesn't seem to work. Kevin screams for someone to stop the train as Wendy and Julie reach for the doors to pull it open, the lights flashing over Wendy's fearful face. We fade to black, and the credits roll. And there is a very interesting cover, I will say, of Love Train by Tommy Lee.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's a word for it.
I was like, who the fuck is this?
Yeah.
My astonishment to find out that it was Tommy Lee.
He made some
Yeah.
choices.
He made some choices.
He said, I read some interview with him where he had talked about, he was like, well, I wanted to take the song but make it darker to fit the tone of the movie. And I'm like, I don't know if darker is the word I use.
Yeah.
Sleepier.
Yeah.
Yeah. That.
Worse.
That works too.
Or worse.
But I have to ask. Sorry, Tommy Lee. He listens. He doesn't. What did you guys think of Final Destination 3?
So yeah, the movie's over. It didn't really happen yet, I guess. The train thing.
Yeah. So
It's coming.
a lot of people find it. I know James Wong said that it's open-ended and that it's actually possible they did stop the train.
It sounded like a crash to me, or like the beginning of something happening.
Well, you can stop it.
Oh, okay.
Just stop.
Oh,
All right.
yeah. Just stop.
Or they died, all of them, every one of them.
Yeah.
It's whatever you want to go home with. It's whatever you want to send our listeners home with tonight.
Got it. Everyone's fine. Everyone's fine, guys.
But I know you said at the very top that a lot of people do like this, and some people say it's the best one. For me, I still like the second one the best so far. I'm sure that also is in a certain age range of people who, when it came out and watched it a lot and whatever. But I feel like this one, there's a lot of problems I have with this movie. I do like a lot of the visual effects. The kills are interesting, some of them. I think for me, it's just a lot of the kills are pointless. Like the people who die, they're pointless. I didn't really care enough about any of the characters for me to be like, damn, that sucks. A lot of it felt like you need to be here for this to happen, for that to happen, just so that person can die.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, I mean, and that is Final Destination. But I didn't feel, I don't want to say the heart of it that I did in the other two movies, but I do feel like this was a let's get this out. Let's get this going. And I'm not saying they didn't put a lot of work into it, but I don't know. Maybe it's the story. Maybe the story, like no parents being there, and there's no adults period at all in the movie most of the time. It's really weird. The flip-flopping of the characters. When things need to count, they need to count, but when they don't, it doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm.
The sibling thing, the sisters, yeah, just make them the same age or don't make them siblings at all. It didn't feel genuine. And I think it's just the likability of our characters, mainly for me, because even if the story isn't as good, if there's one or two people I can latch onto and be like, okay, but and we've all done it. We'll try to make an excuse for them.
Mm-hmm.
And even if it's funny or if it's loose or whatever, but I find it hard for me to really latch onto any of these characters in this movie. But I mean, like I said, the visual effects are great. The editing, what's going on, the fucking sets, a lot of the stuff is really good. But the story for me and just the character arcs they're whatever's going on with them. It hurt the movie for me tremendously.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think that for me, the real star here is more the behind the scenes work that went into these kills. I really do like the opening on the roller coaster. I like most of the kills. There is a little bit of lacking leading up to them for me that we got in the first two. And I think that I just overall, even the characters that I didn't like in the first two, they felt like they could be real people. And I don't really feel that way about anyone in this. I know that Wendy is a bit bland for us to kind of imprint ourselves or whatever. She's fine. I get it. But I don't fully get a defined character from anyone. And when I do feel like I'm starting to, in the next scene, they have a whole different belief system.
Yeah.
So it's just, that is an issue for me. I know that not every film is about character or whatever. Okay, then let's move on to story. That is also not for me. It feels like, and I understand that this is in the Final Destination franchise. We have seen the Final Destination movies. The characters have not. They need to own these moments of figuring out what's going on. More than own, they need to earn them, because they shouldn't know that. There's no way you should be able to Google. even that author that we had writing that book, not everything was in there.
Yeah.
The events of the second film hadn't even happened yet. You know what I mean? Like, there are things that I would have, even though I know the rules, I would have liked to see them find out those rules for themselves. And I wish more of them weren't just fucking disgusting people that I don't care if they live or die.
Yeah.
Even as short as this movie is and as quick as everyone, we're all racing to the grave, basically, in a Final Destination film. Rely on tropes. And yeah, I would be rolling my eyes at it, but I would at least get a feeling for who they are. I know that you have the girls in their velour tracksuits tanning. I know you have the alt kids that have their dark jokes. It's just not enough. I know that those are tropes, but I still feel like I don't know anything about them. And then when you get a shred, it's like, no, everybody fucking dies, man. It's like, you just had a full meltdown at the funeral.
Well, Wendy's a control freak. So.
That I do know. That I know too well. But again, the marriage of practical and CG, the care that was taken with CG, as much as was used in this film, especially in the time that it was used, this could have looked like fucking garbage. It does not.
No.
There's no moment where I'm like, "Ugh, that didn't age well." It all looks really, really good. And again, the actors went through a lot physically for it. And I always do appreciate when people go above and beyond in that sense. But yeah, for me, we're looking more at kills and we're looking more at the effects work, because the story is not there for me and the characters are not there for me.
No, I understand and agree. I think that the thing for me is just like the tonal shift is going to be successful for a certain section of the audience and unsuccessful for another section. There is something that is so, like, I don't know, like the first film, they really took death like pretty seriously.
Yeah.
Well, it is death.
It is death. But like, I mean, just a matter of like actually grieving these losses. Like, they talk about a few funerals in this and then they go to one and it's just like, whatever.
Yeah.
I wish I had my PSP.
You said it was boring.
Yeah, it was very boring. Tired.
Those were their friends.
I'm so tired of all these funerals. It's like, oh my God, do you realize what that means, what that portends for relatives and family that we don't meet?
Literally. Yeah, that we never meet.
But I don't know. I think that the thing about the Final Destination franchise for me is that it kind of, and they did even mention this in the IGN interview, they asked, and it wasn't even meant to be asked this way, but they asked what they thought of the recent Saw sequel that was coming out at the time. And I feel like it's exactly as Reneé said in the intro, where at some point it really just becomes about, what are they going to do?
Yeah.
How are they going to do this? What deaths are we going to see? How fun is it going to be? And I think that that's fine, and I feel like this is that shift towards that completely. Where anything from here, it's not really about the story anymore or the characters. It's just go and have fun.
Yeah.
Enjoy the movie.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
I just feel like there was so much more like emotional weight.
Yeah, agreed.
In the first two, that if I buy my ticket and I think I'm getting that and then I get this, I get fucking Frankie Cheeks.
Look,
Yeah.
Frankie Cheeks is an abomination.
Yeah.
That's a point off right there.
Yeah.
That's 2 points for each cheek.
Abomination.
He is. That's when you realize you're in a different film.
Yeah.
You're in a different universe. And I will say, I think that was the thing, and it's exactly what you were saying about discovering the rules of this franchise. Discovering the rules of death. In the first film, it happened to them organically. They learned from Bloodworth. Second film, they literally went to go talk to Clear Rivers, who survived the first film.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they talked to Bloodworth. The third film, it's a Google search that we don't see.
That we don't even fucking see.
Not only do we not see, we get one character who brings it and presents it to another character. Then later, that character presents it to that character who doesn't believe what they brought to the show in the first place.
Yeah.
Oh my God, shut
Yeah.
up.
But I guess we could probably just slide right into ratings. I think that there is a special place in my heart, and I'm sure there is for you too, Nay, for the Final Destination franchise because of what the first film meant to us.
Yeah.
And honestly, I really want to, and I will whenever I give my rating for this film. We got to reconfigure our scores for the first two.
I think that we all wrote down what we want to change.
Yeah,
Right.
we definitely need to. But I mean, this one, if you go to have fun, you will have fun.
Oh yeah.
It is a fun movie. The opening sequence is pretty fun, pretty cool. What they were able to do that you shared as far as the CGI and the practical, the mixing of the two, the work that went into it on both sides and through all the work of the actors as well. It is a very unfortunate situation to be in. How do you top those first two iconic sequences?
Yeah.
I don't think you can. So you just got to do what you can and have fun doing it.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they did. I agree with both of you as far as the characters are concerned because I liked characters in the first film. I liked characters in the second film.
Yeah.
And again, you don't really spend that much time with them, but the time that you spent, I felt was better spent.
Yeah.
You know? And the first two films didn't have Frankie Cheeks in.
Which is a big plus. I'm looking back at them with rose-colored glasses.
Yeah.
There's no Frankie Cheeks.
But I mean, you know, the set pieces are fun, the kills are fun, the way they put everything together. I will say I feel bad for anyone who's making Final Destination 4 that was like, maybe we could do it on a subway. Fuck!
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did 2? How did they get away with 2? But I really don't think there's anything else to say. I would have liked more emphasis on the characters. The characters that were interesting, like McKinley and Aaron, it would have been cool to spend more time with them. We literally see them maybe 3 times through the whole film, it seems like.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think that as a whole, it's just turn your brain off, have fun, enjoy it, and that's all. And a lot of movies, that's fine.
Yeah.
And I understand why this is such a favorite. I understand, and we had a lot of fun with it, I will say. But I understand why it holds a special place and why it is a formative film for a lot of people. But before I give my score for Final Destination 3, I am changing my score for the original Final Destination from a 7 to an 8.5. I'm changing my score from Final Destination 2 from a 6 to a 7. And I am giving Final Destination 3 out of 10 catastrophically careening coaster cars 6 catastrophically careening coaster cars out of 10. There is something special about the premise of Final Destination that is just so fun. I feel like, and we said it a long time ago on, I think it might have been Scream 4.
Okay.
Where we're like, there's no such thing as bad Scream.
Yeah.
You're just going to show up and have fun.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's what happened. That's what I did. And I probably will watch it again. But I will now open the floor to you.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I see. For me, I'll be honest, I probably won't watch this ever again. I mean,
The word ever.
I mean,
A little stronger.
ever. It's again, it's. I get where you're coming from. For me, the problem with that is, if you're gonna go horror comedy, lean into that fully. And go away from what we did in the first and second one and just make it that now. I feel like it for me anyway, the movie just kind of teetered in where it didn't know what it wanted to do, and it really, really hurt it for me, and it did make me appreciate the first two a lot more. And I will, again, I know a lot of people worked on this, and they did all the actors and everybody involved did a very good job, and the effects and everything, and I know they put a lot of work into it, but man, it's very, very hard for me to like honestly watch it with the way the story is. The characters is just like, I was like, I don't like that. The Frankie Cheeks thing hurt it a lot. I agree, a full 2 points, take it off. Like just take it off.
Yeah.
The upskirt shot, them being shitty boyfriends, and then the girls just being like, it's okay, they're boys. And that's not okay, though. I mean, I get it was 06 and whatever, but it still wasn't okay in 06.
Of course not.
It still didn't make it okay. But it even that, putting that stuff aside, it's just the story and the characters. It really, really hurt it for me. But I also, again, like I said, I did appreciate more the first two and us talking about them as this went on. I was like, you know what? I think for me, the second one, I like the second one a lot more. So I will also change my scores on the first two films. On the first Final Destination, I believe I gave it a 4. And the second one, I did a 5.5. I will apologize and say that I was wrong in giving those movies that low of a score. So for the first one, I do like the second one, so it's gonna be a little higher. But the first one, I will give it a let's do 6.5.
Okay.
And then the second one, I want to do a 7.5.
Okay.
Because I did enjoy that one a lot more. Now, hear me out on this third one. I'm only, and I'm gonna do it, and I will explain. I'm gonna stay in the middle with this one because I did enjoy the visual effects. I did enjoy the kills. It was just the other half of the movie. Half of it I enjoyed, and the other half I just didn't. And it's very hard for me, and you know what I mean, to just be like, no, yeah, this was great. Because for me, it wasn't too great. But for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, catastrophically careening coaster cars.
Indeed.
That's a lot, but it is good. It's really good.
Thank you.
I'm going to give Final Destination 3 a 5 out of 10. I'm going to stay in the middle again because I know I said I will never watch it. If it's on, I'll watch it. Is it my choice to put on and be like, just put on some fucking FD3? Probably not.
Not really.
Yeah, probably not. But it is a fun time. You are 100% correct. Put it on, have a fun time, watch it with the group, sit there, have some drinks, smoke, whatever. Not just watch it, eat popcorn, just have a good time. That is what this movie is. But again, you just can't look too deep into what's going on in the background.
No.
Like the characters and all that, the story. It's just like, no, it's okay. Keep going.
And I'll be honest, if it wasn't for the nostalgia for the franchise, I would probably be around the same
level.
Yeah, I agree with both of y'all. I think that we had the same issues. I think that it just, in subsequent viewings, it will be more enjoyable going in with just the standards set where they need to be set.
Yeah.
It just is what it is. And again, I would have followed them into a more comedic tone, into a lighter tone, if they were sure that that's what they wanted to do. And it just doesn't feel like they're sure that's what... I don't think it's very easy to be having these philosophical and existential themes and questions and ponderings and discussions with a character named Frankie Cheeks.
Yeah.
And maybe that's my own immaturity. I can't get there.
Yeah.
There are...
In one scene, he referred to himself as Franklin.
That makes that.
I don't know. That changes anything.
I don't know how much more respectable that is. Frankie wasn't the name I had the issue with.
Oh, okay.
We're just trying to help.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like it does feel a little tonally confused. It feels confused by its own characters. It feels a little confused by its own story. I think that it is, I can't remember which one of you said it, but there are moments where it almost feels like a parody of Final Destination.
Yeah.
And that's fine. But it's like, don't set me up with the first two movies that were dealing with the gravity. And there were silly moments in those.
Yeah.
But I think that the overall weight of it really did honor the weight of what we're talking about. And this really doesn't.
Yeah.
And then it feels like a race to, you're next. Like, it's a race to say these things from the franchise. Or, I mean, I don't know. And I think maybe an issue I'm having while we're talking about it is it's such an integral part to make these discoveries on their own. And two, it was so important to have Clear there.
Yeah.
To hold their hand, to say, look, this is not a fucking joke. Like, I saw it. I experienced it. Maybe it would have been cool to have, I think I called her AJ when we were talking about the proposed ending.
Well, that's her first name.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the actress's name. I think it was Kimberly. It would have been cool to have her or Burke or something like that to kind of guide these kids. Look, I read this story online. This is what happened to me. Can we talk? Like, they hunted down Clear in a fucking institution.
Yeah.
You can't make a phone call. I don't know. But that would have upped it for me a lot because I feel like you are gaining access to these things that you did not earn and you don't deserve.
Well, one was in New York, one was in Pennsylvania. It's a really long distance.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. Well,
It's-
Paul
it's-
Revere did it.
He
so
did. And it's not that long of a distance.
it's very far. But yeah, I mean, I think we already went over it. But I will say that I am blown away by the effects that they were able to accomplish. And I will be watching it again for that because watching and reading how it was done and then watching it again, it's like, damn, y'all fucking, they cooked. They did that. It's remarkable. But I will be changing my scores as well. The first one, I think that we were still in our days of we're going to be serious critics or whatever. But the nostalgia really weighs a lot for that first one. The second one too, but really, really the first one. I'm going to, and Brittany, my love, if you would be so kind, thank you for keeping track of these.
We love you, Brittany.
We love you,
Yeah.
Brittany. She's like, God damn it, again? I'm going to make the first Final Destination an 8.5. And I'm going to make the second one a 7.5 because I didn't realize how much appreciation I have for it until we sat down to record and we were talking about the deaths. And I was like, you know what?
Yeah.
That movie was actually pretty fucking cool. And the iconic log truck, you know.
Yeah.
But as for this one, and I am awarding this film a full point for the CG, the practical effects, the remarkable marriage of the two. But on a scale from 1 to 10, catastrophically careening coaster cars, you did that.
I did my best.
I'm giving Final Destination 3 as well. I'm going to give it 6 out of 10. I'm really blown away by what they were able to accomplish. I think especially watching a lot of films from this time and seeing how it could have looked.
Yeah.
Fair. Very fair point.
Yeah.
It's, flowers, flowers, flowers.
Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Final Destination 3, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Twitter at the Pod Mortem. Don't forget to follow us on Instagram and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Twitter at TravisMWH, at Blood and Smoke, and at RealStreeter84. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll gain access to bonus content, our monthly schedule, our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. Stay tuned until after the music for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, it's wise to prepare for all possibilities. If you coast through life without a plan, you never know what just might throw you for a loop. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned. We want to give a very special thank you to all of our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah.
Very nice. A special thank you to Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis and Issa Hunter, Miguel Myers, ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Spooky Mom, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, J.D. Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Brittany Seaman, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Jordan Blevins, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G, Dave Burke, Adrian Stakes, Daniel McGinnis, Nick Spill, Emma Hagel-Kissinger,
Valerie G, Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle OKC, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Nicholas Carter, Sawyer Reese Farr, Dr. Diva Loves Horror, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Natalie De Guzman, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Katie K, Erica Morin, Cameron S, Nicole Stewart, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, No Thanks Tom Hanks, Kevin McGonigal, Kristen Marcy, Ori 81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Falnez 63,
Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Jen Lassiter, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Jean Jacket, Valerie Kay, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities, Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jen T., Kim H., August, Vengeance Spirit, Sam J. Green, Kelly Glazyface Mac, Jenny May, Zoe Marie, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D, Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J, Daniel Dickerson, Jordan Gaddis, Cam Davies, Tanya Selvog, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, King Roger, D, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Spencer, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Erica, Jason X Rules, Karen Burrows, and 203 Duncan. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you all, and we hope that you know that we love each and every one of you to death.
Oh.
A little rough on that. As I said, I was like, ooh, too far. Until next time.